Preface to the 2015 edition. Terror and Unterer. The title of this book was suggested by a friend who is familiar with my work and knew that I was much involved in US Latin America relations, the threat of nuclear war, and the impact on the society of the early stages of the neoliberal assault on the population that was beginning in the late 1970s and took off under Reagan, and thought it would be a good idea to emphasize the hopes for positive change. I agreed. Hence the title and the final sections of the first edition, which ended with Chapter 5. Rereading, I wouldn't change what is written there, apart from updating. The message of hope still seems to me correct. But the world makes its own demands, and it seemed to me that a realistic picture was grim. At the time, human rights organizations, with good reason, referred to the Reagan administration as an apologist for some of the worst horrors of our time, 46, while providing a detailed accounting of those horrors and the crucial U.S. role in supporting and directing them. Like many of the crimes of the shameful Reagan era, the Central American horrors began in the late Carter years, then escalating sharply under Reaganite brutality. The first major massacre of peasants, at Rio Sumpul, took place in May 1980, 145. It was noteworthy not only because of the scale and character of the atrocities and the media avoidance, but also because it was a joint operation of two terrorist armies supported by Washington, the armies of Honduras and El Salvador, two states with generally hostile relations, even having fought a bitter war a decade earlier. The circumstances suggest that U.S. coordination might have been involved, but lacking any inquiry, that remains speculation. One obvious place to investigate the atrocities of the Salvadoran army and its paramilitary associates was the border areas, where tens of thousands of peasants, mostly women and children, had fled from government terror. Unlike the sites of the massacres themselves, these areas were easily accessible. Journalists avoided them, but they were visited by a congressional delegation led by Representative Gary Studs of Massachusetts, who provided a detailed and grisly record of refugee testimony. It was virtually ignored in the United States, apart from a report in a small weekly in Studs's home district. 1. Most of the text that follows reviews the gruesome record of Reaganite state terrorism in Central America and its antecedents. The postscript carries the discussion forward a year. There are crucial omissions. One is the Middle The year this book was published, 1985, Mideast/Mediterranean terrorism was selected by editors as the lead story of 1985 in an AP poll. The choice made sense. The region did witness extreme acts of terrorism in 1985. The worst single terrorist act was a truck bomb in Lebanon, placed at the exit of a mosque and timed to go off when people were leaving. The target was Lebanon's leading Shiite cleric, Sheikh Fadlallah, who escaped. But 80 others were killed by the massive explosion, mostly women and girls, even babies burned in their beds. The bombing was organized by the CIA and carried out with the help of Saudi and British clients. It was specifically authorized by CIA Director William Casey, according to correspondent Bob Woodward. The worst terrorist atrocity of the year, however, is excluded from the canon by the familiar fallacy of wrong agency, and by the need to secure the principle enunciated by terrorism scholar Walter Laqueur that terrorism occurs almost exclusively in democratic or relatively democratic societies. What is needed is a new concept, Unterer, modeled on Orwell's Unpeople, referring to terror carried out by people against unpeople. A second candidate for the AP award was Israel's terrorist atrocities in southern Lebanon, the Iron Fist operations directed against what the Israeli military called terrorist villagers resisting Israel's crimes in the region that it occupied in violation of Security Council orders. Shimon Peres's terrorism reached new depths of calculated brutality and arbitrary murder, in the words of a Western diplomat familiar with the area, amply supported by direct coverage. A third candidate was Israel's bombing of Tunis, without any credible pretext, as virtually conceded, killing 75 Tunisians and Palestinians, expedited by Washington and praised by Secretary of State George Shultz, though he preferred silence after the UN Security Council unanimously condemned the crime as an act of armed aggression. U.S. abstaining. These major crimes of US-backed state terrorism, if not the much worse crime of aggression, are also excluded from the canon as mere unterer, hence unworthy of mention or memory. There were 2 acts of authentic terror that account for the judgment of the editors, in each case with 1 death, an American. One of these cases has become very famous, the brutal murder of the crippled American Jew Leon Klinghoffer on the cruise ship Achille Lauro, hijacked in reaction to the Tunis bombing. The murder seemed to set a standard for remorselessness among terrorists, senior New York Times correspondent John Burns wrote, capturing the general horror at a truly despicable crime. No such standard is set by many similar cases, however. For example, when British reporters found the flattened remains of a wheelchair in the remnants of the Jenin refugee camp after Ariel Sharon's spring 2002 offensive. It had been utterly crushed, ironed flat as if in a cartoon, they reported. In the middle of the debris lay a broken white flag held by a crippled Palestinian, Kemal Zagair, who was shot dead as he tried to wheel himself up the road. The Israeli tanks must have driven over the body, because when a friend found it, 1 leg and both arms were missing, and the face, he said, had been ripped in 2. Another act of unterer, which does not to enter the annals of terrorism along with Leon Klinghoffer. His murder was not under the command of a monster, but rather a man of peace as he was called by the man of vision in the White House. All of this and much more is omitted in the text below, though the most horrifying events occurred during the time frame covered here. Point 2 also omitted are Reaganite crimes in those years in southern Africa and Southeast Asia. But even this partial record is grim enough. The same is true of the ways the ongoing events have been interpreted within the ideological system. What can one say, for example, when the national press, considered liberal, praises Reagan for emphasizing that we must contain Nicaragua and fit Nicaragua back into a Central American mode meeting the regional standard, the mode and standard of murderous terror states that are slaughtering their populations, imposing starvation and misery for the benefit of a highly privileged few, engaging in unspeakable torture, and on in accord with the dictates of the ruler of the region. What can one say when a distinguished educational statesman, as his biography calls him, advisor to 3 presidents and recognized for his liberal and humane views, tells us that we breathed in relief when forces favoring democracy restored Guatemala to its normal place in the American family of nations, 224, by ending the brief democratic interlude and turning Guatemala into the worst hellhole of the suffering region. Or when the most highly respected liberal columnists praise the U.S. invasion of Vietnam as based on the guiding principle of American foreign policy since 1945, that no state shall use military force or the threat of military force to achieve its political objectives. And orate that America is fighting the war in defense of the deepest conviction of Western civilization, that the individual belongs not to the state but to his creator. And that the United States has always been trying to do good, encourage political liberty, and promote social justice in the Third World, particularly in Latin America, where we have traditionally been a friend and protector. 124-233. It is almost a breath of fresh air to turn to the venerable standard-bearer of American liberalism, the New Republic, and learn from the editors that we must provide military aid to Latin-style fascists, regardless of how many are murdered, because there are higher American priorities than Salvadoran human rights meaning, the physical security of persons who may or may not be suspected of potential anti-oligarchical sympathies. 234, my italics. Regardless of how many are murdered, may or may not be suspected of potential opposition to the Latin-style fascists of the oligarchies that we must support regardless of how many they murder. Words fail. It is a real relief to remember that over 2/3 of Americans regarded the Vietnam War as fundamentally wrong and immoral, not merely a mistake, the latter, the outer limits of respectable opinion across the spectrum. And that popular struggle has achieved a great deal despite the enormous barriers erected by the powerful and their acolytes. Introduction. We live entangled in webs of endless deceit, often self-deceit, but with a little honest effort, it is possible to extricate ourselves from them. If we do, we will see a world that is rather different from the one presented to us by a remarkably effective ideological system, a world that is much uglier, often horrifying. We will also learn that our own actions, or passive acquiescence, contribute quite substantially to misery and oppression, and perhaps eventual global destruction. But there is a brighter side. We are fortunate to live in a society that is not only rich and powerful and hence, as any student of history would expect, dangerous and destructive, but also relatively free and open, perhaps more so than any other, though this may change if the reactionary jingoists who have misappropriated the term conservative succeed in their current project of diminishing civil liberties, strengthening the power of the state, and protecting it from public scrutiny. For those who are relatively wealthy and privileged, a very large sector of a society as rich as ours, there are ample opportunities to discover the truth about who we are and what we do in the world. Furthermore, by international standards, the state is limited at home in its capacity to coerce. Hence those who enjoy a measure of wealth and privilege are free to act in many ways, without undue fear of state terror, to bring about crucial changes in policy and even more fundamental institutional changes. We are fortunate, perhaps uniquely so, in the range of opportunities we enjoy for free inquiry and effective action. The significance of these facts can hardly be exaggerated. I want to consider here some aspects of the reality that is often concealed or deformed by the reigning doctrinal system, which pervades the media, journals of opinion, and much of scholarship. Point 1. An honest inquiry will reveal that striking and systematic features of our international behavior are suppressed, ignored, or denied. It will reveal further that our role in perpetuating misery and oppression, even barbaric torture and mass slaughter, is not only significant in scale, but is also a predictable and systematic consequence of long-standing geopolitical conceptions and institutional structures. There is no way to give a precise measure of the scale of our responsibility in each particular case, but whether we conclude that our share is 90%, or 40%, or 2%, it is that factor that should primarily concern us, since it is that factor that we can directly influence. It is cheap and easy to deplore the other fellow's crimes in the manner of the official peace movements of the so-called communist states, or their counterparts in the West who, with comparable sincerity, denounce the crimes of official enemies while dismissing or justifying our own. An honest person will choose a different course. These are among the questions I want to examine here, concentrating primarily on relations between the U.S. and its southern neighbors and victims in the post-World War II period, although the pattern that emerges is by no means new and is not limited to this region. Point 2. Chapter 1 is concerned with the grim reality of normal life for a large majority of the population in our dependencies in Central America, and with the consequences that regularly ensue, at our initiative and with our crucial support, when efforts are undertaken to bring about constructive change. In Chapter 2, I will turn to the backgrounds for U.S. policy and the geopolitical conceptions that guide planners, as exhibited in the documentary record and, more significantly, in the actual pattern of events. Chapter 3 places these matters in the broader context of U.S. history, both in Central America and elsewhere, and discusses recent U.S. policies in Central America in this context. In Chapter 4, I will turn to national security policy, the Cold War system of global management, and the drift towards global war, which is, in significant measure, a result of U.S. government programs that have little to do with security, but are deeply rooted in the structure of power in our society and the global concerns of dominant institutions. Finally, in the last chapter, I want to consider the domestic scene, the dedicated efforts that have been undertaken by dominant elites to overcome the democratic revival of the 1960s, and the opportunities that now exist to engage in constructive work to deter terrible crimes, to reverse the race towards global destruction, and to enlarge the sphere of freedom and justice. The first 5 chapters constitute the first edition of this book, which went to press in November 1985. The final chapter is a postscript, added in December 1986. 1. Free World Vignettes. John Jay, the President of the Continental Congress and the first Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, held that the people who own the country ought to govern it. 1. His prescription is, in fact, close to the reality. The United States is furthermore unusual in the high degree of class consciousness among the business classes, the extremely low degree of class consciousness, particularly in the current period, on the part of workers, and the general conformity of the intelligentsia. Since World War II, the United States has held a position of dominance in world affairs with few if any historical parallels, though long before, it had become the greatest industrial power by a large margin. U.S. elites were naturally aware of these conditions and determined to exploit the expanded opportunities they offered. They have engaged in careful planning, and have been willing to resort to subversion and violence on an impressive scale to maintain or extend their dominant position, which, according to the reigning doctrinal system, is theirs by right, given the unique virtue of the state that they or their representatives govern. There are aspects of American history and institutions that lend support to the pretensions of ideologues, but the full story is less pleasant to contemplate, as many have recognized over the years. The founder of the utopian Oneida community, John Humphrey Noyes, described the U.S. in 1830 as a bloated, swaggering libertine, with one hand whipping a Negro tied to a liberty pole, and with another dashing an emaciated Indian to the ground. Too, at the turn of the century, as his compatriots turned from slaughtering Indians to wiping out resisting niggers in the Philippines, Mark Twain gave his version of the battle hymn of the Republic. 3. Mine eyes have seen the orgy of the launching of the sword. He is searching out the hoardings where the stranger's wealth is stored. He hath loosed his fateful lightnings, and with woe and death has scored. His lust is marching on. If some third world revolution today were to reenact U.S. history, with literal human slavery as well as decimation and brutal expulsion of the native population, the reaction would be one of horror and disbelief. We may recall, for example, that the first Emancipation Proclamation was issued by the British Governor of Virginia in 1775, and that slavery was abolished in 1821 in Central America by nations to whom we must teach lessons in civilization, according to Theodore Roosevelt and other interventionists until the present day. 4. The conquest of the national territory and the exercise of U.S. power in large areas of the world also hardly merit the accolades of the faithful. No region of the world has been more subject to U.S. influence over a long period than Central America and the Caribbean. The extent and character of U.S. influence are illustrated, for example, by the establishment early in the century of a National Bank of Nicaragua in which the New York Brown Brothers Bank held majority ownership. Its board of directors met in New York and consisted entirely of Brown Brothers U.S. representatives, except for a token Nicaraguan, while U.S. banks received the revenues of the national rail and steamship lines, and a US-run commission required Nicaragua to pay fraudulent damage claims that exceeded total U.S. investment in the country for alleged damages from civil disorder. Or to take another case, a coup attempt in Honduras in 1923 by a local client of the United Fruit Company, which virtually owned the country, led to U.S. military intervention and a settlement arranged by the State Department. North American power had become so encompassing that U.S. military forces and United Fruit could struggle against each other to see who was to control the Honduran government. Then have the argument settled by the U.S. Department of State. The United Fruit client took power in 1932 and hand in hand with United Fruit ruled his country for the next 17 years. 5. Throughout modern history, much the same has been true. We naturally look to the Central America Caribbean region, then, if we want to learn something about ourselves, just as we look to Eastern Europe or the Internal Empire if want to learn about the Soviet Union. The picture we see is not a pretty one. The region is one of the world's most awful horror chambers, with widespread starvation, semi-slave labor, torture and massacre by U.S. clients. Virtually every attempt to bring about some constructive change has been met with a new dose of U.S. violence, even when initiated by church-based self-help groups or political figures who modeled themselves on Roosevelt's New Deal. We are, once again, living in such a period, in fact, the worst such period, which is saying a good deal. 6. The region evokes little attention inside the United States as long as discipline reigns. The prevailing unconcern is revealed, for example, by the treatment of Woodrow Wilson's bloody counterinsurgency campaign in the Dominican Republic or lack thereof, it received its first detailed scholarly examination after 60 years. 7 Or consider the case of William Krem, Time correspondent in Central America and the Caribbean in the 1940s. His book on the region, a rare event in itself, was published in Mexico in 1948 and then elsewhere in Latin America. The original English version appeared 36 years later. 8 The book jacket states that Time refused to publish much of what he submitted for fear of offending large corporations, and that his book was regarded as too controversial by American publishers. Lack of interest, the consequence of lack of credible threats to U.S. control at the time, might well suffice to explain its unavailability. The two books just cited appeared in 1984, a time of challenge to U.S. dominance, hence much concern over the fate of the region. Our lack of interest when the lower orders make no unseemly noises should be a matter of no great pride. The brutal and corrupt Somoza dictatorship had long been a reliable U.S. ally and a base for the projection of U.S. power, to terminate Guatemalan democracy in 1954, to attack Cuba in 1961, to avert the threat of democracy in the Dominican Republic in 1965 and in El Salvador in 1972. The fall of the dictatorship in 1979, along with the renewed threat to the military regime in Guatemala and the growth of popular organizations in El Salvador, led to increasing U.S. intervention and brought the region to the front pages. Let us consider the picture that comes into focus with this renewed attention. 1. The miseries of traditional life. Among the many dedicated and honorable Americans who went to see for themselves, one of the most impressive is Charles Clements, a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy and former pilot in Vietnam, who was sent to a psychiatric hospital when he refused to fly further missions. A committed pacifist, he went to El Salvador in March 1982 and spent a year as the only trained physician in the rebel-controlled Guazapa region 25 miles from San Salvador, a free-fire zone in which any person or object is a legitimate target. There he witnessed the terror of the US-run war against rural El Salvador at first hand, living with the campesinos, many of whom have been tortured and mutilated by tormentors who have been trained in the sophisticated tactics of violence often by our own military advisors, in the words of Murat Williams, U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador from 1961 to 1964, when the system of efficient state terror was established by the Kennedy administration. Clements observed the attacks on villages by planes and helicopter gunships and artillery, the strafing by US supply jets aimed specifically against defenseless peasants, the ruins of villages gutted by government forces, the destruction of crops and livestock to ensure starvation, always imminent. As is the regular pattern, the worst atrocities were carried out by US-trained elite battalions, Atlasatl, Ramon Beliso, and by air and artillery units employing tactics designed by the U.S. in Vietnam and taught by U.S. advisors. He treated the bodies mutilated by torture and the victims of attacks with napalm and gasoline bombs and white phosphorus rockets used as anti-personnel weapons against civilians. He heard the stories of people whose families had been hacked to death by National Guardsmen or who had crawled from under a pile of bodies of trapped civilians cut to pieces with machetes and mutilated by US-trained troops, or who had themselves been subjected to horrifying torture receiving no medical aid, since physicians were unwilling to endanger their lives by treating someone who had been tortured by the security forces. Using a US-made scanner, he could hear the voices of American advisors directing troops on their mass murder missions. He also witnessed the courage of the campesinos, their sense of community and hope, their schools and rudimentary health services and community programs in the base Christian communities, a revelation to people who had lived for a century as virtual slaves, ever since the oligarchy had taken over most of the land by a combination of legal chicanery and violence to enjoy the profits of the coffee boom, and their determination to build their new society even while the Salvadoran government sought to destroy them. 10. But what seems to have impressed him the most were the words of a lay minister of one of the base Christian communities. "You gringos are always worried about violence done with machine guns and machetes. But there is another kind of violence that you must be aware of, too. I used to work on the hacienda. My job was to take care of the dueños' dogs. I gave them meat and bowls of milk, food that I couldn't give my own family. When the dogs were sick, I took them to the veterinarian in Suchitoto or San Salvador. When my children were sick, the dueño gave me his sympathy, but no medicine as they died. To watch your children die of sickness and hunger while you can do nothing is a violence to the spirit. We have suffered that silently for too many years. Why aren't you gringos concerned about that kind of violence? The old man was wrong. We gringos are not worried about violence done with machine guns and machetes. Rather, we devote our incomparable wealth and power to ensuring that such violence proceeds unhindered, and we laud its successes, joined by the suppliers of French tanks, Israeli guns and planes and napalm, German, Swiss and Belgian weapons, and other civilized people whose outrage knows no bounds when the lower orders threaten to break their bonds, but who are otherwise content to look the other way. But his comment is nevertheless to the point. The violence of everyday life in the domains of our influence and control is not deemed a fit topic of attention or concern except at moments when order is threatened. A vignette of normal life is given by U.S. journalist Tom Buckley, who visited a coffee plantation in El Salvador in 1981. Most of the workers and their families lived in a long one-story building, with a room about 10 feet square for each family of 2 adults and many children, and privies 50 feet down the hill. Some of the new showcase ranchitos were a bit larger. As residences for agricultural labor go in El Salvador, they were not bad, but the furnishings were mean and sparse, and the atmosphere was one of hopelessness and squalor. An old woman sat in front of one of the ranchitos. Her left ankle and leg were bandaged with rags halfway to the knee. She said she thought her ankle might be broken. Hernandez, the manager, who ran the plantation for absentee landlords in Florida, asked her if she had been to see the paramedic. She hadn't, she said. She was unable to hobble to the clinic, and he, it seemed, did not make house calls. A younger woman sat in a hammock in front of another ranchito. At her side was a cradle improvised out of a basket. An infant lay in it, motionless. Its belly was bloated, and its limbs and face were so thin that the skin was translucent. Hernandez asked what was wrong. "It is his stomach," the woman said. "The food does him no good." She said that she had taken the infant to a physician but that he had told her nothing could be done. Her voice was vague and monotonous, as though speaking taxed her energy unbearably. "I don't think she took him at all," Hernandez said when we had returned to the station wagon. "It may sound terrible to say, but having children die is so common that it is accepted. It's no big thing to these people." Hernandez's point is reiterated by Jean Kirkpatrick, chief sadist in residence of the Reagan administration, on the basis of her vast experience with peasant life in the Third World. 12. Traditional autocrats, the ones we do and should support, Kirkpatrick explains, leave in place existing allocations of wealth, power, status, and other resources which in most traditional societies favor an affluent few and maintain masses in poverty. But they worship traditional gods and observe traditional taboos. They do not disturb the habitual rhythms of work and leisure, habitual places of residence, habitual patterns of family and personal relations. Because the miseries of traditional life are familiar, they are bearable to ordinary people who, growing up in the society, learn to cope. As children born to untouchables in India acquire the skills and attitudes necessary for survival in the miserable roles they are destined to fill. Kirkpatrick adds further that such societies create no refugees, only 20% of the population of the Caribbean who have come to the United States, many illegally, to escape grinding poverty and oppression, 40% from Puerto Rico where access is easier, including 40,000 from Haiti since 1979, many of them boat people whom the Carter administration attempted to force back to the misery from which they fled with full regard to the administration policy of human rights, so its spokesman assured us, not to speak of a huge flow of refugees from the terror and torture states established since the 1960s with U.S. backing, including some 20% of the population of Uruguay, well over 100,000 victims of Somoza's terror by 1978, 140,000 boat people fleeing the Philippines to Sabah in the mid-1970s, and on, and on. And the even greater numbers of internal refugees fleeing state terror or herded into secure areas by the state terrorists. 13 This vast flood of refugees furthermore increased dramatically as a direct consequence of the policies to which Kirkpatrick was to make a notable contribution soon after having delivered herself of these pronouncements, which much impressed Reagan's staff. In El Salvador, approximately 1/4 of all Salvadorans have fled or have been forcibly expelled from their homes, including many who flee in terror to the United States, where U.S. authorities seek to return them to privation, torture, and assassination. In 1984, only 93 Salvadorans and no Guatemalans, of the 1 million who had fled these countries, were legally admitted to the U.S. as refugees. Only 1% of Guatemalans and 3% of Salvadorans were granted asylum as compared with 52% of Bulgarians and 51% of Russians, countries where the miseries of ordinary life, or the very threat to existence, do not begin to compare with what is endured in these long-term beneficiaries of U.S. solicitude. 14. The picture described by the lay minister in El Salvador or by Tom Buckley can be duplicated in large parts of the world. The habitual patterns are captured by a character in Natio Salone's rendition of peasant life in southern Italy in his classic Fontamara, describing the hierarchy of traditional life. At the head of everything is God, the Lord of heaven. Everyone knows that. Then comes Prince Torlonia, Lord of the earth. Then come Prince Torlonia's guards. Then come Prince Torlonia's guards' dogs. Then, nothing at all. Then, nothing at all. Then, nothing at all. Then come the peasants. And that's all. Adapting the picture to our domains, it is only necessary to insert the United States, a shade removed from the Lord of Heaven and doing His holy work, as our leaders have often told us. To challenge and response, Nicaragua. What Buckley saw is the kind of society that we have helped to create and sustain through a century of intervention, and that we are now attempting to secure or restore. Sometimes, these habitual patterns are threatened, as today in Nicaragua, where the priorities of the Sandinista government meant that Nicaragua's poor majority would have access to, and be the primary beneficiaries of, public programs in accordance with the logic of the majority, a concept which implies redistribution of access to wealth and public services to the benefit of the poor majority, and support for mass organizations that involve very large numbers of people in the decisions that affect their lives. 15 At such moments, normal life undergoes some changes, two kinds of change, in fact. Let us look further into each of these. One kind of change is illustrated in a report by Jethro Pettit, Desk Officer for Latin America of Oxfam America 16. Before the revolution we didn't participate in anything. We only learned to make tortillas and cook beans and do what our husbands told us. In only 5 years we have seen a lot of changes and we're still working on it. Esmilda Flores belongs to an agricultural cooperative in the mountains north of Esteli, Nicaragua. Together with 7 other women and 15 men, she works land that was formerly a coffee plantation owned by an absentee landlord. After the revolution in 1979, the families who had worked the land became its owners. They have expanded production to include corn, beans, potatoes, cabbages, and dairy cows. Before, we had to rent a small plot to grow any food, Flores said. And we had to pay 1/2 of our crop to the landlord. Now we work just as hard as before both in the fields and at home, but there's a difference, because we're working for ourselves. Women in Nicaragua, as in most of rural Latin America, carry an enormous workload, as throughout the Third World. Not only are they a mainstay of the agricultural labor force, 40% of Nicaragua's farm laborers are women, but they are responsible for childcare, food preparation, and most domestic chores. Women's roles did not suddenly change with the revolution. But there has been a pronounced shift in cultural attitudes as a result of their strong participation in Nicaragua's social reconstruction. Women have taken the lead in adult literacy programs, both as students and teachers. They have assumed key roles in rural health promotion and in vaccination campaigns. Pettit goes on to describe the new rural organizations that aim to improve living and working conditions for farm laborers, offer training, technical advice, credit, seeds, and tools, and so on. Clements reports similar developments in the rebel-held area of El Salvador where he worked, as have many others, though rarely in the U.S. press. 17. But these are not the only consequences that ensue when the pack animals who endure traditional life fail to appreciate properly that its miseries are quite bearable in Washington. Here is an example of a different kind of change, reported by a mother of two from Estel, near Esmilda Flores's cooperative. 18. 5 of them raped me at about 5 in the evening. They had gang raped me every day. When my vagina couldn't take it anymore, they raped me through my rectum. I calculate that in 5 days they raped me 60 times. The freedom fighters dispatched from Washington also beat her husband and gouged out the eyes of another civilian before killing him, as she watched. Another witness describes a Contra attack on his cooperative in April 1984. They had already destroyed all that was the cooperative, a coffee drying machine, the 2 dormitories for the coffee cutters, the electricity generators, 7 cows, the plant, the food warehouse. There was one boy about 15 years old, who was retarded and suffered from epilepsy. We had left him in a bomb shelter. When we returned, we saw that they had cut his throat, then they cut open his stomach and left his intestines hanging out on the ground like a string. They did the same to Juan Corrales, who had already died from a bullet in the fighting. They opened him up and took out his intestines and cut off his testicles. In Miami, along with Washington, the base for the war against Nicaragua and one of the major world centers of international terrorism, Adolfo Calero, political military director of the central component of the U.S. proxy army, the FDN, stated that there is no line at all, not even a fine line, between a civilian farm owned by the government and a Sandinista military outpost, so that arbitrary killing of civilians is entirely legitimate. Calero is regarded as a meritorious figure and leading Democrat by our domestic partisans of mass slaughter, mutilation, torture and degradation. 19. A mother describes how her husband, a lay pastor, and her 5 children were kidnapped. When she found them the next day, they were left all cut up. Their ears were pulled off, their throats were cut, their noses and other parts were cut off. An American parish priest reports that in this region of 3 towns and scattered mountain communities, Contra attacks have caused hundreds of deaths and thousands of displaced people, including many taken to Honduras. A Mosquito teacher kidnapped by the Contras describes the tortures to which he and 8 others were subjected in Honduras, where U.S. authorities can pretend no ignorance about their agents. In the evening, they tied me up in the water from 7 p.m. until 1 a.m. The next day, at 7 a.m. they began to make me collect garbage in the creek in my underwear, with the cold. The creek was really icy. I was in the creek for 4 hours, then they threw me on the anthill. Tied up, they put me chest down on the anthill. The ants bit my body. I squirmed to try to get them off my body, but there were too many. They would beat me from head to heels. They would give me an injection to calm me a little. Then they would beat me again. A French priest who trains nurses in the north testified before the World Court about a handicapped person murdered for the fun of it, of women raped, of a body found with the eyes gouged out, and a girl of 15 who had been forced into prostitution at a Contra camp in Honduras. He accused the Contras of creating an atmosphere of terror through kidnappings, rapes, murder, and torture. 20. These matters are considered of scant interest by U.S. journalists in Nicaragua or Honduras, who do not seek out or publish such testimony, though it is permissible to concede that some unpleasant things may have happened in the past while reporting that the Contras now vow to end rights abuses, after reports that the insurgents in Nicaragua have been executing government soldiers, officials, and village militiamen. Not exactly the content of the testimony that has largely been suppressed in the field. The same news item informs us that the Contra official placed in charge of human rights with much fanfare said that he had found only 6 small cases of violations so far and suggested that some apparent violations had been the work of government soldiers dressed as guerrillas. Contra political spokesman Arturo Cruz said that it was a delicate thing to persuade rebel fighters to respect the lives of prisoners and pro-Sandinista civilians without demoralizing the fighters, 21, offering an interesting insight into the democratic resistance that he seeks to legitimate and that is lauded by respected figures in the United States, see Note 19. The foreign press has been less circumspect. There we can read of the Contras' litany of destruction, the destruction of health and community centers, cooperatives, kindergartens, and schools with such methods as these, described by one of the survivors. 22. Rosa had her breasts cut off. Then they cut into her chest and took out her heart. The men had their arms broken, their testicles cut off, and their eyes poked out. They were killed by slitting their throats, and pulling the tongue out through the slit. And we can learn of a 14-year-old girl who was gang-raped and then decapitated, her head placed on a stake at the entrance to her village as a warning to government supporters, of nurses who were raped, then murdered, a man killed by hanging after his eyes were gouged out and his fingernails pulled out, a man who was stabbed to death after having been beaten, his eyes gouged out and a cross carved in his back after he fled from a hospital attacked by the Contras, another tortured then skinned. Another cut to pieces with bayonets by Contras who then beheaded her 11-month-old baby before his wife's eyes, others who were raped to a background of religious music, children shot in the back or repeatedly shot as though she had been used for target practice, according to a North American priest, along with much similar testimony provided by American priests, nuns, and others working in the border areas where the terrorist forces rampage, attacking from the Honduran bases established by their U.S. advisors, instructors and paymasters. 23. The chairman of America's Watch and Helsinki Watch, after a personal visit to study the great divergence between President Reagan's rhetoric and the conclusions of the America's Watch report on Contra atrocities, concluded that there can be no doubt, on the basis of what we heard and saw, that a planned strategy of terrorism is being carried out by the Contras along the Honduras border and that the U.S. cannot avoid responsibility for these atrocities. 24. Nor can the U.S. apologists for the democratic resistance or those who front for it. This is a brief sample of the methods we are compelled to undertake when the orderly regime of traditional life is challenged in our dependencies. They constitute what the press describes as a military and economic annoyance to the Sandinista regime, and since it does not appear likely to achieve the aim of overthrowing this regime, this annoyance is often considered unwise. 25. Our chosen instruments for such annoyance are blandly described as the democratic opposition in the news columns of the nation's press, for example, in a lengthy account of U.S. government preparations for invasion of Nicaragua in the New York Times. 26. In keeping with the principle of objectivity, no intimation is given that there might be something questionable about the contemplated crime of aggression, for which people were hanged at Nuremberg and Tokyo, nor could the Times editors express or even consider this point. But reference to the butchers as the democratic opposition in news columns is in keeping with the requirements of objectivity. A more accurate description is that the civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters. Then this civilization and justice stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge. 27. Our friends are quite aware of what they do. Arturo Cruz, who has been dubbed the leading Nicaragua Democrat by the U.S. media, concedes that his Contra associates have committed damnable atrocities against civilians. Before joining them, he warned that their victory might lead to a possible mass execution of the flower of our youth while describing some of them as civic cadavers and noting that most of those persons in positions of military authority within the FDN are ex-members of the National Guard, who unconditionally supported Somoza until the end, against the will of the Nicaraguan people. Not most, but virtually all, from the top military commander on down, Edgar Chamorro, chosen by the CIA to serve as spokesman for its proxy army, writes that by mid-1984, 46 out of 48 of the Contra commandants were former National Guardsmen. Cruz is unhappy about the fact that the Contras are almost totally controlled by right-wingers, many of them followers of Somoza, Dennis Volman reports. The new Unified Command, UNO, set up by the CIA is dominated by Adolfo Calero. According to all sources interviewed, Mr. Calero is an ultra-conservative Nicaraguan businessman closely allied to those FDN field commanders who were top officers in Somoza's army. Volman reports further that Cruz is also very concerned about alleged human rights abuses by Contra forces in Nicaragua. As Cruz knows, the damnable atrocities are not merely alleged and will continue in the course of a war waged by a mercenary army lacking any program other than restoration of the traditional order. While fronting for the terrorists attacking Nicaragua from Honduran bases, Cruz proclaims in the New York Times that the Sandinistas will also, in time, provoke conflicts with their neighbors in order to justify ever more repressive measures at home. In his view, Constable reports, the central issue is the mistrust they have aroused among Central American leaders. 28. We return to Cruz's Democratic credentials and his claim that he was excluded from the 1984 election while secretly on the CIA payroll. Edgar Chamorro writes that since 1982, the war has left more than 12,000 Nicaraguans dead, 50,000 wounded and 300,000 homeless. The figure of 12,000 dead was also given by Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega, including civilians and fighters on both sides. In an affidavit to the World Court given little notice in the press, Chamorro said that Contras would arrive at an undefended village, assemble all the residents in the town square and then proceed to kill in full view of the others all persons working for the Nicaraguan government, including police, local militia members, party members, health workers, teachers, and farmers on government cooperatives, actions which made it easy to persuade those left alive to join the Contra forces. In the same affidavit, he testified that the FDN had been advised by the CIA to murder, kidnap, rob and torture, and stated that he had been given funds by the CIA to bribe some 15 Honduran journalists to write pro-Contra articles calling for the overthrow of the Sandinista government. 29. 3. Challenge and response, El Salvador. 3.1 The Carter years. Atrocities in Nicaragua are, however, a small-time affair by U.S. standards. Our concepts of civilization and justice are revealed more graphically in El Salvador, where the growth of unions, church-based self-help organizations, peasant associations, and other such threats to order in the 1970s called forth the familiar response. In the muted words of the State Department, faced with increasing demands for social change in the 1970s, traditional ruling groups continued their dominance by employing electoral fraud and repression. 30 As traditional ruling groups in the U.S. took over the task, terror rapidly escalated. For the year 1980, the Human Rights Office of the Archdiocese of San Salvador tabulated 8,062 murders of persons of the popular and progressive sectors killed for political reasons, not in military confrontations, but as a result of military operations by the Army, security forces, and paramilitary organizations coordinated by the High Command of the Armed Forces. These are cases where the data could be fully checked, not including victims of bombardments or the more than 600 campesinos murdered in the Rio Sumpul massacre by a joint Honduran-Salvadoran military operation, and unknown numbers of others, primarily in the countryside where verification was impossible. 31. To rephrase these facts in Carter administration Newspeak. 32. The Church has condemned the violence of left, right, and the security forces. Killings and terrorist acts are the work of both leftist Democratic Front forces who often claim sick responsibility for them, and of rightist elements with whom some members of the security organizations are associated. The government has been unable to end such abuses. Through 1980 and beyond, the U.S. press generally kept to the party line, though it was subsequently conceded that under the Carter administration, United States officials said security forces were responsible for 90% of the atrocities, not uncontrollable right-wing bands. 33 So that the assertions in the Human Rights Report and other public statements were deliberate lies, reiterated as conscious deception by the media. The Washington Post maintained that there is no real argument that most of the estimated 10,000 political fatalities in 1980 were victims of government forces or irregulars associated with them. Only the detailed accounting by the Church Human Rights Office and what the press was being told by U.S. officials, but chose to conceal. Jeane Kirkpatrick stated, "And I think it's a terrible injustice to the government and the military when you suggest that they were somehow responsible for terrorism and assassination. No commissar could be more loyal in defending state terror." The first major massacre, at Rio Sumpul, was suppressed for over a year, though it was reported at once in the church and international press. A congressional report to which we return directly received the same treatment as did much other evidence that was readily available but not considered appropriate for the general population. 34 This is quite typical. It is always more rewarding to gaze with horror at the crimes of official enemies. The claim that the government has been unable to end such abuses by right-wing death squads continues to be widely echoed in the press. Thus we read in the New York Times, without comment, that the death squads have been linked by United States officials to the extreme right-wing Republican Nationalist Alliance, which has sought to block social changes proposed by President José Napoleón Duarte's moderate Christian Democratic Party. The report from San Salvador continues, Archbishop Romero's killing is widely believed here to have been planned by right-wing death squads. 35. This Times report illustrates the typical device of insinuating official propaganda in the news columns by selective choice of sources and vague unattributed references. In fact, what is widely believed in San Salvador and is well supported by credible evidence, as we shall see, is that the government was directly implicated in the Archbishop's killing and sought to prevent any inquiry into it. And U.S. officials, as we noted earlier, concede privately that the atrocities are carried out by the security forces of the government that Duarte seeks to legitimate. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence reports that death squad activities have originated in the Salvadoran security services, including the National Police, National Guard, and Treasury Police, and that numerous Salvadoran officials in the military and security forces as well as other official organizations have been involved in encouraging or conducting death squad activities or other violent human rights abuses, including officials in the civilian government, representatives of the private sector organizations, and various individuals associated with the traditional oligarchy of that country. Salvadoran interim President Alvaro Magana, the U.S. candidate, stated earlier that all of the death squads are related to the army or paramilitary. 36. The pretense transmitted by the Times is impossible to sustain in the light of available evidence and never was even remotely tenable. The vice chairman of America's Watch and Helsinki Watch writes. 37. Death squads were never apprehended or prosecuted, they operated with impunity during curfew hours, they passed police checkpoints without challenge. The security forces sometimes blocked streets to permit death squads to operate without interruption. Uniformed forces sometimes conducted joint operations with non-uniformed death squads. Bodies were dumped in heavily patrolled areas. Death squads had access to good intelligence. The volume of death squad killing was adjusted in response to pressure on governmental forces, and so on. Evidence from defectors and other sources simply confirms the obvious, recognized indirectly by U.S. authorities who seek to deny it. An embassy spokesman in San Salvador comments, if you pursue the squads it is going to cut so far back into the fabric of Salvadorian society you may face the destabilization of the society. In other words, we must not interfere with the practices of the elite groups who constitute that part of the society that matters, or we might disturb its stability. The same problem was noted by Arturo Cruz with regard to the Contras, CP 16. It is not easy to employ killers for your work and then expect them to act like gentlemen, particularly when their professional skills are instrumental for the task at hand. Furthermore, it is impossible to deny the crucial Washington connection in forming, training and maintaining this system of highly organized state terror. 38. Occasionally the press does concede that security forces are responsible for atrocities. In a report on repression in Nicaragua, Stephen Kinzer notes that Nicaragua has not reached the level of abuse attained a few years ago in Guatemala and El Salvador, when squads of security men in civilian clothes arrested, tortured, or killed hundreds of dissidents. An accurate report would state that Nicaragua does not begin to approach the level of abuse today not a few years ago in Guatemala or El Salvador. And it was not hundreds arrested, tortured, or killed, but rather tens of thousands of murders committed since 1979 by military manned death squads, as the London Economist accurately observes, with many more tortured and arrested, in El Salvador alone, many thousands or possibly tens of thousands more in Guatemala. 39 In reference to our friends, the occasional recognition of the source of the violence must be given with a reduction by a factor of 100 and the US role omitted, and placed in the past. Things are always improving in our domains. The practice is standard. Barbara Crossett writes in the Times that after a military coup which is believed, namely, by approved unnamed sources, to have involved the Communist Party, Indonesian General Suharto and others loyal to him killed thousands of communist suspects. In fact, the number of people killed, mostly landless peasants, was in the neighborhood of 500,000 by conservative estimate, again, diminution by a factor of 100, with the US support omitted. 40 In contrast, in early 1977, when the Khmer Rouge had killed perhaps tens of thousands of people, after having been turned into totalitarian fanatics by American ruthlessness, as Philip Windsor comments, referring to the horrendous bombings of the early 1970s that killed unrecorded tens or hundreds of thousands, the press was satisfied with no less than 2 million murdered, ignoring the far lower estimates by US intelligence, later supported by Western scholarship. Jean Lacouture, who invented the 2 million figure, observed a few weeks later that the actual numbers might be in the thousands, not millions, but held that this did not matter, a statement that won great admiration here. His earlier 2 million figure, fabricated as he conceded, remained the official one in the media here and abroad. 41. In short, atrocities committed by US clients are to be reduced by a factor of 100 with the crucial US role eliminated, if they are mentioned at all, while the rather comparable atrocities of official enemies are to be multiplied by a similar factor, with an enormous chorus of righteous indignation and with the background US role generally ignored. Returning to El Salvador in the Carter years, the obvious place to learn about what was happening in the interior was the Honduran border, where 25,000 peasants fled the rampaging army that was destroying and burning down their villages in 1980, many more since. But this is not Cambodia under Pol Pot, where a trip to the Thai-Cambodian border could unearth stories that had ideological serviceability, so well-behaved journalists have given the refugee camps a wide berth. These camps were, however, visited by a congressional delegation in January 1981. The delegation concluded that the Salvadoran method of drying up the ocean involves, according to those who have fled from its violence, a combination of murder, torture, rape, the burning of crops in order to create starvation conditions, and a program of general terrorism and harassment. Refugees described mutilation, decapitation, children around the age of 8 being raped, and then they would take their bayonets and make mincemeat of them. The army would cut people up and put soap and coffee in their stomachs as a mocking. They would slit the stomach of a pregnant woman and take the child out, as if they were taking eggs out of an iguana. That is what I saw. 42 This report was suppressed by the media, along with the facts generally, see note 34. But in the foreign press one could read refugee accounts of bombing, napalm attacks, destruction of villages, massacres, rape, torture by military forces, stories of an existence of almost incomprehensible brutality. 43. 3.2 Reagan takes command. As Reagan took over in 1981, the massacres increased both in sadism and scale, with 12,501 cases documented by the Church Legal Aid Service for 1981 along with unknown numbers of others, again, attributed primarily to the various military and police forces. Meanwhile, torture reached extraordinary dimensions. Human rights groups who investigated the matter observed, of the many thousands of bodies which have appeared after detentions and abductions of security personnel, a very high proportion show signs of torture including dismemberment, beating, acid burns, flaying, scalping, castration, strangulation, sexual violation, and evisceration. Churches and human rights offices were attacked. The judge investigating the murder of Archbishop Romero was driven from the country by death threats and assassination attempts after the government had ensured that no investigation could proceed. Relatives of another judge were murdered, their heads severed and laid at his home. To prevent inquiry into state terror, patients were machine-gunned in hospitals. Peasants, teachers, health workers, union leaders, students, and others were brutally tortured and murdered with increasing ferocity. Meanwhile, President Duarte and U.S. officials attempted to cover up the atrocities and denied the complicity of the military forces and police, whom they knew to be responsible. 44. A medical mission of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences and other professional and human rights groups investigated reports of barbarous treatment of health workers in January 1983. They report that wherever we turned we found the chilling effects of the ever-widening devastation to health and health care that has been caused by the breakdown of education, the slashing of budgets for national health programs, and the repression of human beings by the systematic use of terror in ways that are hideous and frightful. They report killing and kidnapping of patients and doctors in hospitals, sometimes even during surgery, since merely notifying the church and independent human rights groups of a relative's disappearance can jeopardize the whole family. Statistics on disappearances are minimal. They were shown dirty, haggard political prisoners in foul, pitch-black steel-barred cells furnished with only a concrete bench and a hole in the floor for a latrine, but were forbidden to speak with them. They report that in July 1982, the Red Cross threatened to leave El Salvador because of human rights abuses by the armed forces, particularly, their practice of not taking prisoners. The Salvadoran Ministry of Health had suffered a 50% reduction in its budget during each of the past 2 years, while capital flight from El Salvador was almost 2/3 as high as U.S. aid, so that in effect U.S. aid is a personal subsidy to Salvadoran high society. They describe horrifying conditions in hospitals as well as the breakdown of the educational system as facilities were destroyed. Many teachers and university faculty were killed or imprisoned or disappeared, or fled abroad from the terror. Another medical mission at the same time reported similar conclusions, adding grim statistics and observations about people living in subhuman conditions in a country where social organization is considered subversive by the government of El Salvador. They express their surprise to find so little evidence of international concern for their plight. 45. A September 1985 report of a delegation of U.S. health professionals, physicians, nurses, public health professors and others painted a grim picture of a war-ravaged country where countryside bombing drives children to autism, where hospitals are so ill-equipped that wounds are sutured with fishing line and where doctors are captured and tortured for treating persons suspected of anti-government activity. The delegation expresses special concern about violations of medical neutrality, the capture and harassment of health professionals working in the countryside, particularly near combat areas. Medical professionals who work in rural clinics and refugee camps appear to be the target of a concerted and conscious repression by government security forces, the report asserts. It estimates more than 3,000 civilians killed by government military actions in 1984, while 66 were killed by the guerrillas. 46. As noted earlier, the U.S. government is resolute in returning refugees from this chamber of horrors to the hands of their torturers, in striking comparison to the treatment of refugees whose suffering real, but not remotely comparable, can be used to score ideological points. The logic is Jeane Kirkpatrick's: the refugees from El Salvador and Guatemala are not refugees, because these relatively benign societies, advancing towards democracy, create no refugees. These non-refugees have, however, described what they will face if forced back to their shattered homelands, to the tiny audiences they can reach, mainly church groups. One typical case is that of a 20-year-old Salvadoran woman whose appeal for asylum is being handled by the ACLU Asylum Project. In 1984, a death squad came to extort money from her uncle, who was the chairman of a peasant cooperative. She watched as the soldiers peeled her uncle's skin off with machetes before they murdered him along with her female cousin. She and 2 other cousins were then beaten and raped, and she was warned by the government death squad that her entire family would be killed if she recounted the story. On her first day in the US, she was picked up by the Immigration Service. She was denied political asylum and ordered deported because, in the judge's words, "You can pick up the newspaper every day and read about this same thing happening in any urban area of the U.S." Just as this was reported in these times, George Will devoted his nationally syndicated column to the case of a 12-year-old boy whose Russian parents wished to take him with them when they returned to the USSR, though he chose to remain here. Will scornfully denounced the ludicrous governmental brooding about whether, were he returned, he would face persecution. Such hesitations, which were quickly overcome, are ludicrous in so obvious a case of protection of a person from persecution. Will also berated the ACLU for concerning itself with this case, in which the ACLU's position, upheld by the courts, was that the parents should have been granted their legal right to a custody hearing, which the government denied them. This brooding over legal rights is also ludicrous, a sign of the ACLU's swerve to the left. The fears of the Salvadoran woman elicited no such concern, nor, in fact, may they be expressed to a large audience. 47. The Salvadoran military were trained and advised by Americans, while the security forces were instructed in torture methods by imported Argentine neo-Nazis. Elite battalions fresh from their US training have regularly been responsible for the worst atrocities. John Loftus, who investigated Nazi war criminals for the U.S. Justice Department, writes that in the year 2025, when the Central American Death Squad documents are released in the National Archives to take their place alongside the records of Nazi genocide, I am going to take my grandchildren for a visit, so that they will learn that those who do not know the mistakes of history, namely, ignoring hideous atrocities while they are in progress, are condemned to repeat them. Loftus also states that he knows from his investigations of Nazi war criminals brought to the U.S. after the war that there are connections between them and U.S. operations in Central America, a matter to which we return. 48. Comparisons to some of the most extraordinary murderers of the modern age do occasionally appear in the press, in this context. Thus, at the height of Reagan's terror war in Central America, the respected liberal commentator William Shannon described the terrorism in Latin America as showing a contempt for human life worthy of Joseph Stalin and his murderous policemen, referring, of course, to the guerrillas, not to the state terrorists organized and supported by the United States. 49 Again, no commissar could be more loyal in defending state terror. We might recall the debates of the past few years over whether it would have been appropriate to use military force to intervene to stop the terrible massacres under the Pol Pot regime. It is not easy to take any of them very seriously. In the case of El Salvador, East Timor, where the atrocities were comparable to Pol Pot, thanks to crucial U.S. assistance, and other places, no military intervention would have been, or would now be, required to terminate terrible massacres. It would only have been necessary to call off the hounds. The implications seem obvious. With the crushing of the urban organizations, the increasing technical proficiency of the military, and the direct participation of U.S. military forces in reconnaissance and coordination, the war shifted to the countryside, with no diminution of atrocities but less visibility. The Central America correspondent of the conservative London Spectator writes that death squad killings are down to a handful every week, but if the bright mood in the capital suggests that El Salvador is returning to the fold of civilized nations, it is a consummate deception. It is just that the war has moved from assassinations in the cities to indiscriminate bombing in the countryside, which is happening every day while Duarte's strict rules about aerial bombardment are simply scoffed at by the military command. The practice of draining the sea by heavy and repeated bombing and murderous ground sweeps is not new, but it has got worse since the elected government of President Duarte took power. Mary Jo McConaughey, one of the few U.S. reporters to have spent some time in zones under attack, reports that the peasant population in those zones was reduced by a third to a half during 1984 by air attacks, operations by US-trained elite battalions, and burning of fields to cause starvation and flight of the population, though she found no signs of combat. A religious worker says that this is a war of attrition, and food, or an attempt at starvation, has become a weapon too, an old U.S. specialty, dating back to the Indian Wars and employed effectively in Vietnam. The Army commander blocked food deliveries by the Red Cross and the Catholic relief agency Caritas. Farmers cannot go to fields because of bombing. Peasants report that the planes, now directed by high-technology U.S. reconnaissance, go after anything that moves 50. Visiting a refugee camp in Honduras, Elizabeth Hanley reports the testimony of a Salvadoran peasant woman who describes a 1983 massacre, when the National Guard came to her village in US-supplied helicopters, killing her 3 children among others, chopping the children to pieces and throwing them to the village pigs. The soldiers laughed all the while, she said. Like her, other women still had tears to cry as they told stories of sons, brothers, and husbands gathered into a circle and set on fire after their legs had been broken, or of trees heavy with women hanging from their wrists, all with breasts cut off and facial skin peeled back, all slowly bleeding to death. They described how they had worked, generations of them, all day, every day on someone else's land, their children starving or parasite-ridden. Peaceful visits to the landowners to beg for food had brought the National Guard. We asked for food, they gave us bullets. More annoyance in Christian Science Monitor terminology, courtesy of the American taxpayer, who must be protected from awareness of these facts. 51. The record of horrors has been compiled in regular publications of America's Watch, only very partially of course, since the scale is so enormous and generally ignored by the press, which is not interested in U.S. atrocities. Reviewing the press record, Alexander Coburn aptly comments, "All you need is a complicit or cowed press and a mendacious State Department, and the American people need scarcely know that repeats of My Lie and Operation Speedy Express are taking place not far south of Miami and are sponsored by their government." 52. As in Argentina under the generals, a committee of mothers of disappeared prisoners, formed at the initiative of assassinated Archbishop Romero, keeps a weekly vigil outside the cathedral in San Salvador, carrying pictures of missing relatives. 2 of the mothers were given the annual Human Rights Awards of the Robert Kennedy Foundation, but were denied visas on grounds that they had taken part in unspecified acts of violence. Roberto Dogwison, one of the worst killers, was granted a visa a month later. The distinction reflects accurately the moral climate in Washington. A delegation of U.S. labor leaders reports that the deputy chief of mission of the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador told them that one of the women deserves to be killed by security forces because her sons are fighting with the guerrillas. 53. The 2 award recipients were, however, admitted to England, where the population apparently does not require protection from unpleasant truths. There, they described how their family members were murdered, tortured, or disappeared. One of the women had been raped, tortured and sprayed with bullets when she inquired about the whereabouts of her brothers and daughter. Her right breast was cut off and she has artificial tubes for internal organs. These, apparently, were the acts of violence in which the mothers took part, making them ineligible for entry to the land of the free. The Kennedy Award was accepted in their name by a Salvadoran woman who came here from her exile in Mexico. She had witnessed the beating of her husband and rape of her 2 youngest children and is undergoing her 3rd operation to repair injuries incurred when Salvadoran agents attacked her in 1981 with bayonets, Amnesty International reports. She too was raped and tortured. Her 14-year-old son had been tortured by the National Guard several years earlier and 2 of her brothers disappeared, one since found murdered. 54. The refusal to grant the visas was noted here, but their testimony went largely unreported, to my knowledge. 55. When President Duarte's daughter was kidnapped a year later, The Times reported, by abducting her the guerrillas broke what prominent families regarded as an unspoken but traditional rule of chivalry, which had spared the wives and daughters of the middle and upper classes. 56. The latter statement is false. Women of these classes are tortured and murdered with impunity by the U.S. client regime. But in the light of the regular sadistic treatment of women by these terrorist forces, The reference to the traditional rule of chivalry, now broken, can only inspire amazement about the nature of our friends, and wonder about the moral and intellectual values of a country where these words can appear. Meanwhile, peasants continue to be beaten to death and mutilated, women and children are being killed in indiscriminate army attacks, and police torture remains a routine practice. In November 1983, in a leaked cable that the Reagan administration attempted to conceal, the International Committee of the Red Cross cabled that it has seen a continuing deterioration in the treatment of detainees since April. Perhaps as many as 90% of detainees are being tortured during interrogation. Torture is being employed in some of the formerly more humane centers, such as those run by the National Police. As torture increased, Reagan offered his ritual presidential certification, July 1983, describing the progress of the government in ending torture and other human rights abuses, accepted by a supine Congress and public opinion fairly generally. 2 years later, the Salvadoran Commission of Human Rights stated that torture in El Salvador has become customary as a method of work, considered natural and necessary by those who practice it. 57. An America's Watch report, based on interviews in January 1985, records the testimony of refugees who fled well after President Duarte's theoretical strict rules about aerial bombardment were announced in September 1984 in response to protests by human rights groups. They fled, they say, because people can't stand so much bombing. The task of these people is to destroy, one said. The soldiers set the mountains on fire to drive people out of the hills, where they destroy villages and fields. They kill anyone they find, the refugees report. Not even chickens or pigs escape as the scorched earth policies devastate crops and livestock and habitations, along with trapped civilians. Colonel Sigifredo Ochoa, who has many massacres to his credit and is much admired here for his prowess, told a reporter in January 1985 that he had established 12 free fire zones in Quetzaltenango, where airstrikes and artillery bombardments now are being carried out indiscriminately. Without a civilian base of support, the guerrillas are nothing but outlaws, he explained. Ochoa refused to permit the International Red Cross to provide humanitarian services and banned medical services throughout the province, also blocking entry of food provided by the Catholic relief agency Caritas. His troops usually do not engage in combat with rebels, Chris Norton reports, but Roman Catholic Church sources say he dislodged some 1,400 civilian rebel supporters, who fled to Honduran refugee camps between September and November 1984. These civilians say he turned mortar fire on them. Ochoa says there are no civilians in these areas, adding that we are anti-communist, democratic, or at least aspire to that, and we believe in the market system. We represent the Judeo-Christian Western civilization. We defend a system, we need a leader, someone to lead us. It's this way in Latin America. We want a strong man. Someone to lead us, to guide us. He runs his area like his private country, according to an observer with a human rights group who echoes views fairly widely held here, while receiving much praise from his U.S. advisors for his successes. In the Guazapa area, where Dr. Clements had worked, regular air attacks against civilian targets continued after Duarte's rules of engagement were announced. The scattered remnants of the population attempt to hide from ground sweeps following the shelling and bombardment by helicopters and jet bombers, watching their children die of starvation and thirst. In Cabanas, 2 months after Duarte's pronouncement, one man reported that about 15 people got killed, children, pregnant women, adults, etc., by A-37 planes and helicopters. Earlier, soldiers had swept through, raping, cutting the throats of victims, killing children with knives. If they find somebody, they kill, they even kill the poor dogs and other animals, another refugee testified, reporting night bombing, an effective terror technique, now possible thanks to U.S. Air Force technology and aerial support, and ambushing of people fleeing in October 1984. The soldiers also destroyed crops and houses, even pans one uses to cook in order to leave one without anything. Fleeing women and children were killed by bullets and grenades, or sliced to pieces and decapitated with machetes. The attacks became particularly vicious after the peace negotiations between Duarte and the guerrillas. Duarte's noble and courageous peace initiative, as the press described it, referring to Duarte's acceptance of long-standing guerrilla proposals, which he then refused to pursue further. 58. America's Watch reports that the testimonies they reproduce were not selected because the events they describe were more or less horrifying than those described in other testimony, presented in extensive detail in the monthly reports of the Church Human Rights Office tutela legal but ignored by the media. Rather, they are representative of what is endured constantly by Salvadoran civilians in conflict zones and guerrilla-controlled zones. The America's Watch report correctly warns that refugee testimony must be critically evaluated. In fact, on the rare occasions when U.S. journalists investigate massacre reports, they are cautious and scrupulous in presenting and evaluating testimony. For example, in the September investigation by James Lemoyne of the July 1984 massacre at Los Llanitos 59 carried out by the US-trained elite at Les Satel Battalion, who killed 68 people according to the on-the-spot investigation of tutela legal a few days after the massacre, most of them women, old people, and children. The bodies were then burned with gasoline brought in by helicopter. Lemoyne writes that the villagers' account has not been confirmed, and it may be colored by their sympathies for the guerrillas. What would count as confirmation he does not say, and it is, of course, the norm for reports of atrocities to come from the victims, who are not likely to be sympathetic to the murderers of their families and friends. But to raise doubts on this score is permissible only in the case of atrocities conducted by U.S. client states, atrocities that are generally ignored or described with much skepticism and with the U.S. role pointedly omitted, as in this case. The need for care is regularly emphasized by analysts concerned with facts, and regularly disregarded, often with reckless abandon, when there are ideological points to be scored. In the case of El Salvador, the record compiled by human rights groups and journalists, many of them foreign or reporting out of the mainstream, is so extensive, detailed and consistent that, exercising all the care that is deemed appropriate in the case of our own state or its clients, no rational person can doubt that we are implicated in terrible crimes. No one who surveys the record can reasonably doubt the conclusion of Ariane Nair of America's Watch and Helsinki Watch 60. Gross abuses of human rights are not incidental to the way the armed forces of El Salvador conduct their war against the guerrillas. In our view, the principal reason that those abuses continue at such a high rate at a point when one would guess the armed forces should have run out of politically suspect persons to murder is that the murders instill terror. Terror is the means whereby the armed forces maintain their authority. As for the still more massive atrocities of the ground and air war in the countryside, there is little reason for the armed forces or President Duarte, who presides over the worst massacre in the history of his country, to be overly concerned. The paymasters will be pleased, whatever the cost, if the results are satisfactory, and most of the U.S. population knows little more than the citizens of Moscow do about Afghanistan. It is by the goodness of God, Mark Twain once observed, that in our country we have those three unspeakably precious things: freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and the prudence never to practice either of them. 61. Terrorist violence is rarely purposeless. When its goals have been attained, it may well subside. Thus urban assassinations declined in El Salvador after the successful use of terror to subdue the urban population, a fact exploited here to justify further support for the torturers and assassins, who are seen to be mending their ways. Similarly, we can expect with some confidence that sooner or later the terror in the countryside will abate, once the resisting population is decimated or has fled, or has been forcibly removed to areas where they can be controlled. Under Ochoa's rule, there will be many fewer atrocities. As a point of logic, atrocities require victims. And those that occur will be ever more difficult to document. If Charles Clements were to return to Guazapa, he would not report horrors and atrocities of the kind he witnessed a few years ago, because the continuing bombardment around Guazapa has driven almost all of the few hundred civilians remaining to flee to camps or hiding elsewhere, Refugees and relief workers say, that is, those who have not been murdered or removed by the army. Relief workers near Guazapa say they observed planes bombing the mountainside at least once a week since January 1985, though they rarely saw air fire while troops are fighting on the ground, the only circumstance in which it is permitted according to the highly touted Duarte rules of engagement. Since the civilians have been killed or removed, the press can inform us that things are looking up. American and Salvadoran human rights groups in El Salvador have not reported any incidents this year 1985 in which Air Force fire caused large numbers of civilian casualties. 62. This last conclusion is plainly true, again as a point of logic, with regard to the main human rights monitor in the hemisphere, America's Watch, since its most recent report was based on testimony taken in January 1985. It is highly misleading at best with regard to other human rights groups. 2 weeks before the conclusion just quoted appeared, the Council on Hemispheric Affairs, COHA, Washington, reported that according to its sources in El Salvador, the most accurate figure is that close to 3,000 civilians have died in rural areas in the first half of 1985 as a result of the air war. As for the major human rights group in El Salvador, the church-based Tutela Legal, COHA reports that unremitting public and private pressure on Tutela Legal by the Salvadoran government and the U.S. Embassy, which has been documented by America's Watch, has caused it to adopt a lower profile and much stricter evidential standards which are difficult to meet under such restricted and dangerous circumstances, and the figures that it reports are but a fraction of the total death count, as Tutela personnel will freely admit. 63. Since the press regularly avoids the topic and virtually never reports the findings of church or other human rights groups in El Salvador, further check is difficult. But sooner or later, such conclusions about declining body counts are bound to be correct, just as Soviet atrocities abetted in Hungary after 1956, sure proof of the benign intent of the forces that had intervened to defend Hungary from fascists instigated by the U.S. It is notable that in El Salvador as in Nicaragua, the level of atrocities, which rival the most gruesome of recent years, increased dramatically as U.S. involvement grew. Few seem capable of drawing the obvious conclusions, though they would be plain enough in the case of an official enemy. Events in Nicaragua and El Salvador since 1980, as reviewed in sections 2 and 3, illustrate the second of the major consequences that characteristically ensue in U.S. domains when efforts are made to mitigate the miseries of traditional life. We return in Chapter 3 to the remarkable reaction on the part of the media and educated classes fairly generally to what has been taking place in these countries. 4. Challenge and response, Guatemala. The conditions of traditional life came under threat in Guatemala at about the same time as they did in El Salvador, and for the same reasons. Large segments of the peasant population, Indians primarily, began to lend support to guerrillas after the government moved to crush their nonviolent efforts to overcome the conditions of semi-slavery and misery to which the U.S. has made notable and persisting contributions. The dynamics were the familiar ones. Local self-help organizations, many established by the church, had developed during the 1970s and functioned effectively with wide participation by the rural population, achieving impressive results and calling forth the usual response: murder of priests and community leaders, and generalized massacre and repression. 64. The response has been examined in gory detail by human rights groups. In October 1982, Amnesty International reported that in widespread massacres, the government had destroyed entire villages, tortured and mutilated local people and carried out mass executions. To cite one example, in one village troops forced all the inhabitants into the courthouse, raped the women and beheaded the men, and then battered the children to death against rocks in a nearby river. 65. A Survival International delegation took depositions from refugees in Mexico, who report massacres in which pregnant women and children have been killed, women have been raped, and people have been tortured and burned alive, with the destruction of whole towns and villages, burning of crops and destruction of livestock. 66. The stories are the familiar ones from the domains of U.S. influence and control. Thus, a mother of 2 children fled her village as it was burned down with many killed by the army. In July 1982, soldiers flew into the area by helicopter. First they went to a nearby town, and killed 5 people, burned the town, and threw people, including women and children, into the flames. Children's throats were cut, and women were hit by machetes. A man watched as the soldiers killed 15 people, including women, with machetes. They set fire to the houses, and sometimes opened the doors of huts and threw hand grenades inside. In all, 50 people in his village were killed. Soldiers also killed 49 people in the nearby town of, which they burned as well. From a kilometer away, he saw women from the village who were hung by their feet without clothes and left. Others describe how villagers were hacked to death by machetes, beaten to death, raped and tortured by soldiers, their towns burned to the ground. The perpetrators of such widespread massacres were easily recognized as Guatemalan army forces by their uniforms and their Israeli Galil rifles, standard issue for state terrorists in Latin America. Survivors of the massacre at Finca San Francisco in July 1982 describe how 300 people were killed, the women raped and shot or burned to ashes in houses put to the torch, the old people hacked to pieces with machetes, the children disemboweled 67. Finally they brought out the last child. He was a little one, maybe 2 or 3 years old. They stabbed him and cut out his stomach. The little child was screaming, but because he wasn't dead yet, the soldier grabbed a thick, hard stick and bashed his head. They held his feet together and smashed him against a tree trunk. I saw how they flung him hard and hurt his head. It split open, and they threw him inside the house. The 1982 strategy of the Rios Montt regime, defended by President Reagan and his human rights specialist Elliot Abrams, as we shall see, was described at the time by a respected journal 68. The army strategy is to clear the population out of the guerrilla support areas. Troops and militias move into the villages, shoot, burn or behead the inhabitants they catch, the survivors are machine-gunned from helicopters as they flee. 2 years later, a British parliamentary investigation concluded that if anything, the situation has worsened since 1983 in a continuing slaughter that the Conservative Bishops' Conference describes as genocide. The grim statistics summarizing Guatemala's political reality: 100,000 killed since 1960, 100 political assassinations a month in 1984, 10 disappearances a week, 100,000 orphans, 500,000 displaced barely reach the North American, let alone the European newspapers. Government claims that the guerrillas are responsible and that the disappeared have gone to Cuba or the USSR, a brazen lie. The evidence points inexorably to the state security apparatus as being responsible for these crimes. Presenting testimony of gruesome torture and murder, the report cites estimates that in the most recent series of state massacres, some 25,000 had been slaughtered, mostly Indians, in 3 departments where a census was taken. The Roman Catholic Church administrator in the town of Quiche estimates that in recent years about 20,000 Indians have been killed in Quiche province alone. The Wall Saint Journal reports, quoting another churchman who says, "The roads began to stink, there were so many dead bodies." Estimates are uncertain, because the atrocities in the rural areas generally go unreported, as in El Salvador. The remnants of the terrorized population are removed to model villages, the British report continues, where the system, implanted by means of terror, is designed also to sow terror. Conditions there, including the forced civilian patrols into which virtually the entire male population is press-ganged, can be compared to slavery. Apart from the slaughter, eviction of peasants to make way for agro-export crops is bound to increase the already dramatic levels of severe malnutrition. The planned elections seem more designed for the consumption of U.S. Congress and world opinion than for the Guatemalan people. 69. The model villages are inspired by the strategic hamlet program applied by the United States in the early stages of its direct attack against South Vietnam, when an attempt was made to drive several million people into areas where they could be protected from the guerrillas who, the aggressors conceded, they were willingly supporting. The basic concept was expressed in a USAID report of 1963:70. The ultimate target is the human mind. It may be changed, it may be rendered impotent for expression, or it may be extinguished, but it still remains the critical target. This was during the hearts and minds period of the U.S. war against the rural population in South Vietnam, later to be modified in favor of mass murder, as more efficient, given the resources of the U.S. military forces. The Guatemalan army with its Israeli advisors is regarded as better suited to the task than the U.S. client forces in South Vietnam, hence capable of applying these ideas more effectively. As the London Economist noted in 1983, with the help of Israeli advisors, Guatemala has succeeded where a similar campaign in neighboring El Salvador, pushed by American advisors, has failed, though the price of success has been very high, including sadistic butchery and 1 million homeless Indians. The journal suggests that El Salvador could copy the techniques used in Guatemala with profit. A few months earlier, the same journal had thoughtfully observed that what liberal Americans can reasonably expect is that a condition of military help to Guatemala should be an easing of the political persecution of the center, which played into the hands of the extreme left in the first place. The others evidently deserve their fate. 71. The same strategic Hamlet's model is to be applied in El Salvador as well. Col. Ochoa announced the formation of auto defense units that will involve the whole community, including women, in the defense of the community, noting that plans similar to his have worked in neighboring Guatemala. No one will be paid for their services, he said, though when the communities are organized, they will receive government services and jobs. Funding is to come from USAID and the Inter-American Bank. Like his Guatemalan counterparts, Ochoa cites the Israeli kibbutzim as an example. Elsewhere, he has credited his training in Israel for his achievements. The whole account is straight out of Orwell, but as in Guatemala, the results will not be amusing for the enslaved population. 72. 5. The Reagan administration and human rights. Throughout, the administration has produced a steady stream of apologetics for the murderers and torturers, while conceding that in the past there had been abuses that have now been overcome. Rios Montt, who took over the slaughter in March 1982, was totally committed to democracy, a man of great personal integrity who wants to improve the quality of life for all Guatemalans and had received a bum rap, so President Reagan commented in December 1982, at a time when human rights groups and the international press estimated that some 3,000 to 8,000 had been killed, with 200,000 driven from their homes by the government of this saintly figure, who, speaking on Guatemalan TV, had declared a state of siege so that we could kill legally. A few months earlier, after 4 months of mounting atrocities under Rios Montt, Stephen Bosworth of the State Department had informed Congress that the record of the past 4 months, while not perfect, demonstrates that the new government has a commitment to positive change and new opportunity in Guatemala. I cannot emphasize strongly enough the favorable contrast between the current human rights situation in Guatemala and the situation last December under the Lucas Garcia regime. He added falsely that under the previous government, we did not provide military assistance because of the human rights record, but now, given the dramatic improvements, we may proceed. Melvin Levitsky of the State Department Human Rights Office told Congress that under the Lucas Garcia regime, the U.S. could not easily sustain a relationship because it engaged in violence against its own people. During the Lucas Garcia regime, the administration had sung a different tune, lauding this mass murderer for positive developments, as Guatemalan security forces have been taking care to protect innocent bystanders during their counterinsurgency operations. They were actually engaged in wholesale murder and torture of civilians, and lauding also the Army's program of civic action in backward areas. When General Mejia Victors took over from Rios Montt in another coup, it turned out that Rios Montt hadn't been quite such a saint after all. The State Department Human Rights Report conceded that under his rule, there were many allegations of abuses against Guatemala's Indian population, some of which were confirmed, a forthright denunciation, Reagan-Abrams style, of past abuses of the sort briefly reviewed earlier. Now, however, the situation has improved, the administration alleged. Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights Elliot Abrams added that the violence and refugees should be blamed on the guerrillas who are fighting the government. Violence and refugees are the price of stability. As for the refugees in Mexico, their testimony can be discounted, Abrams held, because some may be guerrilla sympathizers. In any event, they are not a representative proportion of the population. Reporting on events in Guatemala without stepping foot into the country is not recommended, Abrams explained, naturally enough, since it is only in the refugee camps that testimony can be taken freely, without fear of the state terrorists. In congressional testimony in May 1984, Abrams stated that General Mejia Victors had continued a large number of the human rights improvements that Rios Montt had begun, thus expressing his admiration for the most savage of the thugs who have ruled Guatemala with U.S. support. State Department human rights reports and government officials claimed constant improvements, even dramatic decline in violence as government atrocities soared, or blamed the guerrillas, when evidence of atrocities could not be denied. In September 1983, as the rate of assassinations doubled and abductions quadrupled, to 100 per month, America's Watch observes, a State Department official said that we see a trend toward improvement in human rights. In March 1985, Edward Fox of the State Department stated that democracy is on track in Guatemala, the overall human rights situation in Guatemala has also improved, and the trends are encouraging, while human rights groups, and now even the press, reported the upsurge in murders and repression in preparation for forthcoming elections. Commenting on this abysmal record, Christopher Hitchens observes, "I'm not suggesting moral equivalence here. The US government has fallen below the standards employed by the cheapest Stalinist hack." 73. After the disappearance and murder of several USAID employees, Abrams conceded that some problems had arisen. It has not gone from white to black, but the situation has clearly deteriorated. 74. The reports sampled above are from the period when the situation was still perfect. In the case of El Salvador, Abrams stated categorically that well-documented massacres, such as the one at Los Llanitos, had never taken place. Referring to this and another massacre by the Atlasatl Battalion at the Guilcinga River, where the toll may have reached several hundred, Abrams stated that neither of them happened. There were no massacres in El Salvador in 1984. Abrams also claimed that the U.S. Embassy, which is in a better position than a newspaper which has a one-man bureau to investigate what is going on in El Salvador, always investigated such reports, and that his memory is that they did so in these cases, finding the reports groundless. The U.S. Embassy denied investigating either massacre. 75. We return in Chapter 3 to the interesting reactions of President Duarte, in these and other cases. It is small wonder that human rights groups have referred to the Reagan administration as an apologist for some of the worst horrors of our time. 76. Human Rights Secretary Abrams has become particularly notorious for his denials of human rights violations or apologetics for them, in Central America and Turkey particularly, and for his attacks, in the familiar style of his Stalinist models, on human rights advocates. In recognition of his achievements in protecting human rights, Abrams was placed in charge of Latin American affairs in the State Department. 77. Reagan's devotion to human rights was clear before his accession to the presidency, which permitted him to put it into practice. In 1978, when the mass murders of the Argentine generals had become an international scandal, he condemned the Carter administration for raising a fuss about such trivialities. In the process of rounding up hundreds of suspected terrorists, the Argentine authorities have no doubt locked up a few innocent people, he wrote. This problem they should correct without delay. The incarceration of a few innocents, however, is no reason they should open the jails and let the terrorists run free. True to his commitments, he and Jeane Kirkpatrick quickly let the murderers know that such concerns were a thing of the past, after the 1980 elections. 78. 6. The contribution of the mercenary states. Since the advent of the Reagan administration, the U.S. has provided direct military assistance to Guatemala, first in roundabout ways, then more directly, helping to facilitate the torture, murder, and general brutality. The US government has not, however, been able to participate in the genocidal activities of its Guatemalan friends as fully as it would have liked, because of congressional human rights restrictions. Nevertheless, contrary to what is commonly alleged, the delivery of arms to the murderers never ceased, and as Pentagon figures show, it was barely below the norm during the Carter years. 79. Still, there were impediments, so prime responsibility for providing the means and the advice and instruction was shifted to various clients, particularly Argentine neo-Nazis, though this ally was lost after the unfortunate return to democracy in Argentina, and Israel, which has lent its services enthusiastically to the cause, a fact commonly suppressed here. 80 The occasional articles and editorials on Guatemalan horrors in the press commonly refer to the travail of the years since 1954. Without recalling the overthrow of Guatemalan democracy in 1954 and the regular U.S. intervention since to maintain the system instituted by the CIA coup, a sordid display of moral cowardice. 81. The U.S. is, of course, implicated in the activities of its clients. The Argentine neo-Nazis regularly served as proxies for the U.S. in Latin America, a fact noted without shame, see, example p. 170, below, and more generally, the U.S. was instrumental in the rise and sustenance of the neo-fascist national security states of South America, as was the USSR in the case of Argentina. 82 But there are also other links, extending from Nazi Germany to Central America via the U.S., to which we return in Chapter 4. In the case of Israel, U.S. responsibility is obvious, given the massive aid Israel receives from the United States, conditioned in part on the services that it is expected to provide in return. The fact is recognized in Israel. Journalist Yoav Karni notes that the Israelis may be seen as American proxies in Honduras and Guatemala. In discussing the Memorandum of Understanding with the U.S. regarding strategic cooperation, the well-informed correspondent Gideon Sammet writes that its most important features have to do not with the Middle East, but with Central America and Africa. Israeli services to the U.S. in the Third World, he adds, were the prime topic of discussion when Israel's representative David Kimchi visited Washington in early summer 1983. The U.S. needs Israel in Africa and Latin America, among other reasons, because of the government's difficulties in obtaining congressional authorization for its ambitious aid programs and naturally, for military actions. Israel aided the U.S. through its contacts with Zaire in Chad, and the U.S. has long been interested in using Israel as a pipeline for military and other aid to Central America. U.S. aid to Israel, diverted to Central America, can thus serve indirectly to bypass congressional restrictions. These are among the secrets relating to US-Israeli contacts with regard to Central America. Furthermore, the administration requires support from congressional liberals for Grenada and other adventures, and the Israeli connection can help materially here, given Israel's influence in Congress. 83 The Washington correspondent of the Jerusalem Post elaborates, referring to criticism of Israel for selling weapons to various Latin American regimes, many of which are not exactly democratic or enlightened. 84. Israeli officials have countered by pointing out that most of the sales have had the blessings of the Reagan administration, which often has been frustrated by Congress in its arms sales to these countries. Israel, therefore, could legitimately argue that it was doing America's dirty work and making a nice profit in the process. The profits are not insignificant. The Israeli press reports that Latin America has become the leading market for Israeli arms exports, estimated at $1.2 billion for 1982, and that the market should grow in the light of the effectiveness of Israeli arms in the Lebanon War. The U.S. is secretly helping Israel to establish military relations with various states, according to U.S. sources, and is encouraging Israel to use American aid to assist U.S. clients, so that they can in effect obtain Israeli arms with U.S. funding. Former Knesset member Michael Kleiner states that the sale of arms to Honduras and to El Salvador, arms which indirectly find their way to the war against Nicaragua, are made in accordance with the explicit request of the United States. 85. Not surprisingly, Israeli arms sales to Latin America rapidly increased when the congressional human rights restrictions took effect. Shortly after Israel agreed to provide military aid to Guatemala, the Guatemalan Army's Staff College Review published a prominent feature article by a Guatemalan officer in praise of Adolf Hitler, National Socialism, and the Final Solution, in which the author, a Guatemalan military officer, quoted extensively from Mein Kampf and traced Hitler's anti-Semitism to his discovery that communism was part of a Jewish conspiracy so that Germany's fight against the Jews was in self-defense. As part of its struggle against Russia, which was dominated by the strength of a Marxist Jewish nucleus. Despite his admiration for Hitler, he added that Nazism is not a political panacea, and urged that Guatemala find its own variant of National Socialism, similar to the fascist Spanish Falange, which is eminently nationalist and Catholic. Neither such sentiments nor the genocidal uses to which the military aid was put cut short the flow of Israeli weapons and advisors. Israeli military assistance was estimated at $90 million by 1982, when the Rios Montt regime took power, offering thanks for the Israeli training which made this possible. 86. Israel's close relations with the Argentine neo-Nazis and others like them in Latin America were also unaffected by their virulent anti-Semitism. To cite one of numerous examples of regular cozy relations, when Israel faced an international arms embargo after the 1967 war, it approached Bolivia with a plan, which was implemented, to divert to Israel Belgian and Swiss arms ostensibly destined for Bolivia, to be transported by a company managed by Klaus Barbie, the Nazi war criminal who was spirited to Latin America by U.S. intelligence when it was no longer possible to benefit from his services in post-war Europe. A report in the Israeli press alleges that Barbie also had frequent dealings with Israel concerning supplies of Israeli arms to Latin American countries and various underground organizations. 87. Any possible moral qualms concerning arms sales to Guatemalan Himmlers and other murderers and torturers may be put aside by the familiar principles expressed by the director of Israeli State Military Industry, TIAZ, Michael Schur. 88. The welfare of our people and the state supersedes all other considerations. If the state has decided in favor of export, my conscience is clear. Some do feel a degree of discomfort. The revered moralist Elie Wiesel, whose thoughts are featured in the media whenever it is deemed appropriate to denounce someone else's crimes, received a letter from a Nobel Prize laureate containing documentation on Israel's contributions to atrocities in Guatemala with a suggestion that he might use his prestige and close Israeli contacts to help mitigate genocidal acts while they are in progress. The matter came up in an interview in the Israeli press. Wiesel sighed, and said that he had not responded. I usually answer at once, but what can I answer to him? To make a public statement would violate his principle, frequently expressed, never to say anything in public critical of Israel. But he did sigh. 89. 7. The planning of state terror. The striking correlation between U.S. assistance and barbarism in Central America has its roots in deliberate planning, both in global terms and in specific application to this region. We will take up these matters later on, merely noting here that the essentials are understood in Washington, however easy it may be to disguise the reality with familiar pieties. A USAID report of 1967, reviewing the U.S. program to train the National Guard and National Police, commented that by virtue of this assistance 90 authorities have been successful in handling any politically motivated demonstrations in recent years, with the potential danger that exists in a densely populated country where the rich are very rich and poor extremely poor. El Salvador is fortunate that the guard and police are well trained and disciplined. Here it is necessary to decode, once again, from Newspeak to English, it is not El Salvador that is fortunate, plainly, but rather those who own and rule the country, those whom we dare not disturb by trying to inhibit their pleasure in torture and mass murder. CP 23. After its successful destruction of Guatemalan democracy in 1954, the U.S. undertook to ensure that no such problems would ever arise again. The U.S. began to train Army officers and security forces, including elements of the police specializing in political repression and the mobile military police, later implicated in many massacres. The goal was to increase efficiency in the operations that are bound to be necessary as the miseries of traditional life and continued repression evoke resistance, and to ensure that domestic order will be maintained even if some pretense of formal democracy is occasionally permitted for the benefit of the U.S. home front. After the CIA coup, Lafebre notes, U.S. advisors took a ragtag force and converted it into an efficient modern army with institutional pride and allegiance and an understanding of its political as well as its military mission, a fit force to rule the country, as the U.S. determined again in 1963, when Kennedy supported a military coup. Similarly in Honduras, the army, not yet a self-conscious, professional institution, could do little to block social and political development in earlier years, but is currently more capable of doing so, now that U.S. training raised the military's self-awareness, and North American equipment made it the decisive political force. As America's Watch observes, what the United States is doing for the Army of El Salvador today, it did for the Army of Guatemala 20 years ago, and there is every reason to expect the long-term consequences to be the same. The major steps in providing the Latin American military and internal security forces with an understanding of their political mission and with the proficiency to realize it were taken under the Kennedy administration, in part through the Alliance for Progress. We return to that topic in chapters 3 and 4. 91. The model for these programs was Nicaragua, where in the late 1920s, the U.S. undertook to create an efficient domestic military force to replace the U.S. Marines who occupied the country for 2 decades. The result was that Nicaragua was clearly a nation occupied by its own army, one of the most totally corrupt military establishments in the world, maintained with enthusiastic U.S. support from the days of FDR to the fall of Somoza. 92 Guatemala's turn came in the 50s, and after early steps under the Alliance for Progress, El Salvador is undergoing the same process today, with Honduras not far behind. Costa Rica has been spared the fate of the other Central American countries, largely because it has no professional army to occupy the country in the interests of the generals, the oligarchs, and their foreign overseer, but the Reagan administration is working hard to overcome this defect while laboring to restore the traditional system in Nicaragua. Lester Langley observes that Costa Ricans, who have suffered no American military penetration and only isolated cases of Washington's political chastisement, are the only truly pro-American people in Central America, elite groups aside. 93 With a little help from their friends in Washington, this should soon change as Costa Rica goes the way of the rest of Central America. The current pro-American mood in Costa Rica derives not only from the lack of U.S. intervention and the sensible rejection, until recently, of substantial US-trained domestic armed forces, but also from the fact that the Costa Rican economy is in a shambles, with one of the highest per capita debts in the world and 3/4 of its exports used to cover debts to foreign, primarily U.S., banks, so that the economy remains viable only because it is rolling in aid from Uncle Sam, receiving the highest per capita aid of any country apart from Israel, a case to itself. This year's aid of $198 million equals the total of U.S. support for Costa Rica in the 18 years before the Nicaraguan Revolution, the Wall Street Journal comments, quoting a leading Costa Rican figure who says that our best industry is the Sandinistas, as the U.S. works to shore up its anti-Nicaraguan alliance. We're recycling money from the U.S. government and paying it out to U.S. banks, the president of the Central Bank of Costa Rica observes. In other words, the U.S. taxpayer is paying U.S. banks via the aid program, permitting Costa Rica to combine bankruptcy with relative prosperity as long as it toes the line. 94. A secret State Department report of May 1984 urges military aid to Costa Rica to prevent any backsliding into neutralism and to push it more explicitly and publicly into the anti-Sandinista camp. The report notes that for public relations, it is important to neutralize the Arte factor, referring to the US-supported Contra attacks from Costa Rica, or this will weaken the rationale for a vigorous U.S. response to Nicaraguan military actions. Our provision of assistance and accompanying public and background statements can help to focus the spotlight on Costa Rica as the victim of Nicaraguan aggression. The Washington Post quoted a Costa Rican close to President Monge as saying that he had tried to handle border incidents by diplomatic means, but was being pushed to create a scandal by the U.S. The State Department report warned of the danger that an effective rationale for urgent U.S. military supplies could be dissipated somewhat if there are no further attacks, and press stories focus on mediation and lessen tensions. Attacks against a small democracy with no standing army put Nicaragua in a bad light. Costa Rica had, in the past, sought to defuse tensions, avoid confrontation, and fall back on the moral protection of its unarmed neutrality. The report continues, a course that still retains its strong attraction for many Costa Ricans. This course must be changed, with the U.S. exploiting incidents arising from Contra attacks to make it appear that Costa Rica is the victim of unprovoked Nicaraguan aggression, whatever the consequences for Costa Rica. 95. 8. The miseries of traditional life, a further note. This review, which barely samples what the U.S. has helped to institute and maintain in Central America, is seriously misleading in one crucial respect. It overlooks the silent suffering of normal life, the violence to the spirit and to the flesh described by the lay minister quoted earlier, p. 10. In Honduras, for example, 1 in 8 infants dies before age 2, and of those who survive to age 5, 3/4 are undernourished. The problem is not that food production is insufficient. In 1980, Oxfam reports, the harvest of bananas was 3 times greater than the harvest of rice, sorghum, and beans combined, while Honduras has become a net importer of all of these staple foods. Coffee, beef, cotton, fruit, and palm oil are major export crops, enriching U.S. agribusiness and the tiny elite of Hondurans who are junior partners with US-based agribusiness companies. Beef production more than doubled since 1960, while per capita consumption of beef declined and exports increased over 500% for hamburgers, hot dogs, and pet foods in the U.S. Forests are being destroyed for cattle ranching, with the assistance of USAID grants funding the expansion of beef production for export. In one typical region, 68% of loans from U.S. government and private sources went to cattle ranchers, 22% to cotton growers, 5% to corn farmers. Peasants are compelled to clear land which they farm for 2 or 3 years, after which they are forced to move on to repeat the process while the land loses its fertility and becomes a weeded, dusty wasteland from overgrazing. While Central America was expanding beef production rapidly under the Alliance for Progress, beef consumption dropped 41% in Costa Rica, 38% in El Salvador, and 13% in Guatemala and Nicaragua from 1960 to the mid-70s. 96. When the land is finally denuded and devastated, we may tolerate the victory of some future guerrilla movement, then denouncing its failure to carry out real economic development, another proof of the evils of communism. The process extends back many years in Central America, to the Spanish conquest in fact, when grazing by cattle introduced by the conquerors, unrestricted under Spanish law, was a factor in the elimination of close to 20 million people in about 50 years, a notable chapter in the history of genocide. 97 The major factors that caused Honduras to lose the ability to feed its own people, the Oxfam report continues, include the economic power of U.S. corporations, the interests of a small Honduran elite, and the policies of U.S. and international banks and aid agencies, which have driven these developments throughout Central America. Just in the past few years, U.S. corporations, which have virtually owned Honduras since 1900, bribed Honduran officials to avoid paying taxes and hired Honduran army officers to bring troops to arrest members of a peasant cooperative who sought to evade their market control, while U.S. government policies are designed to guarantee their increasing profits. All of this is quite apart from the regular subversion and military intervention over the years if the society held in thrall to the foreign investor threatens to change in the wrong direction, towards concern for the needs of its own population. In part these developments simply reflect the dynamics of the market, given the distribution of economic power. With the fastest growing and most profitable markets for agricultural commodities located in the advanced capitalist countries, the most dynamic sector of capital accumulation is in export production, so it is here that modernization has taken place. Those who have only their labor to sell can expect to fall by the wayside, or to be removed by force if they are in the way of greater profits. The state, controlled by the US-backed oligarchy, will naturally observe the same priorities. Thus in Guatemala, 87% of all government credit in the decade following the military coup of 1963 went to finance export production, while rice, corn, and beans received 3%. 98 Had democratic elections been permitted in 1963, the story would very likely have been different, but the Kennedy-backed military coup prevented any such outcome. A similar pattern of government credit holds in Brazil and elsewhere. Throughout the Central American dominions of the U.S., the same has been true, particularly under the Alliance for Progress, when U.S. aid to agriculture rapidly increased, not, however, to alleviate hunger but primarily to improve the productivity of Central America's agricultural exporters and at the same time to advance the sales of American companies that manufacture pesticides and fertilizer. Aid accepts as fundamental doctrine the notion that its funds should not be directed toward reducing food prices for domestic consumers, Langley observes, or for improving domestic food consumption. Quite the contrary, as aid disbursements show, its concern is the export market dominated by U.S. agribusiness, expansion of the market for American grain exporters as domestic production of food for the population declines, and improving opportunities for the foreign investor. An executive of a U.S. fertilizer firm observed that there would be scarcely any U.S. investment if it were not for the infrastructure, the education, the training, and the support provided by our aid programs. Very few investors would be in any of the underdeveloped countries were it not for our effort at economic assistance and, as noted, the investment is not for the benefit of the population, in fact is harmful to them, despite the statistics concerning production increase. The Food for Peace Program, PL 480, which the U.S. Department of Agriculture described in 1982 as one of the United States' most successful market development tools, has opened up new markets for U.S. grain producers, allowing them to export more than $20 billion worth of grain under the program. Furthermore, as President Carter's Secretary of Agriculture John Block explained, food is a weapon that we use to tie countries to us. That way they'll be reluctant to upset us. 99. The picture is the same throughout Latin America, where the terrifying reality is that most of the population is hungry, malnourished, and sick while the actual purchasing power of the worker has been declining since the early 1960s despite impressive growth rates and economic miracles under the national security states that the U.S. has helped to impose and sustain. Latin America is a net exporter of foods, including grains, meats, sugar, bananas, coffee, cacao, and soybeans as well as non-food crops such as cotton, because the large landowners, foreign as well as domestic, earn handsome profits from such exports, more than they might earn selling food in the domestic market, as does U.S. agribusiness with its indirect state subsidies. At the same time, only about 10% of the arable land is in use. Latin America is fully capable not only of feeding its own population well but of contributing significantly to world food supplies. We are challenged to understand why Incan technology, efficiency, and productivity surpassed Western technology, efficiency, and productivity 100 particularly in the past quarter century. The U.S. has made a material contribution to these consequences with its political, military, and economic policies ranging from subversion to aid. The phenomenon is, in fact, worldwide. The U.S. is the world's largest food importer, primarily from the Third World, including countries where malnutrition is rampant. The U.S. is also the world's largest food exporter, but the food rarely goes to the starving. 2/3 of U.S. agricultural exports go to developed countries, primarily Europe and Japan. In 1982, the Netherlands alone received more of our agricultural products, over $3 billion worth, than the entire continent of Africa, and agricultural exports to Canada were twice as high as to the 17 countries of the world with a food supply of less than 2,000 calories per person, with a population of almost 1 billion people. Furthermore, 55% of U.S. grain exports are for animals, much of it for beef exports to the U.S., and most of the food for Third World governments is not aid. Only 3% was aid in 1982, but rather is sold with low-interest financing, and hence is in effect a taxpayer subsidy to U.S. agribusiness, then for the most part resold at prices that the poor cannot afford. 101. 40,000 children die every day from malnutrition and disease resulting from starvation. We help kill them, with policies designed to have this predictable consequence. Let us now come away from the children dying of malnutrition while crops are exported to the U.S., from the bodies hacked to pieces by machetes and the villages burned to the ground in free fire zones, and consider the background for all of this at home. 2. The fifth freedom. 1. Rhetoric and reality. In April 1944, Time reporter William Cramm described a failed coup attempt he had just witnessed in El Salvador. 1. The people here drank their sedition directly from the slogans of the United Nations. It was possible for the Diario Latino to conduct an anti-Martinez campaign for a whole year merely by featuring phrases of Roosevelt and Churchill on the four freedoms. Perhaps naively, they believed them. They were convinced that by its utterances the United States would not look unkindly on their efforts to unfurl the Atlantic Charter on this bit of Pacific coast. Their leaders botched matters, and the first thing they knew, the embassy doors were slammed in their faces when they sought asylum from their hangman. The Time reports elicited a response from the State Department which, in Cramm's words, explained that asylum might be extended to those threatened by mob violence, but never to anybody pursued by the constituted authorities. In less stuffy language, a dictator fleeing the retribution of his people would find embassy doors ajar, but for Democrats hunted by the dictator's goons they would be bolted. It was an elucidation that could not fail to impress the Salvadoran public. The coup attempt, by military officers with middle-class backing, aimed to depose General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez, who had ruled El Salvador since 1931. One of a group of Central American dictators supported by the United States, Martínez had won notoriety by presiding over the 1932 Matanza massacre, a slaughter of some 10,000 to 30,000 peasants while U.S. and Canadian naval vessels stood offshore and U.S. Marines were alerted in Nicaragua. It was found unnecessary for the United States forces and British forces to land. U.S. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral William V. Pratt testified before Congress, as the Salvadoran government had the situation in hand. Martínez was granted informal recognition at once on grounds of his success in having put down the recent disorders, State Department, with full recognition following in 1934 in defiance of an agreement with the Central American states that military dictators were not to be recognized without free elections. The latter condition was presumably satisfied the next year when Martínez was elected, unopposed, after having eliminated or suppressed any political opposition. Martínez maintained his rule until 1944 with bloody repression and corruption while openly siding with European and Japanese fascism through the 1930s and, in limited ways, introducing some social reforms in the style of his fascist models. Thus a government housing program constructed 3,000 houses from 1932 to 1942 while the population of San Salvador alone increased by 80,000, and 0.25% of the population received land, including squatters, required to pay for the land on which they lived or be expelled, in a land reform program. There was little support for the 1944 coup attempt by labor, the peasantry, or the urban poor, who had been traumatized by the Matanza. 2. All of this was during the peak years of the Good Neighbor policy, which was to replace the earlier rampant U.S. military interventionism. Its exalted rhetoric concealed something rather different. The lessons taught once again by these events have been learned and relearned throughout Central America, and not only there, for many years. U.S. rhetoric is often noble and inspiring, while operative policy in the real world follows its own quite different course, readily discernible in the actual history and rooted in institutional structures that change very slowly, if at all, and often outlined frankly in internal documents. We understand such facts with regard to official enemies. The rhetoric of Soviet propaganda is also elevated and developments in Eastern Europe vary under the influence of local particularities and historical contingencies. but it would be absurd to ignore their systematic pattern and its roots in the institutions and planning of the regional superpower. In fact, we learn a good deal about the USSR by observing the domains of its authority and control. Much the same is true of the United States. The history of Central America and the Caribbean in the shadow of an emerging superpower is particularly enlightening in this regard, as noted earlier. The rhetorical flourishes of political leaders, which resound through the ideological institutions, play their assigned role in concealing the evolving reality from the domestic population of the hegemon power, who would be unlikely to tolerate the truth with equanimity. The rhetoric, however fanciful, may be sincerely believed by the purveyors of propaganda. In public as in personal life, it is easy to come to believe what it is convenient to believe. As John Adams once said, power always thinks it has a great soul and vast views beyond the comprehension of the weak, and that it is doing God service when it is violating all his laws. 3. The Four Freedoms and the Atlantic Charter illustrate very well the true significance and domestic utility of noble ideals. President Roosevelt announced in January 1941 that the Allies were fighting for freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. The terms of the Atlantic Charter, signed by Roosevelt and Churchill the following August, were no less elevated. These lofty sentiments helped to maintain domestic cohesion during the difficult war years, and were taken seriously by oppressed and suffering people elsewhere, who were soon to be disabused of their illusions. It was not the first time, nor the last. Truman Doctrine rhetoric in 1947 about supporting free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures concealed plans for counterinsurgency in Greece, soon implemented, which led to unspeakable carnage and terror. Meanwhile, perennial presidential advisor Clark Clifford happily observed that the doctrine served as the opening gun in a campaign to bring people up to the realization that the war isn't over by any means, setting off a new era of domestic militarism and intervention abroad in the context of Cold War confrontation. 4. The true meaning of Jimmy Carter's soulful devotion to human rights would be learned by hundreds of thousands of victims of torture, starvation, or outright slaughter in El Salvador, Timor, Laos, and elsewhere. John F. Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, launched with great fanfare out of fear that the Cuban model might inspire others to pursue the same course, was again a rhetorical triumph. Its real-world impact for 1960 to 1965 was summarized by the editor of Inter-American Economic Affairs 5. During that period, the distribution of income became even more unsatisfactory as the gap between the rich and poor widened appreciably. During most of the period, a very heavy proportion of the disbursements went to military regimes which had overthrown constitutional governments, and at the end of the period, with almost half of the population under military rule, a significant portion of the aid was going not to assist free men and free governments in alliance rhetoric but rather to hold in power regimes to which the people had lost their freedom. These consequences were the direct and predictable results of fateful decisions of the Kennedy administration, to which we return. Meanwhile, alliance funds in massive amounts went to US-owned firms and to the Central American oligarchs that controlled banks and mercantile businesses, as well as the best tillable land. U.S. investment rose rapidly, and while the first decade did record statistical growth of their economies, its effect was to shift subsistence production to export crops for the benefit of foreign corporations and local oligarchs, while every country of Central America increasingly lost the capacity to feed itself and starvation and misery grew, again, the result of specific decisions with predictable consequences. The substantial growth of military forces trained for internal repression was a natural concomitant of the Alliance for Progress, which helped make such a force necessary as the expansion of the export economy took lands from campesinos and set the class war in motion. 6. Few statesmen were more given to uplifting pronouncements about the rights of the weak and oppressed than Woodrow Wilson, the greatest interventionist of all. 7. Who celebrated his doctrine of self-determination by invading Mexico, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. One supplicant approached Wilson's Paris residence during the Versailles Conference in 1919, hoping to present a petition entreating the victorious Allies to support his country's permanent representation in the French Parliament by elected natives in order to keep it informed of native aspirations. But in vain. The appeal went undelivered. United States Marines, guarding President Wilson in his quarters, chased the would-be petitioner away, like a pest, an important phase in the education of the man later known as Ho Chi Minh. 8. The noble rhetoric remains unsullied in Western discourse, including much scholarship. But many poor and suffering people have a much clearer understanding of the reality it has always masked. In the privileged countries of the West, there have also been a few who refrained from joining the celebrations of the true believers. The revolutionary pacifist A.J. Must once quoted this remark, thinking no doubt of World War II:9. The problem after a war is with the victor. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson? The sentiment was to the point, as post-war events revealed. To the perceptions of the planners. In the chambers of power, a clearer vision is also sometimes expressed. In mid-1941, while school children were memorizing the Four Freedoms and soon after the Atlantic Charter, the War and Peace Studies project of the Council on Foreign Relations, which included top government planners and members of the foreign policy elite with close links to government and corporations, explained privately that formulation of a statement of war aims for propaganda purposes is very different from formulation of one defining the true national interest, recommending further that 10. If war aims are stated, which seem to be concerned solely with Anglo-American imperialism, they will offer little to people in the rest of the world, and will be vulnerable to Nazi counter-promises. Such aims would also strengthen the most reactionary elements in the United States and the British Empire. The interests of other peoples should be stressed, not only those of Europe, but also of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This would have a better propaganda effect. In accordance with this conception, Roosevelt spoke of 4 freedoms, but not of the 5th and most important, the freedom to rob and to exploit. Infringement of the 4 official freedoms in enemy territory always evokes much agonized concern. Not, however, in our own ample domains. Here, as the historical record demonstrates with great clarity, it is only when the 5th and fundamental freedom is threatened that a sudden and short-lived concern for other forms of freedom manifests itself, to be sustained for as long as it is needed to justify the righteous use of force and violence to restore the 5th freedom, the one that really counts. A careful look at history and the internal record of planning reveals a guiding geopolitical conception: preservation of the 5th freedom, by whatever means are feasible. Much of what U.S. governments do in the world can be readily understood in terms of this principle, while if it remains obscured, acts and events will appear incomprehensible, a maze of confusion, random error, and accident. Many other factors also operate fortunately, or there would be no hope of modifying state policies and actions short of social revolution. But this principle is an invariant core, deeply rooted in the basic institutions of American society. Public discussion of the facts would plainly not have a good propaganda effect, so the ideological institutions, the schools, the media, and much of scholarship keep to a familiar refrain, extolling our profound concern for human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. In private, the more intelligent planners reveal that they labor under few illusions and urge that we not be hampered by idealistic slogans of this sort. The central point was lucidly explained in an internal document written in 1948 by George Kennan, head of the State Department planning staff in the early post-World War II period. 11. We have about 50% of the world's wealth, but only 6.3% of its population. In this situation, we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security. To do so, we will have to dispense with all sentimentality and daydreaming, and our attention will have to be concentrated everywhere on our immediate national objectives. We need not deceive ourselves that we can afford today the luxury of altruism and world benefaction, we should cease to talk about vague and for the Far East unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. The day is not far off when we are going to have to deal in straight power concepts. The less we are then hampered by idealistic slogans, the better. This prescription is noteworthy not only for its clarity and forthrightness, but also because of its source, one of the most thoughtful and humane of U.S. planners, who left his position not long after because he was considered not sufficiently tough-minded for this harsh world. Point 12. Note that this is a top-secret document. The idealistic slogans must constantly be trumpeted in public in order to pacify the domestic population, as in the 1984 report of the bipartisan Kissinger Commission, which opens by explaining that the international purposes of the United States in the late 20th century are cooperation, not hegemony or domination, partnership, not confrontation, a decent life for all, not exploitation. 13. The historical and contemporary record reveal just how seriously these fine words are to be taken. There is, to be sure, an exception to Kennan's advice, explained by the Joint Strategic Survey Committee in a top-secret discussion of U.S. assistance to other countries a few months earlier. This report stipulates that assistance should be concentrated on those countries of primary strategic importance to the United States in case of ideological warfare, excepting in those rare instances which present an opportunity for the United States to gain worldwide approbation by an act strikingly humanitarian. 14. In such a case, we may briefly live up to our inspiring ideals. Etzold and Gaddis observe that the ranking of interests in this document to a large extent established priorities for the programs of economic and military assistance implemented in the name of containment during the next 3 years. Kennan's prescriptions refer to the Far East, but the U.S. is a global power, and this general geopolitical conception, amply illustrated over many years, is applicable elsewhere as well, as Kennan among others made clear. Before considering its more general application, we might observe that some questions can be raised about Kennan's formulation of the goals of national policy. One has to do with his concept of the disparity between us and them. Ignored here are certain disparities among us. In fact, planners recognized early on that more egalitarian social arrangements at home might reduce the need to protect the fifth freedom abroad. One participant in the War and Peace Studies project observed that the domains of U.S. control must be sufficient to provide it with the elbow room needed in order to survive without major readjustments. It was understood that changes in the domestic distribution of power, wealth, ownership, and control might reduce the significance of the fifth freedom for the American economy. Point 15. Furthermore, the harsh measures required to maintain the, somewhat abstract, disparity between us and them carry severe costs, both material and moral. Perhaps in the present narrow context the latter should be put aside as irrelevant sentimentality. But it is far from clear that we benefit materially from the national commitment to maintain this position of disparity by force, a commitment that entails global confrontation with the constant threat of nuclear war, an economy driven by military production, loss of jobs to regions where us-supported thugs ensure low wages and miserable living standards, almost 60,000 soldiers killed in an attempt to enforce our will in Indochina, and so on. The idea that we confront them is a staple of the ideological system, one that has as much merit as the tenets of other religious cults. With this cautionary note, I will nevertheless continue to use these misleading formulations, thus adopting with some misgivings one of the conventional devices employed to prevent understanding of the world in which we live. A second question is whether Kennan is correct in suggesting that human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization should be dismissed as irrelevant to American foreign policy, except when points can be scored in ideological warfare. A review of the historical record suggests a different picture, that U.S. policy has not been neutral in these regards, but has sought to destroy human rights, to lower living standards, and to prevent democratization, often with considerable passion and violence. The reasons are not difficult to discern. Commitment to these values is often at odds with the fifth freedom. Preservation of the fifth freedom quite regularly requires measures that tend to harm human rights and living standards, and with meaningful steps towards democracy, governments will tend to be more responsive to domestic needs, thus threatening our control of the human and material resources that must be at our command if we are to maintain the disparity. We therefore quite regularly oppose human rights and raising of the living standards in practice, and we oppose meaningful democracy in much of the world to ensure that the fifth freedom will not be threatened. We return in Chapter 3, Section 8, to a closer look at these specific issues. In Chapter 1, we took note of the means to which we habitually resort when the fifth freedom is challenged. Chapter 3 will be devoted to a more detailed examination of the facts of the matter, which can hardly be comforting to a person of any honesty and integrity. Kennan extended the same thinking to the Western Hemisphere in a briefing for Latin American ambassadors in 1950. He observed that a major concern of American foreign policy must be the protection of our raw materials, in fact, more broadly, the material and human resources that are ours by right. To protect our resources, we must combat a dangerous heresy which, as U.S. intelligence noted, had been spreading through Latin America for many years, the wide acceptance of the idea that the government has direct responsibility for the welfare of the people. 16 What is called communism, whatever the political commitments of its advocates, in U.S. political theology. From whom must we protect our raw materials? For the public. Throughout our history we have been defending ourselves from one or another evil empire, currently, from the USSR. In the real world, the enemy is the indigenous population which may attempt to use domestic resources for their own purposes, thus joining what the President called the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy to thwart our ends. President Kennedy, in this case. 17 Those who undertake this course may not be Soviet allies to begin with. In Latin America, they have commonly been church-based self-help groups, advocates of capitalist democracy such as Juan José Arevalo in Guatemala, popular organizations of the sort defended by the martyred Archbishop Romero in El Salvador, and so on. But they are likely to become Soviet clients, for the simple reason that they will have nowhere else to turn for protection against the violence that we regularly unleash against them. This is a net gain for American policy, since it justifies the attacks we must carry out to destroy the conspiracy to steal our resources. When the fifth freedom is threatened in its domains, the U.S. regularly resorts to subversion, terror or direct aggression to restore it, declaring the target of these actions a Russian client and acting to make this required truth a reality. The Indochina Wars are enlightening in this regard. By the late 1940s, the U.S. had committed itself to support the French effort to reconquer their former colony, having rejected repeated overtures from the Viet Minh, the anti-French resistance whom the State Department recognized in secret to be the representatives of Vietnamese nationalism. A favorable response might have permitted the communist-led national movement to maintain its independence, thus undermining the official rationale for the US-French attack. U.S. intelligence was then assigned the task of demonstrating the required truth, that Vietnamese nationalists were simply agents of the commie-dominated bloc of slave states, in Dean Acheson's elegant phrase. Intelligence sought desperately to find links between Ho Chi Minh and his masters in the Kremlin or Peeping, either would do. It failed. State Department intelligence found evidence of Kremlin-directed conspiracy, in virtually all countries except Vietnam, which appeared to be an anomaly, and found surprisingly little direct cooperation between local Chinese communists and the Viet Minh. The problem, then, was to show how these facts demonstrated the required conclusion, that Ho was an agent of the commie conspiracy. The problem was readily solved. Perhaps a special dispensation for the Vietnam government has been arranged in Moscow, presumably because Ho was such a loyal slave of his masters that they did not even have to provide direct guidance. Later, a national intelligence estimate noted that we are unable to determine whether Peeping or Moscow has ultimate responsibility for Viet Minh policy. It is axiomatic that it must be one or the other. One of the most astonishing revelations in the Pentagon Papers is that in a record of over 2 decades, the analysts were able to discover only one staff paper which treats communist reactions primarily in terms of the separate national interests of Hanoi, Moscow, and Peeping, rather than primarily in terms of an overall communist strategy for which Hanoi is acting as an agent. Even US intelligence, which is paid to get the facts straight, not to rave about the commie-dominated bloc of slave states, was unable to perceive the possibility that the Vietnamese communists might be guided even in part by their own interests and concerns rather than merely acting as agents of their foreign masters. The higher truths of the state religion, which blinded intelligence to the most elementary facts, also pervade the mainstream scholarly literature, where we find as a point of doctrine that Vietnamese communists were enflamed by Stalin after World War II, Walt Rostow, and that U.S. intervention was aimed at forestalling a southward expansion of Chinese communism. John King Fairbank, an analytic error, this distinguished historian and critic of the war believes. In the real world, the Vietnamese communists did not need Stalin to enflame them, French tyranny and then U.S. subversion and aggression sufficed. And it was clear enough, early on, that far from being an agency of Chinese expansionism, Vietnamese nationalism, whether communist or not, would be an obstacle to it. The role of Stalin and Mao in the U.S. doctrinal system was to legitimate the U.S. assault, motivated on quite different grounds, as internal documents make clear. Point 18. When the attempt to subdue South Vietnam failed, the U.S. widened the war to all of Indochina in a manner that predictably led to eventual North Vietnamese dominance after desperately blocking efforts on all sides to neutralize South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. After failing in its larger aims, the U.S. devoted itself to maximizing suffering and repression in the societies that it had destroyed, and helping to drive them more firmly into the hands of the USSR by systematically closing off all other options, insofar as possible. Point 19. Much the same was true as the U.S. sought to overcome the heresy of capitalist democracy in Guatemala, which threatened the interests of U.S. corporations. Guatemala was declared an agency of the global communist conspiracy and serious threats were mounted against it, including even the dispatch of nuclear-armed sack bombers to Nicaragua, meant, it would appear, as a signal of American commitment. 20 When in desperation the Guatemalan government sought military aid from the Soviet bloc, much to the delight of the U.S. government, this fact was used as part of the official justification for restoring a military dictatorship. Shortly before the CIA coup, Guatemalan Foreign Minister Torriello commented accurately that U.S. policy amounts to cataloging as communism every manifestation of nationalism or economic independence, any desire for social progress, any intellectual curiosity, and any interest in progressive or liberal reforms, any Latin American government that exerts itself to bring about a truly national program which affects the interests of the powerful foreign companies, in whose hands the wealth and the basic resources in large part repose in Latin America, will be pointed out as communist. It will be accused of being a threat to continental security and making a breach in continental solidarity, and so will be threatened with foreign intervention. Torriello's words were applauded by his Latin American colleagues, who then proceeded to line up against him in support of John Foster Dulles' resolution opposing the threat of international communism in Guatemala, issued in Caracas, the capital of one of the most notorious dictatorships in the continent, in the hope of receiving U.S. aid. 21. We might note that the dual Latin American reaction to Torriello's words has been duplicated more than once. UN correspondent Louis Wisnitzer, commenting on how United States standing in Latin America has reached an all-time low because of U.S. actions against Nicaragua, observes that one sign of Latin American feelings toward the U.S. was the cool reception Vice President George Bush and Secretary of State George Shultz received when they appeared at the inauguration of the new Brazilian president. They are not personally unpopular in Latin America, he notes, yet at this reception they were booed, while Nicaragua's President Daniel Ortega was applauded, a fact generally unreported here. 2 months earlier, ABC reported that on a visit to Uruguay, Ortega was greeted by wildly enthusiastic crowds, cheering his name as if he was about to be named President of Uruguay, a fact again generally ignored in the media. 22 But few Latin Americans will risk offending the hemisphere's big brother when the chips are down. Returning to Guatemala, the relevant point is that whatever the facts, Guatemala had to be an agency of the commie conspiracy so as to justify the U.S. overthrow of its democratic government, motivated on quite different grounds. This characteristic device of U.S. foreign policy is now being employed in the familiar manner in Nicaragua, where the Reagan administration is attempting to drive the Sandinista regime securely into the hands of the evil empire, just as it is acting to undermine the private sector through embargo, so as to create the totalitarian state that is required to justify U.S. violence, to the distress of business groups and the conservative Nicaraguan church hierarchy that we purport to favor. Point 23. Harvard Business School professor James Austin describes the embargo as a flagrant violation of international agreements, and also an affront to the basic values of our society and a foreign policy blunder that is counterproductive because it drives Nicaragua towards dependence on the Soviet Union. The first point is correct, the second reflects a serious misunderstanding both of the basic values of our society as they are expressed in historical practice, and of the goals of the policy. Austin observes that the boycott violates the GATT agreements on trade as well as treaties between Nicaragua and the U.S., it expresses the position that other countries should adhere to the agreements, laws, and treaties, but the United States need not. True, but quite consistent with our historical practice. He quotes an outraged and bewildered marketing manager who exclaimed, "This is the most absurd thing the United States has done, because it is mostly hurting the private sector," and he observes that it has even been criticized by the US-financed rightist press La Prensa. Austin comments accurately that the effect will be similar to the Cuban boycott, which increased Cuban dependency on the USSR, concluding that the president has failed to learn from history. But US planners understand all of this well enough, and are following a rational course, in their terms, with ample historical precedent, fully expecting the consequences that Austin deplores, and recognizing that these consequences will be readily exploited to justify the attack against Nicaragua in defense of the fifth freedom. There is nothing absurd about this, though it does stand with the moral repulsiveness of providing aid to the Contras, as Austin states. He particularly deplores the fact that the embargo will undermine the US-made potable water system and Nicaraguan hospitals, which rely on US equipment, all inhumane and morally reprehensible, but fully in accord with our operative values, throughout our history. Point 24. To ensure that Nicaragua will become part of the commie-dominated bloc of slave states, the U.S. has been waging a proxy war of mounting intensity against Nicaragua while blocking any source of arms from other than the preferred source, the USSR and its clients. This serves a dual purpose: 1. To maintain a level of destruction and terror sufficient to reduce the danger of constructive developments in Nicaragua, and 2. To justify these efforts on the grounds of self-defense against the evil empire. In March 1983, Under-Secretary of Defense Fred Ickel testified before Congress that the USSR had provided $440 million in aid to Nicaragua since the revolution, while expressing irritation that nearly 4 times that much, some $1.6 billion, had come from non-Soviet sources, mostly what he called misguided European governments. The U.S. has predictably devoted itself to terminating this pluralism and ensuring sole dependency on the evil empire. In 1982, the French sold Nicaragua about $17 million worth of arms before U.S. anger made them steer clear of sending any more military items into the area. The press reports, the statement is only partly true, since France, which will gladly sell arms to the devil himself unless prevented by higher authority, may continue to provide state terrorists in El Salvador and Guatemala with the required means of destruction, with our full acquiescence. But only the Soviet bloc is permitted to provide Nicaragua with arms for self-defense against our attack. Point 25. When arms do not flow at the approved level from our favored source, U.S. propaganda invents the required facts, as in the case of Guatemala in 1954, or the guerrillas in El Salvador during the Reagan years. Much the same was true in the case of Maoist China and Castro's Cuba, among other examples. In the former case, the U.S. not only helped create a Sino-Soviet bloc that was not inevitable, given long-standing conflicts between the Chinese Communists and the USSR that extend back to the Chinese Civil War, but even insisted with some passion that the Sino-Soviet bloc remained solid when it was evident to any rational observer that it was riven by deep conflicts. The important point is that such behavior is systematic and quite rational, given the guiding geopolitical conceptions, which are essentially invariant, since they are rooted in the unchanging institutional structure of ownership and domination in our own society. It is commonly remarked that indigenous factors have played a role in driving the various enemies of the fifth freedom into the hands of the Russians. That is true, but not pertinent here. The point is that for quite understandable reasons, U.S. policy has regularly labored to reinforce precisely these tendencies and to block alternatives. Nevertheless, tactical considerations may on occasion dictate a different course, as when Nixon and Kissinger finally recognized that the Sino-Soviet bloc was unresurrectable and decided, rationally, to exploit the conflict and to accept Chinese overtures, hoping ultimately to draw China into the US-dominated sphere and convert it to what we call a more open society, one open to US economic penetration and political control. In an important study of the Guatemalan intervention, Richard Immerman argues that top U.S. planners and corporate representatives closely linked to government, or running it, really believed that Guatemala's moderate reforms constituted prima facie evidence for the penetration of Central America by a frankly Russian-dominated communist group, Adolf Berle, on behalf of the Council on Foreign Relations, to the State Department, thus justifying U.S. intervention in defense of freedom. 26 He may well be right, but the point is of little significance except for the, rather boring, study of the psychology of leaders and ideologues. It is a rare individual who consciously believes that what he or she does is genuinely evil. As noted earlier, it is easy enough to come to believe whatever is convenient. There is no reason to doubt the sincerity of Japanese fascists who explained that they were creating an earthly paradise as they swept across China 50 years ago. Not for crass economic motives. Japan was, after all, spending more than it could hope to gain in protecting the true nationalists under its wing from bandits such as Chiang Kai-shek, but to bring the benefits of civilization to benighted and oppressed people who had been victimized by Western imperialism. 27 Similarly, Hitler doubtless sincerely wanted peace on his terms and the integrity and vitality of the German nation, as he proclaimed, and Soviet leaders yearned for stability and economic development in Eastern Europe and Afghanistan. We should have no difficulty in understanding their self-image and picture of the world, if we can look honestly at ourselves. Not only state planners, but the educated classes generally, are given to sincere belief in the most astonishing, and self-serving, fantasies, a fact of little relevance to the study of policy formation. In the case of official enemies or precursors in imperial aggression, we readily understand that true interests are disguised in propaganda, perhaps even disguised to those who propound it. Only in studying the record of our own state is such elementary rationality proscribed. There is, however, a related point that is of some significance for the study of state policy. A system of rationalizations and propaganda, once constructed and internalized, may come to be a factor influencing policy decisions as ideology overwhelms interests. The same may be true of other irrational factors, e.g., heroic posturing, and the like. A close analysis of policy will generally unearth a structure of rational calculation based on perceived interests at its core, but in the complex world of decision-making and political planning, many other elements may also intervene, sometimes significantly, including the system of self-serving beliefs that is regularly constructed to disguise to others, and to oneself, what is really happening in the world. Failure to understand the roots of U.S. foreign policy, and a curious unwillingness to perceive its highly systematic nature over many years, makes it appear that this policy is confused and is failing, when it is succeeding brilliantly. Thus conservative British correspondent Timothy Garton Ash finds a striking inconsistency in the way the U.S. has pursued its principles in Central America, Nicaragua being a prime example. 28 The inconsistency is that the U.S. is devoted to pluralism, respect for human rights, and other good things, and to persuading the Sandinistas to cut their ties with the USSR. But the contra-aggression sponsored by the U.S. has precisely the opposite effects, increasing internal repression, undermining advocates of a third way like President Daniel Ortega, supplying arguments to the Leninists, increasing the militarization of the country, and strengthening its ties to the USSR. The situation, he states, is comparable to that of Cuba 20 years ago. The inconsistency arises only if we assume that official U.S. pronouncements aimed at the general public are necessary truths. If we subject them to the test of history, as in the case of states that do not merit such loyalty and adulation, we will discover, not surprisingly, that they are without merit and that the inconsistency disappears. Refusing to accept the elementary canons of rationality, we will fail to comprehend that the consequences Ash perceives are precisely the intent of U.S. policy, to ensure that constructive developments in Nicaragua will not infect the region, see below, p91f, and to strengthen its ties with the USSR to justify our assault against those who violate the fifth freedom. The behavior of the U.S. government over many years will appear to yield further inconsistencies, curiously systematic ones, as anyone whose eyes are open will quickly discover. Ash finds the inconsistency puzzling because he credits childish inanities about the U.S. dedication to the liberal creed and dedication to a value system, virtually alone among nations, citing Michael Howard, Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford. Putting these delusions aside, a rational pattern emerges, and a highly familiar one. One might note, incidentally, the remarkable colonization of sophisticated British intellectuals, who regard themselves as independent and critical but in fact react to U.S. power and propaganda in a manner reminiscent of some of the more absurd Anglophile Indian intellectuals under the Empire. It is particularly important for people who hope to influence government policy to be clear about these matters. There is no point wasting time in patiently explaining to our leaders that the policies they pursue are inconsistent with the goals they profess. They know this well enough without our help. Nor is there any reason to suppose that a different group of leaders would react in any essentially different way to the same institutional imperatives. It is not failure to understand a simple point so clear to us that regularly leads the political leadership to commit the same error over and over again. Returning to Kennan's prescriptions, what means must we use against our enemies who fall prey to the heresy that threatens our resources? Kennan explains, in the same briefing to the ambassadors. The final answer might be an unpleasant one, but, we should not hesitate before police repression by the local government. This is not shameful since the communists are essentially traitors. It is better to have a strong regime in power than a liberal government if it is indulgent and relaxed and penetrated by communists. Again, as policy becomes practice, the term communists takes on its technical sense in American political discourse, referring to people who do not appreciate the sanctity of the fifth freedom. It is small wonder, then, that John F. Kennedy should have held that governments of the civil-military type of El Salvador are the most effective in containing communist penetration in Latin America. This was after a military coup overthrew a liberal civilian government, with U.S. approval, while the Kennedy administration was organizing the basic structure of the military and paramilitary death squads that have massacred tens of thousands of civilians since, within the framework of the Alliance for Progress. In fact, the most lasting effect of that program apart from its contributions to dependent development in the U.S. interest. Point 29. The concept of communism was further elaborated by a prestigious study group of the National Planning Association and the Woodrow Wilson Foundation, headed by William Yandell Elliott of Harvard, in 1955. The study observed, quite accurately, that the primary threat of what they call communism is the economic transformation of the communist powers in ways which reduce their willingness and ability to complement the industrial economies of the West. 30. This insightful comment provides a good operational definition of the term communism as it is used in American political discourse. If a government or popular movement is so evil as to undertake a course of action of this sort, it at once becomes an enemy. It has joined the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy to steal what is ours, namely, their resources, and by definition, it has been taken over by the Russians, and we will act to ensure that it is, so that we may legitimately proceed to terminate this scandal by subversion or intervention, all with the noblest intent and in defense of the highest values. In other words, as the Argentinian-Mexican writer Gregorio Cesar explains with a somewhat clearer vision, the North American Puritans meekly sacrificed themselves to care for the flock, gobbling any willful lamb that proved intractable to their protection. 31. 3. Latin America, an incident, not an end. Seltzer is, of course, not the first Latin American to discover that the United States seems destined to plague and torment the continent in the name of freedom. Simon Bolivar, 1829.32. Nor was Kennan the first to enunciate the doctrine that the U.S. has special rights in Latin America. Thomas Jefferson declared that America has a hemisphere to itself, and John Quincy Adams, while formulating the thinking that led to the Monroe Doctrine, stated to the cabinet that the world must be familiarized with the idea of considering our proper dominion to be the continent of North America. It is, he said, as much a law of nature that this should become our pretension as that the Mississippi should flow to the sea. While in his diary he recorded his statement to British Minister Canning, "Keep what is yours, but leave the rest of this continent to us." 33. Connell Smith comments that while it is not entirely clear what Jefferson, a well-known expansionist, meant by the term America, the appropriation by United States citizens of the adjective American, not surprisingly resented by Latin Americans, has encouraged a proprietary attitude towards the hemisphere already present in 1823. This proprietary interest was expressed in the Monroe Doctrine, announced by the President in 1823. This doctrine has no more standing in international affairs than the Brezhnev Doctrine a century and a half later, expressing the right of the USSR to protect the socialist world from influences regarded as subversive. In the major scholarly study of the Monroe Doctrine and its subsequent history, Dexter Perkins comments that the doctrine is a policy of the United States, not a fixed principle of international law, a conclusion that is surely correct. Latin Americans have seen the Monroe Doctrine as an expression of United States hegemony employed to justify that country's own intervention, not as protection against Europe, and since the days of Simon Bolivar have sought to summon Europe to their aid against the Colossus of the North, with good reason. 34. The operative meaning of the doctrine was lucidly explained by Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State Robert Lansing, in what Wilson described as an unanswerable argument but one that it would be impolitic to state openly. In its advocacy of the Monroe Doctrine, the United States considers its own interests. The integrity of other American nations is an incident, not an end. While this may seem based on selfishness alone, the author of the doctrine had no higher or more generous motive in its declaration. A few years earlier, President William Howard Taft had sagely explained that the day is not far distant when the whole hemisphere will be ours. In fact, as, by virtue of our superiority of race, it already is ours morally. The attitude towards Latin Americans remains as expressed by Wilson's Secretary of the Interior to Lansing: "They are naughty children who are exercising all the privileges and rights of grown-ups, requiring a stiff hand, an authoritative hand." 35. The essence of the doctrine, and the protection it conveyed for Latin America, was expressed succinctly by Secretary of State Richard Olney in 1895, when Great Britain was still the evil empire. Today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition. Why? It is not because of the pure friendship or goodwill felt for it. It is not simply by reason of its high character as a civilized state, nor because reason, justice, and equity are the invariable characteristics of the dealings of the United States. It is because, in addition to all other grounds, its infinite resources combined with its isolated position render it master of the situation, and practically invulnerable as against any or all other powers. Much of the subsequent history of the region is elegantly summarized in these lines, as it is in a confidential memorandum of 1927 by Under-Secretary of State Robert Olds, expressing U.S. policy goals in Nicaragua as the U.S. once again sent the Marines. The Central American area down to and including the Isthmus of Panama constitutes a legitimate sphere of influence for the United States. If we are to have due regard for our own safety and protection, our ministers accredited to the 5 little republics stretching from the Mexican border to Panama, have been advisors whose advice has been accepted virtually as law. We do control the destinies of Central America, and we do so for the simple reason that the national interest absolutely dictates such a course. We must decide whether we shall tolerate the interference of any other power, i.e., Mexico in Central American affairs or insist upon our own dominant position. If this Mexican maneuver succeeds, it will take many years to recover the ground we shall have lost. Until now Central America has always understood that governments which we recognize and support stay in power, while those which we do not recognize and support fall. Nicaragua has become a test case. It is difficult to see how we can afford to be defeated. We were not defeated, and rarely are. For the people of Nicaragua, the verdict of history was different. 36. Summarizing his 3-volume work, Dexter Perkins writes that in the development of the Monroe Doctrine, one of the most extraordinary and interesting objects of study must be the evolution of a doctrine which was intended for the protection of Latin American states by the United States into one that justified and even sanctified American interference in and control of the affairs of the independent republics of this continent. 37. The assessment of the early intention may be questioned, and one might be slightly taken aback by Perkins's lack of comment over what this interference has meant to Latin America, evident enough when he wrote in 1937. But the basic thrust of his summary is much to the point. Over the years, there have been various corollaries to the Monroe Doctrine, most notably, the Roosevelt corollary announced by President Theodore Roosevelt in 1904, after he had succeeded in stealing the Panama Canal route from Colombia and with an eye on the Dominican Republic. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. This pronouncement was described by the Argentine newspaper La Prensa as the most serious and menacing declaration against South American integrity which has come out of Washington. For Roosevelt, Connell Smith comments, the dominant position of the United States in the Western Hemisphere was exactly like that of the English-speaking race in South Africa. Both were in the interests of civilization. 38. Colombia not being a civilized nation, the chicanery involved in the Panama Canal robbery was entirely legitimate. The Colombians who objected to Roosevelt's maneuvers were, after all, nothing but damned dagoes, as he explained, who had to be taught proper behavior. In the words of one American historian, Roosevelt made it clear how he would deal with refractory Latin Americans: he would show those dagoes that they will have to behave decently. 39. Woodrow Wilson took matters a step further. As a progressive, he thought a good system was one that was orderly and slightly reformed, by which he came to mean replacing European concessions with North American, and so produced what Lafebre calls the Wilson Corollary. 40. Wilson issued a declaration extending the Monroe Doctrine to European financiers and contractors of whose acts he disapproved, that is, to European financial as well as political and military intervention. The Latin American order would rest on cooperation with those who act in the interest of peace and honor, who protect private rights, meaning in effect the rights of U.S. business. A case in point was control over oil, just becoming an important resource. Britain was the major threat. Wilson's State Department warned Costa Rica that department considers it most important that only approved Americans should possess oil concessions in the neighborhood of Panama Canal. Amory concession British, supported by Costa Rica, does not appear to meet these requirements. Guatemala was warned that it is most important that only American oil interests receive concessions, and U.S. pressure ensured that this result was achieved in the Western Hemisphere, despite some meaningless gestures designed to support the right of U.S. access to Middle East oil. The U.S. declared an open door, after all concessions were safely in U.S. hands, under the Wilson Corollary. 41. The concept of the open door, as understood in practice, is well illustrated by U.S. petroleum policy over the years. It is explained clearly in a State Department memorandum of 1944 entitled Petroleum Policy of the United States. There must be equal access for American companies everywhere, but no access for others in the Western Hemisphere, the major oil-producing region then and for over 2 decades to come, where the U.S. was safely in control. This policy, it was explained, would involve the preservation of the absolute position presently obtaining, and therefore vigilant protection of existing concessions in United States hands coupled with insistence upon the open door principle of equal opportunity for United States companies in new areas. 42. The open door policy, so construed, is a corollary to the principle of the fifth freedom. Interventionism was theoretically renounced by Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt in favor of the good neighbor policy, though the renunciation was conditional on good behavior. The Roosevelt administration relied on the threat of force to install the dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista in Cuba when it was feared that U.S. commercial interests might be threatened by the civilian government of Dr. Ramon Grau San Martin. 43. But this was an exception. By that time, European competition, the major concern, had been effectively contained, and the U.S. reigned unchallenged, capable of attaining its objectives by political and economic power. Furthermore, domestic military forces trained and supplied by the U.S. could impose order and stability, that is, could guarantee the fifth freedom without the Marines. Dictatorships, however brutal and corrupt, were acceptable to the Hoover and Roosevelt administrations as long as they satisfied this condition. By the time the Good Neighbor policy was officially announced, Nicaragua was effectively controlled by the most important of these domestic guardians of order, Somoza's National Guard, while the Trujillo dictatorship ruled in the Dominican Republic through the medium of the National Guard, also established as a result of U.S. intervention. Martinez had taken over in El Salvador after the Matanza, soon to be recognized by the U.S., and most of the rest of the region was also in safe hands by 1940 as the U.S. replaced France and Britain. Meanwhile, Roosevelt created the Export-Import Bank to subsidize U.S. exports and in general acted to increase the dependency of the Central American nations on the U.S. for food, as they shifted to export crops to the U.S., with grim long-term effects. The Good Neighbor policy relied on regimes which occasionally went through the forms of elections for propaganda purposes, meanwhile maintaining a status quo in which the fifth freedom was preserved and 2% or less of the population in 4 of the 5 Central American nations controlled the land and hence the lives of the other 98%. Dictatorships were thus not a paradox but a necessity for the system, including the Good Neighbor policy, which carried on interventionism in Central America and tightened the system far beyond anything Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson probably imagined. 44. The Good Neighbor policy was summed up by journalist William Krem, who observed its effects on the spot. First, there had been intervention to impose a puppet, and then in the name of non-intervention propaganda, funds, and connivance to keep him in the saddle. 45. Quite generally, state policy served to guarantee business interests. In the rare conflicts between them, the state generally prevailed, a consequence to be expected, as Lefebvre aptly observes, if a system was to be maintained. This pattern is quite a regular one. The state is concerned to maintain a system based on the fifth freedom, and the parochial interests of particular corporations, even major ones such as the oil companies, sometimes conflict with this end, in which case the state, representing the long-term global interests of U.S. capitalism, generally prevails. At times, the very same individuals will reach different decisions in their institutional roles as corporate executives or state managers, not surprisingly, given the different framework of planning guided by essentially the same interests. Such cases may foster a conception of independence of the state from dominant business interests, largely an illusion, though not entirely so, as a close examination indicates. 46. 4. Planning for global hegemony. As World War II came to an end, U.S. ideas concerning Latin America were clarified by Secretary of War Henry Stimson, May 1945, in a discussion of how we must eliminate and dismantle all regional systems dominated by any other power, particularly the British, while maintaining and extending our own. With regard to Latin America, he explained privately, I think that it's not asking too much to have our little region over here, namely, Latin America, which never has bothered anybody. 47. It should be noted that U.S. officials had a ready explanation for the distinction between control by the U.S. and by other powers. As Abe Fortas explained with regard to U.S. trusteeship plans in the Pacific, which Churchill regarded as a cover for annexation, when we take over the Marianas and fortify them, we are doing so not only on the basis of our own right to do so but as part of our obligation to the security of the world. These reservations were being made in the interest of world security rather than of our own security. What was good for us was good for the world. 48 On such assumptions, naturally regarded highly by U.S. officials and ideologists, quite a range of actions become legitimate. In keeping with Stimson's conception, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, through 1945 and early 1946, insisted that non-American forces must be kept out of the Western Hemisphere, which is a distinct military entity, the integrity of which is a fundamental postulate of our security in the event of another World War. 49 In January 1947, Secretary of War Patterson added that the resources of Latin America were essential to the U.S. because it is imperative that our war potential be enhanced during any national emergency. Patterson gave an expansive interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine, consistent with the Wilson Corollary. The doctrine meant that we not only refuse to tolerate foreign colonization, control, or the extension of a foreign political system to our hemisphere, but we take alarm from the appearance on the continent of foreign ideologies, commercial exploitation, cartel arrangements, or other symptoms of increased non-hemispheric influence. The U.S. must have a stable, secure, and friendly flank to the south, not confused by enemy penetration, political, economic or military. The prime concern was not the USSR but rather Europe, including sales of arms by the British to Chile and Ecuador, by Sweden to Argentina, and by France to Argentina and Brazil. From January 1945, military and civilian officials of the War and Navy departments argued for an extensive system of U.S. bases, curtailment of all foreign military aid and military sales, training of Latin American military officers and supply of arms to Latin America by the U.S. under a comprehensive military assistance program. While laying these plans for our little region over here which never has bothered anybody, the U.S. was in no mood to allow others similar rights elsewhere, certainly not the USSR. Secretary of State Burns in fact objected to these plans for Latin America because it might prejudice U.S. initiatives elsewhere that he regarded as more important, in particular, in Greece and Turkey, which are our outposts on the borders of the USSR, which had far more serious security concerns than the U.S. The outposts were also intended to buttress U.S. ambitions in the crucial Middle East region with its incomparable energy reserves, then passing into American hands. Commenting on an array of material of this sort laying out U.S. plans, much of it classified and recently released, Loeffler notes that these moves were made while U.S. officials were paying lip service to the United Nations and worrying about the impact of regional agreements in the Western Hemisphere on Soviet actions and American influence in Europe. The problem was the one that concerned Stimson: how to extend our own regional systems while dismantling all others, particularly those of Britain and the USSR. The same problems were arising in Europe, where the USSR observed the unilateral US and British takeover in Italy, Belgium, and elsewhere with equanimity, later using this as a model for its brutal takeover of Eastern Europe, to much outrage in the West justified, but not lacking in hypocrisy. 50 In Chapter 4, we return to the more general concept of post-war national security in which the plans just sketched for Latin America were a small element. The geopolitical conception that underlies Kennan's nutshell presentation of U.S. foreign policy had been elaborated during the war by the War and Peace Studies Project of the Council on Foreign Relations, whose thoughts on the suppression of war aims and on elbow room were cited earlier. These high-level sessions took place from 1939 to 1945, producing extensive plans for the post-war period. Their concern was to elaborate the requirements of the United States in a world in which it proposes to hold unquestioned power. It was clear by the early 1940s that the U.S. would emerge from the war in a position of unparalleled dominance, initiating a period in which it would be the hegemonic power in a system of world order. In the words of an elite group 30 years later. 51 The group developed the concept of the Grand Area, understood to be a region subordinated to the needs of the U.S. economy. As one participant put it, the Grand Area was a region strategically necessary for world control. A geopolitical analysis concluded that the Grand Area must include the Western Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire, then being dismantled and open to U.S. penetration and control, an exercise referred to as anti-imperialism in much of the literature. As the war proceeded, it became clear that Western Europe would join the Grand Area as well as the oil-producing regions of the Middle East, where U.S. control expanded at the expense of its major rivals, France and Britain. A process continued in the post-war period. Specific plans were outlined for particular regions, and institutional structures were proposed for the Grand Area, which was regarded as a nucleus or model that could be extended, optimally to a global system. 52 It is in this context that Kennan's proposals should be understood. The memoranda of the National Security Council and other government documents in subsequent years often closely follow the recommendations of the wartime planners, not surprisingly, since the same interests were represented, often the same people. They also accord with Kennan's principles. For example, NSC 48/1 in December 1949 states that while scrupulously avoiding assumption of responsibility for raising Asiatic living standards, it is to the U.S. interest to promote the ability of these countries to maintain the economic conditions prerequisite to political stability. Thus, in accordance with Kennan's precepts, we should not be hampered by idealistic slogans about the raising of the living standards, though economic aid may be in order when we have something to gain by it. It is not, of course, proposed that we should assist or even permit the nationalist movement of Vietnam to achieve economic health and political stability. On the contrary, a State Department policy statement of September 1948 had explained that it is an unpleasant fact that Communist Ho Chi Minh is the strongest and perhaps the ablest figure in Indochina, and that any suggested solution which excludes him is an expedient of uncertain outcome, a serious problem, since plainly we must seek to exclude him in pursuit of the fifth freedom. 53 Political stability under his leadership was not what was contemplated. Rather, stability is a code word for obedience. Those familiar with the peculiar terminology of U.S. ideological discourse will understand that it is no contradiction when James Chase, editor of Foreign Affairs, cites our efforts to destabilize a freely elected Marxist government in Chile as an illustration of the efforts of Nixon-Kissinger Realpolitik to seek stability. 54 Destabilization in the interest of stability makes perfect sense in the age of Orwell. The problem, when noted, is placed under the rubric of irony in mainstream commentary, including much scholarship. 55. NSC 48/1 proceeds to develop the conventional explanation found in secret documents of the period for U.S. participation in the French War against Indochina, then the U.S. takeover of that war. The reasoning, which extends directly to Latin America, merits attention. Despite references by Eisenhower and others to Vietnam's resources, Indochina was not of major concern in itself. Rather, its importance derived from the context of the domino theory. This theory has two versions. One, invoked when there is a need to frighten the public, warns that if we don't stop them there, they'll land in California and take all we have. As expressed by President Lyndon Johnson at the height of U.S. aggression in Vietnam. There are 3 billion people in the world and we have only 200 million of them. We are outnumbered 15 to 1. If might did make right, they would sweep over the United States and take what we have. We have what they want. If we are going to have visits from any aggressors or any enemies, Johnson said in a speech in Alaska, I would rather have that aggression take place out 10,000 miles from here than take place here in Anchorage, referring to the aggression of the Vietnamese against U.S. forces in Vietnam. Therefore, as he had warned 20 years earlier, we must maintain our military strength, particularly air power. Without superior air power, America is a bound and throttled giant, impotent and easy prey to any yellow dwarf with a pocket knife. 56. The sense that we will be a pitiful, helpless giant unless we act forthrightly in defense against the overwhelming power of our third world adversaries, in the terms used later by President Nixon in announcing the invasion of Cambodia, is a common refrain in U.S. political discourse, reminiscent of a rich and spoiled child who whines that he does not have everything. Though to render the image more accurate, we should place a squadron of stormtroopers at the child's command. This version of the domino theory is undoubtedly believed at some level of consciousness, and expresses in a vulgar way the concerns over maintaining the disparity outlined in more sophisticated terms by Kennan at the time when Lyndon Johnson was voicing his fears about the yellow dwarfs. This crude domino theory is, however, regularly dismissed with scorn if things go sour and policy must be revised. But there is also a rational version of the domino theory, the operative version, which is rarely questioned and has considerable plausibility. Adopting the terminology of the planners, we might call it the rotten apple theory. The rotten apple theory was outlined by Dean Acheson when he concocted a remarkable series of fabrications concerning alleged Soviet pressure on Greece, Turkey, and Iran in February 1947 in a successful effort to convince reluctant congressional leaders to support the Truman Doctrine, an incident that he cites with much pride in his memoirs. Like apples in a barrel infected by one rotten one, the corruption of Greece would infect Iran and all to the east and would carry infection to Asia Minor, Egypt and Africa, as well as Italy and France, which were threatened by communist participation in democratic politics. 57 This adroit and cynical invocation of a fabricated Russian threat to prepare the way for measures to prevent infection from spreading has been imitated with great efficacy since. The prime concern throughout is that if there is one rotten apple in the barrel, then the rot will spread, namely, the rot of successful social and economic development of a form that would constrain the fifth freedom. This might have a demonstration effect. To cite another case, Kissinger's aides recall that he was far more concerned over Allende in Chile than over Castro because Allende was a living example of democratic social reform in Latin America, and Allende's success within the democratic process might cause Latin America to become unraveled with effects as far as Europe, where Eurocommunism, operating within parliamentary democracy, scared him no less. Allende's success would send the wrong message to Italian voters, Kissinger feared. The contagious example of Chile would infect not only Latin America but also Southern Europe, Kissinger stated, using the conventional imagery. 58 Soon, we might find that the grand area is beginning to erode. These concerns are persistent. The CIA warned in 1964 that Cuba's experiment with almost total state socialism is being watched closely by other nations in the hemisphere, and any appearance of success there would have an extensive impact on the status trend elsewhere in the area, to the detriment of the fifth freedom. 59 Hence the appearance of success must be aborted by a major terrorist war including repeated attempts to assassinate Castro, bombing of petrochemical and other installations, sinking of fishing boats, shelling of hotels, crop and livestock poisoning, destruction of civilian airlines in flight, etc. We might observe that none of this counts as terrorism, by definition, since the US or its associates are the perpetrators. In fact, it is a staple of Western propaganda that the communist bloc is immune to terrorist acts, sure proof that they are responsible for this scourge of the modern age. Walter Laqueur, for example, writes that Claire Sterling, who pioneered this concept to much acclaim, has provided ample evidence that terrorism occurs almost exclusively in democratic or relatively democratic countries. As examples of such multinational terrorism he cites Polisario in the Western Sahara. Its defense of its territory counts as terrorism, since it is fighting a takeover by Morocco, a US ally, and also terrorism in some Central American countries, referring, as the context makes clear, to the guerrilla forces, not the state terrorism of El Salvador and Guatemala, which are apparently relatively democratic countries, like Morocco, and being US clients, by definition cannot be engaged in terrorism. Similarly, the London Economist notes sagely in reviewing Sterling's terror network that no terrorist has ever attempted anything against the Soviet-controlled regimes. Many others also chimed in, and the point is now a cliché of learned discourses on the topic. 60 In the real world, Cuba has been the major target of international terrorism, narrowly construed to exclude the US proxy war against Nicaragua. Returning to the rotten apple theory, the State Department warned in 1959 that a fundamental source of danger we face in the Far East derives from Communist China's rate of economic growth, while the Joint Chiefs added that the dramatic economic improvements realized by Communist China over the past 10 years impress the nations of the region greatly and offer a serious challenge to the free world. Similar fears were expressed concerning North Vietnam and North Korea. The conclusion drawn was that the US must do what it can to retard the economic progress of the communist Asian states. 61. The larger concern was Japan, the superdomino as John Dower called it. Japan, it was recognized, would become again the workshop of Asia, but requires access to raw materials and markets. We must therefore guarantee Japan such access, so that the entire region can be incorporated within the grand area instead of developing as part of a new order with Japan as its industrial center, from which the US might be excluded. Concern over this prospect was a factor in the complex interactions that led to the Japanese-American War. But, it was feared, social and economic development in Indochina in terms that might be meaningful to the Asian poor might cause the rot to spread through Southeast and South Asia, leading Japan to associate itself with a bloc of nations independent of the Grand Area, or even worse, to accommodate to the Soviet bloc. A 1949 report of the State Department Policy Planning Staff urged that Washington should develop the economic interdependence between Southeast Asia as a supplier of raw materials, and Japan, Western Europe, and India as suppliers of finished goods, so that the region could begin to fulfill its major function as a source of raw materials and a market for Japan and Western Europe. 62. In this context, Vietnam gained a significance as a rotten apple that it did not have for American planners on its own. Such thinking is not original to American planners. Similar concerns had been evoked, for example, by the American Revolution. A few days before the Monroe Doctrine was announced, the Tsar of Russia warned. Too many examples demonstrate that the contagion of revolutionary principles is arrested by neither distance nor physical obstacles. It crosses the seas, and often appears with all the symptoms of destruction which characterize it, in places where not even any direct contact, any relation of proximity might give ground for apprehension. France knows with what facility and promptitude a revolution can be carried from America to Europe. Metternich feared that the Monroe Doctrine would lend new strength to the apostles of sedition, and reanimate the courage of every conspirator. If this flood of evil doctrines and pernicious examples should extend over the whole of America, what would become of our religious and political institutions, of the moral force of our governments, and of that conservative system which has saved Europe from complete dissolution? One of the Tsar's diplomats warned that we must work to prevent or defer this terrible revolution, and above all to save and fortify the portion of the Christian world which may escape the contagion and the invasion of vicious principles, namely, the pernicious doctrines of republicanism and popular self-rule. 63. The contemporary heirs of Metternich and the Tsar are animated by similar fears, and have even adopted similar rhetoric in Kissinger's case, perhaps with full awareness as the United States took over the role of the Tsar in the 19th century as the defender of civilization against the Yellow Dwarfs and others whose pretensions threaten the disparity. Note incidentally that the US achieved its major objectives in Indochina. It is a mistake to describe the Vietnam War simply as a US defeat, as is commonly done, a fact that became evident as the war reached its peak of violence in the late 1960s. The devastation of Indochina by US violence guarantees that it will not be a model for anyone for a long time to come, if ever. It will be lucky to survive. The harsh and cruel measures undertaken by the US in the past decade are intended to ensure that this partial victory is maintained. 64. Meanwhile, behind the shield provided by the destruction of South Vietnam, then much of Indochina, the US worked to buttress the second line of defense by supporting a military coup in Indonesia in 1965 that wiped out hundreds of thousands of landless peasants, a development much applauded by Western liberals as vindication of the war against Vietnam, backing the imposition of a Latin American-style terror and torture state in the Philippines in 1972, etc. A further useful consequence of the attack against South Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia was to ensure North Vietnamese dominance. It was clear enough by 1970, if not before, that by employing the vast resources of violence and terror at its command, the US might be able to destroy the NLF in South Vietnam and independent forces in Laos and Cambodia, thus creating a situation in which, indeed, North Vietnam will necessarily dominate Indochina, for no other viable society will remain. 65. This predictable consequence of US savagery is regularly invoked in retrospective justification for it, another ideological victory that would have impressed Orwell. Note that this achievement is a special case of the device discussed earlier. When conquest fails, efforts are made to encourage assimilation to the Soviet bloc, to justify further hostile acts and to limit the danger that independence and success will infect others. Still another notable achievement of US violence was to ensure control by the harshest elements, those capable of surviving an attack of extraordinary barbarism and destructiveness. People whose homes and families are destroyed by a cruel invader have a way of becoming angry, even brutal, a fact that Westerners profess not to comprehend, having effectively suppressed the memory of their own behavior under far less onerous circumstances. 66 Then their terrible acts can be invoked to justify the attack that helped to create this outcome. With a docile intelligentsia and well-behaved ideological institutions, Western agitprop can achieve quite notable results. The US is intent on winning its war against Nicaragua in the same way. Nicaragua must first be driven to dependence on the USSR, to justify the attack that must be launched against it to punish it for its violation of the fifth freedom. If this attack does not succeed in restoring the country to the happy state of Haiti or the Dominican Republic, or of the Somoza years, then at least it must ensure that no successful social and economic development can take place there. The rotten apple must not be allowed to infect the barrel. It is very hard for a great power with the strength of the US to be defeated in a conflict with such adversaries, and it rarely is, though a failure to achieve maximal objectives is naturally regarded as a great defeat by those of limitless ambition and aims, further proof that we are a pitiful, helpless giant at the mercy of yellow dwarfs. The same essentially invariant nexus of principles and assumptions, often internalized to the point of lack of conscious awareness, explains another curious feature of US international behavior, the hysteria evoked by threats to stability in countries of no economic or strategic interest to the US, such as Laos or Grenada. In the case of Grenada, US hostility was immediate after the Bishop government took power in 1979. It was seriously maintained that this speck in the Caribbean posed a security threat to the United States. Distinguished military figures and commentators issued solemn pronouncements on the threat posed by Grenada to shipping lanes in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe. In fact, in this event, if a Russian toothpick were found on Grenada, the island would be blown away, on the unlikely assumption that such a war would last long enough for anyone to care. Laos, halfway round the world, is perhaps a still more remarkable case. Laos actually had a relatively free election in 1958, despite massive US efforts to subvert it. The election was won by a coalition dominated by the Pathet Lao, the communist-led anti-French guerrillas. The government was immediately overthrown by US subversion in favor of pro-Western neutralists, soon replaced by right-wing military elements so reactionary and corrupt that even the pro-American groups found themselves lined up with the Pathet Lao, and supported by the USSR and China. By 1961, a US-organized army of highland tribesmen, utterly decimated, finally, as a result of their mobilization for US subversion and aggression, was fighting under the leadership of former French collaborators under CIA control. Through the 60s, Pathet Lao-controlled areas were subjected to the fiercest bombing in history, soon to be exceeded in Cambodia, in an effort to destroy the physical and social infrastructure, in the words of a Senate subcommittee. The government conceded that this bombardment was not related to the war in South Vietnam or Cambodia. This was what is called in American agitprop a secret bombing, a technical term referring to US aggression that is well known but concealed by the media, and later blamed on evil men in the government who have departed from the American way, as also in the case of Cambodia, a fact that is suppressed until today. The purpose of this attack against a country of scattered villages, against people who may not have even known that Laos existed, was to abort a mild revolutionary nationalist movement that was attempting to bring about some reforms and popular mobilization in northern Laos. 67. Why should such great powers as Grenada and Laos evoke this hysteria? The security arguments are too ludicrous to consider, and it is surely not the case that their resources were too valuable to lose, under the doctrine of the fifth freedom. Rather, the concern was the domino effect. Under the rotten apple theory, it follows that the tinier and weaker the country, the less endowed it is with resources, the more dangerous it is. If even a marginal and impoverished country can begin to utilize its own limited human and material resources and can undertake programs of development geared to the needs of the domestic population, then others may ask, why not us? The contagion may spread, infecting others, and before long the fifth freedom may be threatened in places that matter. 5. The crimes of Nicaragua. On the same grounds, we can explain the reaction of U.S. elites to the Sandinista revolution. The mood in Washington is conveyed by Representative William Alexander, who describes the lust members of Congress feel to strike out against communism. 68. It is, in fact, notable that even congressional and media critics of the war against Nicaragua feel obliged, with only the rarest of exceptions, to make clear that they have nothing good to say about the Sandinistas. Their position, rather, is that U.S. interests do not require such an attack, or that its means are inappropriate. Only the bravest will say a word for the Sandinistas or question the president's premise that he has a perfect right to practice unlimited behavior modification in a small, peasant nation, Mary McGrory writes. 69. What is the reason for this lust, this mood reminiscent of communist frenzy, but more extreme, since Iranians had sound historical reasons for hatred of their great Satan? The official claims can hardly be taken seriously, even if all minimally credible charges are accepted. The Sandinista record compares favorably with that of U.S. clients in the region today, and in the past, and elsewhere, to put it rather mildly. 70. The conclusions that follow from comparisons within the region are too obvious for discussion among sane people, so let us consider the state that is by far the major recipient of U.S. aid, asking how it would fare under the charges brought against the Sandinistas. If the charges cannot withstand this test, then the level of hypocrisy is profound indeed. U.S. propaganda regularly denounces the failure of the Sandinistas to meet their alleged obligations to the Organization of American States, OAS. The president claimed in July 1983 that they had literally made a contract to establish a true democracy with the OAS before taking power in July 1979. This claim is without foundation. Roy Gutman observes that this charge, constantly reiterated by apologists for U.S. atrocities, was concocted as part of a successful U.S. disinformation campaign, according to the OAS, in a July 16, 1979, telex to then General Secretary Alejandro Orfila. The Sandinistas said they planned to convoke the first free elections in this century but made no reference to timing and said nothing about creating a true democracy. 71. But although the charge has no merit with regard to the Sandinistas, it does apply to Israel, with considerably more force. In fact, Israel does have obligations, of a far more serious nature than those falsely attributed to the Sandinistas, which it has always rejected. Israel was admitted to the UN on the express condition that it would observe UN resolutions on return or compensation of refugees. 72. As would be expected in the age of Orwell, this charge against Nicaragua is featured prominently in Israeli propaganda journals, such as the New Republic, which naturally remain silent on Israel's obligations. Another major charge against Nicaragua is censorship of La Prensa. A State Department official commented that the Sandinistas know the censorship is the worst thing they can do, from the American point of view. Naturally, if the U.S. were being attacked by a state of unimaginable power, we would not impose censorship on a journal that offered them support and that received a $100,000 grant from the aggressor. 73. That is, in fact, correct, since the editors and anyone remotely connected to them would be in concentration camps. Recall the fate of Japanese during World War II. Censorship in Israel, however, is so severe that an Arab woman lecturing at the Hebrew University was denied permission even to publish an Arab-language social and political journal. The Arab press in East Jerusalem was seized by the authorities when it reported settler attacks against Arabs after a prisoner exchange. An Arab bi-monthly was shut down permanently in 1983, and the censor closed an Arab newspaper in Jerusalem for 3 days when it published an obituary of 2 young Arabs who died in a mysterious car explosion in 1985. 350 books are officially banned in the occupied territories, along with others known to him personally. Knesset member Mati Peled, an Arabist and retired general, reports, including Hebrew translations of Theodor Herzl's diaries, Isaac Deutscher's Non-Jewish Jew, books on Israeli military and political history, a translation of To Live with Arabs by Eli Eliachar, the dovish president of the Council of the Sephardic Community in Israel, a book on the religious West Bank settlers, Gush Immunim, by the well-known Israeli journalist Danny Rubenstein, among others. Art exhibitions are censored. A Palestinian artist was given a 6-month jail sentence on the charge that the colors of the Palestinian flag appeared in the corner of a painting. Arab plays have repeatedly been banned on political grounds, and a Hebrew play by an Israeli jailed for refusing military service was banned in September 1985 on purely political grounds, Dan Fisher reports. The Hebrew press is also subject to censorship as well as extensive self-censorship. Journalists are not permitted by the censor to publish abroad material that has appeared in the Hebrew press. All outgoing mail and packages are subject to censorship, and may be opened freely by the 58 people assigned to this task. Surveillance of telephone conversations is so extensive that the censor has intervened directly in telephone conversation, Knesset member Michael Bar-Zohar reports. 74. But we hear no cries that the U.S. must arm and direct terrorist forces to attack Israel. Nor does the U.S. Congress offer humanitarian aid, another Orwellism, to guerrilla forces resisting South African repression or opposing the illegal South African occupation of Namibia, or defending themselves against Israeli occupation in southern Lebanon. Rather, they are all terrorists, whose actions we deplore. The president, always quick to defend South Africa, even justified the murderous South African attack on Botswana on grounds that it may have been retaliation against the African National Congress. There is no question, he said, about its violence and murdering, but about South Africa we must withhold judgment. 75. As for the humanitarian aid offered by Congress to the Contras, the Times cites without comment the statement of rebel leader Adolfo Calero that it will be used for the purchase of at least 2 helicopters. 76. No doubt Elliot Abrams will personally ensure that the helicopters are used solely for medical aid. Another major charge against the Sandinistas has to do with their treatment of the mosquitoes, surely the best-known American Indian group in the hemisphere and the only one whose travail merits agonized expressions of concern. That they were treated very badly by the Sandinistas is beyond question. They are also among the better treated Indians in the hemisphere. If an Indian group to their north were to put forth the demands for autonomy now being considered in Nicaragua, they would simply be slaughtered, if ridicule did not suffice. Mosquito leader Armstrong Wiggins holds that the arrangement the mosquitoes are demanding has never been granted by any other country in the world to indigenous peoples, and goes beyond their status under the previous government, which largely ignored the Atlantic coast. Hitherto, he states, the Sandinista policy towards indigenous people is just like the Mexican policy, just like the United States policy, just like Chilean policy. 77. Sandinista abuses against the mosquitoes were more massive than any other human rights violations that I'm aware of in Central America, so Jean Kirkpatrick testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in March 1982 at a time when thousands of Indians were being slaughtered in Guatemala, and some 13,000 civilians had been murdered in El Salvador by U.S. clients in the preceding year alone, not to speak of torture, mutilation, starvation, semi-slave labor, and other standard free world amenities. The president chimed in with the news that the Sandinistas are conducting a campaign of virtual genocide against the Mosquito Indians, June 6, 1985. In fact, Some 10% of the mosquito population had been removed from war zones under a policy that was clearly prompted by military considerations and compares quite favorably with U.S. treatment of Japanese Americans during World War II, an America's Watch report comments, and 21 to 24 mosquitoes had been killed 3 years earlier by government forces along with 69 unresolved cases of disappearance, major atrocities, no doubt, but undetectable in the context of the behavior of the U.S. and its clients in the region. 78. Reviewing the human rights situation in Nicaragua, the America's Watch report finds that Nicaraguan government atrocities, which it believes it was able to review in full, are far slighter than those of the US organized terrorist army, and have sharply declined since 1982 in contrast to those of the Contras, which can only be sampled given their scale and the lack of sources. Even in the case of the mosquitoes, not the prime target of the US-sponsored terrorists, America's Watch finds that the most serious abuses of mosquitoes' rights have been committed by the Contra groups, and the Contras' treatment of mosquitoes and other Indians has become increasingly more violent while that of the government has notably improved. Mosquito leader Brooklyn Rivera comments that the FDN has been very hostile and aggressive toward us. They consider us an enemy because we maintain our independent positions and will not become soldiers in someone else's army. He alleges further that the Reagan administration was blocking mosquito unity because it wanted a group it could control under Adolfo Calero of the FDN, who the U.S. sees as the future leader of Nicaragua, and states that the US-controlled Honduran military kept him and other prominent mosquitoes from entering Honduras to attend a mosquito conference, as part of this strategy. 79. Again, it is pointless to compare the abuse of the mosquitoes with the wholesale slaughter conducted by U.S. clients in Central America in the same years. So we might recall some moments of early U.S. history, for example, the Sullivan expedition against the Iroquois in 1779, pursuant to General Washington's orders that the towns and territories of the Iroquois were not to be merely overrun but destroyed. The orders were fulfilled to the hilt. Fairfax Downey records in his upbeat account of an outstanding feat in military annals, leading to total destruction and devastation of cultivated fields and well-built towns, of the North American Indians' finest civilization north of Mexico with richly cultivated fields and orchards, stone houses, and log cabins beyond the level of most of the colonial farmers. Nothing was left but smoking ruins and desolation. All this industry and plenty was doomed to be scorched earth. One column destroyed 40 towns and 160,000 bushels of corn along with orchards and other crops, while a smaller one destroyed hundreds of houses and 500 acres of corn. The towns and field of the hostile Iroquois had been ruthlessly ravished, though one officer sadly observed that the nests have been destroyed, but the birds are still on the wing. They survived in miserable destitution after the wastage of their lands. 80. Or we might consider one of the early exploits of our most favored client state, the massacre on October 28, 1948 at Duima, an undefended town north of Hebron in an area where there had been no fighting. The massacre was conducted by a unit with tanks, leaving 580 civilians killed according to the accounting by its Mukhtar 100 to 350, according to Israeli sources, 1,000 according to testimonies preserved in U.S. State Department records including 75 old men praying in a mosque and 35 families, of whom only 3 people escaped, in a cave outside of the destroyed town where they took refuge. The conquest of the town but not the massacre was noted at once in Israel's major journal, Haaretz, in a report on the conquest of historical sites from the days of Bar Kokhba and the Romans, renewing again the connection between the people of Israel and the land of Israel. Israeli military historians say that the affair is known, though not recorded. The first report appears to be in a letter in the Labour Party journal Davar, September 4, 1979, by a kibbutz member who deplores the ghetto mentality of those who refrain from expelling Arabs. He cites eyewitness testimony by a participant who alleges that women and children were killed by crushing their skulls with sticks and that people were blown up in houses, among other atrocities, not during the heat of battle but as a system of expulsion and elimination. The story was finally unearthed by a correspondent for Hadashot in 1984 and presented as newly discovered. Historian Yoram Nimrod writes that the background for the slaughter, and the general attitude of the time that the Arabs and their possessions are fair game, can be traced to the attitudes of the leadership, who wanted the Galilee to be free, literally, clean of Arabs, and asserted that for the Arabs of the land of Israel there remains only one function, to flee. David Ben-Gurion, 81, that the country must be homogeneous and hence with as few Arabs as possible. Moshe Dayan, and who insisted that the Arab civilians who had fled or had been expelled cannot and need not return, Chaim Weizmann, or even be settled nearby, even if this means rejecting peace overtures. Ben-Gurion, point 82. Nothing comparable to these early post-independence atrocities against the indigenous population in the US and Israel can be charged to the Sandinistas. Chaim Weizmann's principle was, incidentally, also followed in subsequent years, notably after the 1967 war, when hundreds of thousands of Arabs fled or were expelled. A report by Eyal Ehrlich observes that much was written, and with pride, about Operation Refugee, which permitted 17,000 to return, but not about the fact, which he discovered in interviews with soldiers and officers, that the army was under orders, which it fulfilled, to kill returning refugees. Civilians, women, and children were killed. No one reported, no one counted the bodies, no one investigated and punished these actions taken in pursuance of policies established by such men as Yitzhak Rabin, now Minister of Defense, Chaim Herzog, now President, and Uzi Narkis, commander of the Jordanian Front, later head of the Department of Immigration and Absorption of the Jewish Agency. A bitter irony. Soldiers were ordered to shoot even if they heard the crying of an infant. 83. Other charges too have been leveled against the Sandinistas in the propaganda war. President Reagan, with the representative of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, ADL, at his side, accused the Sandinistas of anti-Semitism on July 20, 1983, somehow overlooking a cable 4 days earlier from the U.S. Embassy in Managua stating that it could find no verifiable ground to accuse the Sandinistas of anti-Semitism and that the evidence fails to demonstrate that the Sandinistas have followed a policy of anti-Semitism or have persecuted Jews solely because of their religion. 84. The charges have been reiterated since, but are denied by human rights activists who are highly critical of the Sandinistas in Managua, by a delegation headed by a rabbi who had been a leader in the struggle against the anti-Semitism and terror of the Argentine neo-Nazis, and by a Panamanian rabbi, a former minister of the government who had been honored by the Latin American Jewish Congress, after a visit to Nicaragua. The Jewish Student Press Service reports that the ADL had approached presidential advisors with the idea of a deal in an effort to gain clout with the Reagan White House, accepted by the administration, who saw a way to get the Jewish community to join the bandwagon in the campaign to enlist public support for its Central American policies. The report cites officials in leading Jewish organizations, who denied the charges of anti-Semitism. 85. Meanwhile, the White House, the media, and the ADL, while generally suppressing the cable from the ambassador that reached Reagan 4 days before the July 20 accusation, also have yet to report the homilies of their favorite, Nicaraguan Archbishop Abando y Bravo, who declaims that the leaders of Israel mistreated the prophets, beat them, killed them. Finally, as supreme proof of his love, God sent his divine Son, but they also killed him, crucifying him. The Jews killed the prophets and finally the Son of God. Such idolatry calls forth the sky's vengeance. 86. The Council on Hemispheric Affairs observes that the White House keeps up a steady stream of calumny directed at Managua, charging the ruling Sandinistas with everything vile, drug running, genocide, subverting their neighbors, and now international terrorism, charges that have not been burdened with evidence but are reported with only rare attempts at evaluation. The technique is the one pioneered during World War I, when the first major government propaganda agency, the Committee on Public Information, discovered that one of the best means of controlling news was flooding news channels with facts, or what amounted to official information. 87. Few are willing to undertake the tedious task of refuting the regular flood of lies, They have little access to the public in any event, and they can always be dismissed by the charge that they are apologists for the enemy and its actual crimes. This standard device is sometimes used consciously as a technique to preserve the crucial right to lie in the service of the state, or, for the more deeply indoctrinated, it may simply be impossible to conceive of criticism of the Holy State as anything but support for its official enemies, principled criticism of the divine institution being unimaginable. In either case, the discussion shifts to the evil deeds of the official enemy, and the critic can be dismissed as an apologist for these crimes, as having a double standard, etc. The Holy State and the right to lie in its service are secure. The device was, and still is, used with tiresome regularity with reference to the Indochina Wars. A critic of the U.S. attack against South Vietnam must be a supporter of Hanoi, so one can respond to the criticism by producing true or false charges against Hanoi, and if the critic refutes false charges, that just proves that he or she is an apologist for Hanoi as originally claimed, and there is no need to consider the original criticism of the state one serves. The same device is now constantly used in the case of Central America. 88. One would think that the transparent silliness of the procedure would embarrass its practitioners, but evidently this is not the case. These are among the reactions which anyone who undertakes the task of principled criticism of state actions or domestic institutions should expect, if the critic is not simply ignored, a relatively simple matter in a deeply indoctrinated society in which private power can ensure fairly effective control over the means of expression. We return to some of the further charges against the Sandinistas. The crucial point is that they have a cumulative effect, whatever their veracity. It is well understood by Reagan's advisers, the ADL, and others practiced in the skills of defamation, lies and brainwashing that repeated charges that receive wide publicity create a lasting image, even if they are disproven point by point in critical analysis that may subsequently be noted on the back pages. The chief foreign correspondent of the London Guardian, reviewing Ray Bonner's important book cited above, comments that Bonner, who notes that he originally accepted government deception as a journalist in El Salvador, is rarely as angry about the journalists as about the officials who manipulated them. 89. He is well enough aware that the issue in El Salvador is not reality as such, but how that reality is perceived. The United States is not just conducting a political, economic, and military war, but a propaganda war as well. But he seems less exercised than he might be about the degree to which journalists accept the U.S. government line. A lie reported as fact on the front page of the New York Times affects public opinion. The same lie exposed years later by anonymous officials reminiscing, or thanks to a Freedom of Information suit, is mainly of interest to historians. For every exposé which Mr. Bonner and the handful of other industrious reporters make, there are countless tendentious stories which are never challenged. Beside the cascade of one-sided and inaccurate reports, based on untrue data or false premises, the honest and probing accounts are no better than a trickle. Meanwhile, the policy juggernaut rolls on. Furthermore, even if the media were to treat state propaganda with a critical eye in the manner employed for official enemies, the government would still have won the major battle, namely, setting the framework for debate. We spend little time analyzing or refuting Soviet charges about the terrorism of the Afghan resistance or Hitler's charges against Poland in 1939, but it is more difficult, it seems, to recognize the true nature of debate over Washington's charges against the Sandinistas at a time when it is launching its terrorist war against them. 90. A fundamental reason for the great successes achieved in brainwashing under freedom is that the essential premises of the state terrorists are widely shared, even among their most ardent critics within the mainstream. As Jonathan Steele puts it more harshly, the problem is that journalists share the same narrow, ignorant assumptions as the policy makers. To take one example, consider the Boston Globe, perhaps the most consistent critic of Reagan's thuggery in Nicaragua, as they correctly describe it. Randolph Ryan of the Globe staff, the most outspoken of these critics, writes that critics have so far failed because they have not succeeded in putting forth their belief that America's strength grows from the force of its moral example. Adopting the terminology of Kissinger and others, CP 92, he writes that in 1980–81 there was an impression that the revolutionary left was on a roll in Central America. The administration correctly saw that infectious spirit as a virus that had to be stopped. But now Nicaragua is no longer a subversive virus and has become just an opportunity to win a cheap victory. 91. Illustrated here are some of the essential contributions of the critics to reinforcing state terror. First, we have the reference to the force of America's moral example, as if history demonstrates any such truth. Second, the absurd administration claim that the attack on Nicaragua was motivated by its alleged role in arming the guerrillas in El Salvador is accepted, and more important, it is explicitly assumed that if Nicaragua were indeed providing arms to people being massacred by U.S. clients, then this crime would merit retribution, just as writers in Pravda no doubt thunder about the crimes of Pakistan and the U.S. in aiding the feudal bandits who are terrorizing Afghanistan. But most important is the shared belief that the infectious virus must be stopped, by force if necessary. The virus, of course, was never the flow of arms to El Salvador, but rather the threat of successful independent development, under the principles of the rotten apple theory. And if this doctrine is accepted, then the administration has a strong case. Evidently this danger has not been averted, so there is every reason, on the premises that Ryan and Reagan share, to continue the low-intensity war to ensure suffering, discontent, inability to develop any constructive programs, and the rise to power of the harshest elements, who will be dependent on the Soviet bloc, thus providing retrospective justification for the attack. As was true during the war against South Vietnam, then all of Indochina, the contribution of mainstream critics to entrenching the doctrines of the state religion is a crucial one, which is why they are tolerated, indeed honored for their courage and decency. 92. The irrelevance of government claims about the war against Nicaragua is evident from the way the motivation shifts as circumstances demand. At one point, the attack was justified by the need to prevent arms flow to El Salvador. By 1983, no significant arms flow having been detected despite massive efforts, the aim was to bring the Sandinistas to the bargaining table and force them to hold elections. In June 1984, the president told Congress that U.S. aid to the Contras must continue to pressure the Sandinistas to negotiate. Unless we do, he said, a regional settlement based on the Contadora principles will continue to elude us. 93. A few months later, elections had been held. The Sandinistas had accepted the Contadora principles, causing the administration to discover suddenly that they were a sham and a fraud, and they were continuing to request negotiations that the U.S. refuses. So the argument shifted again. We read in the news columns that the Reagan administration has demanded that Nicaragua demilitarize, reduce its ties with the Soviet Union and Cuba, and change its form of government to a pluralistic democracy. 94. A moment's thought suffices to show that the best way to bring Nicaragua to demilitarize and cut its ties with the Soviet bloc would be to accept the Contadora agreements blocked by U.S. pressure and to call off the war, and that the commitment of the Reagan administration, or its predecessors, to pluralistic democracy in Central America is as believable as the Soviet commitment to socialism or democracy in its domains. But this drivel, for that is what it is blandly reported as news in the nation's press. Nothing could be more plain than the absurdity of the whole game, in which the media play their assigned role, earnestly reporting each pretense and occasionally commenting on the weakness of the argument or the inconsistency of the highly consistent and rational policy. The real reasons for the lust to destroy the Sandinista regime have nothing to do with the charges that are raised, whether valid or simply concocted. That is obvious enough. The real reasons can readily be explained on other grounds, by fear of Nicaraguan success. The Oxfam report on Sandinista social successes, Chapter 1, Section 2, inspires real fear. Useless tanks do not. The real reasons are based on the argument that President Wilson regarded as unanswerable: the interests of the people of Latin America are an incident, not an end. What is paramount is a narrowly conceived American interest, the protection of our raw materials, the fifth freedom. We must therefore become deeply concerned when some group becomes infected by the heresy detected by U.S. intelligence, the idea that the government has direct responsibility for the welfare of the people, what U.S. political theology calls communism in our third world domains, whatever the commitments of its advocates. In the real world, as we shall see in more detail directly, the U.S. has consistently opposed human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization, using harsh measures where necessary. These policies are natural concomitants of the geopolitical conceptions that have motivated planning and that are deeply rooted in American institutions. It is not surprising, for example, that the U.S. should react with extraordinary hostility to democracy in Laos or should overthrow the only democratic government in the history of Guatemala, keeping in power a series of mass murderers ever since. It is familiar to students of U.S. policy that while paying lip service to the encouragement of representative democracy in Latin America, the United States has a strong interest in just the reverse, apart from procedural democracy, especially the holding of elections which only too often have proved farcical. The reason is that democracies may tend to be responsive to popular needs, while the United States has been concerned with fostering the most favorable conditions for her private overseas investment. 95. United States' concern for representative democracy in Latin America is a facet of her anti-communist policy. There has been no serious question of her intervening in the case of the many right-wing military coups, from which, of course, this policy generally has benefited. It is only when her own concept of democracy, closely identified with private, capitalistic enterprise, is threatened by communism or, to be more accurate, by independent development, whether capitalist, socialist, or whatever, that she has felt impelled to demand collective action to defend it. It is only when some form of democracy contributes to maintaining the fifth freedom that the U.S. will tolerate it, otherwise, terror and torture states will have to do. From these real-world considerations, one can come to understand the lust to strike out against Nicaragua or Allende or Cuba or the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. It is not because of the abuses of human rights and democratic principle, often real, sometimes despicable, but rarely approaching what we tolerate with equanimity, directly support, or carry out ourselves. Rather, U.S. policy towards Nicaragua is immediately predictable from the fact that the priorities of the new government meant that Nicaragua's poor majority would have access to, and be the primary beneficiaries of, public programs, the fact that infant mortality fell so dramatically that Nicaragua won an award from the World Health Organization for the best health achievement in a third world nation, health standards and literacy sharply improved, a successful agrarian reform was carried out. GDP expanded by 5% in 1983. In contrast to other countries in the region, production and consumption of corn, beans and rice rose dramatically, and Nicaragua came closer to self-sufficiency than any other Central American nation and made the most impressive gains of any Latin American nation in the Quality of Life Index of the Overseas Development Council, based on literacy, infant mortality, and life expectancy. 96 Burns comments that Nicaragua should, in many ways, stand as an example for Central America, not its outcast. The grim social statistics from Honduras, a country in which the population is literally starving to death, stand in sharp contrast to the recent achievements of Nicaragua. That is just the point, the infection must be stopped before it spreads. Similarly, the crime of the Allende government was that it quickly raised production and real wages, conducted an effective agrarian reform and such programs as milk distribution for children, measures that increased consumer demand and permitted industry to take advantage of unutilized capacity and idle labor, and worse, did so under parliamentary democracy, though such dangerous progress could not long persist as the Nixon-Kissinger destabilization policy, designed to make the economy scream, in Nixon's words, had its effects, along with other factors. 97. Similarly, U.S. policy towards Cuba is readily explained by the Quality of Life Index of the Overseas Development Council, which places Cuba well above any other Latin American country and approximately equal to the U.S., actually better than the U.S. if we consider its more egalitarian character, thus with lower infant mortality rates than Chicago and far lower rates than the Navajo Reservation. Tom Ferrer of the Rutgers Law School, member of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the OAS and former State Department Assistant for Inter-American Affairs, writes that there is a consensus among scholars of a wide variety of ideological positions that, on the level of life expectancy, education, and health, Cuban achievement is considerably greater than one would expect from its level of per capita income. A recent study of 113 third-world countries in terms of these basic indicators of popular welfare ranked Cuba first, ahead even of Taiwan, which is probably the outstanding example of growth with equity within a capitalist economic framework. Data in the 1981 World Development Report of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development also support the consensus. Cuba excelled according to all main indicators of human needs satisfaction. What has changed remarkably is not so much the gross indicators as those that reflect the changed conditions of the poor, particularly the rural poor. In 1958, for example, the one rural hospital in the entire country represented about 2% of the hospital facilities in Cuba. By 1982 there were 117 hospitals, or about 35% of all hospitals in Cuba. Furthermore, polio and malaria have been eliminated, and the causes of death have shifted from those associated with underdevelopment, diseases of early infancy, etc., to those of the developed world, congenital abnormalities, diabetes, etc. 98 These are the crimes for which Cuba must pay dearly. The real ones are of little interest to policy makers, except for their propaganda effect. As for the NLF in South Vietnam, its crime was explained ruefully by the bitterly anti-communist journalist Dennis Warner. In hundreds of villages all over Southeast Asia, the only people working at the grassroots for an uplift in people's living standards are the communists. 99 The reason for the popular support that forced the U.S. to resort to violence and to undermine any political settlement. Those who set their priorities in this way are evidently deficient in their understanding of U.S. needs and priorities. They have therefore joined the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy, and must be driven into the hands of the Russians and subjected to aggression, terror, embargo and other means, in accord with their status as an incident, not an end. We turn next to a closer examination of just how it is done. 3. Patterns of intervention. 1. Defending our sovereignty. It is natural and proper to focus attention on current atrocities, but it can also be misleading, and can hamper a proper understanding of what lies behind them. It may foster the belief that what is happening today is to be explained on the basis of the deficiencies, moral or intellectual, of a transitory political leadership and can be changed simply by voting the rascals out. There is an element of truth to that assessment. The Reagan administration and its cohorts are unusual in their commitment to aggrandizement of state power, state violence and terror, deception and other means to protect state actions from scrutiny by citizens, a quality noted by Congress as well as human rights groups. 1 But the element of truth is rather slight, as the historical record plainly shows, a fact of some import for people who hope to change the world, not merely to observe it. It is important to recognize that little that is happening today is new. The United States has been tormenting Central America and the Caribbean for well over a century, generally in alleged defense against outside threats. In the late 1920s, the Marines invaded Nicaragua in defense against the Bolshevik threat of Mexico. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg warned that the Bolshevik leaders have had very definite ideas with respect to the role which Mexico and Latin America are to play in their general program of world revolution. They have set up as one of their fundamental tasks the destruction of what they term American imperialism as a necessary prerequisite to the successful development of the international revolutionary movement in the New World. Thus Latin America and Mexico are conceived as a base for activity against the United States. Mexico was on trial before the world, President Coolidge declared as he sent the Marines to Nicaragua. Once again. 2 Now Nicaragua is the base for the Bolshevik threat to Mexico, and ultimately the United States. It requires no great originality, then, when Reagan, speaking on national television, warns of Soviet intentions to surround and ultimately destroy America by taking over Latin American states, as proven by a statement by Lenin, which, he said, I have often quoted, but which happens not to exist. 3. Or when his speech writers have him say that like a roving wolf, Castro's Cuba looks to peace-loving neighbors with hungry eyes and sharp teeth, and that the troubles in Central America are a power play by Cuba and the Soviet Union, pure and simple. Or when the White House condemns Nicaragua for its increased aggressive behavior against Honduras and Costa Rica as the U.S. proxy army attacks Nicaragua from Honduras and Costa Rica, and Secretary of State George Shultz thunders that we have to help our friends to resist the aggression that comes from these arms that Nicaragua is acquiring to defend itself from the American onslaught. One act of a drama involving fabricated arms shipments to Nicaragua in a successful exercise in media management to deflect attention from unwanted elections there. Point 4. The media have yet to comment on the similarity to earlier episodes, for example, Hitler's anger at the increased aggressive behavior of Poland as his forces attacked in self-defense. What of earlier years? Woodrow Wilson, the revered apostle of self-determination, invaded Mexico and sent his warriors to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, where they blocked constitutional government, reinstituted virtual slavery, tortured, murdered and destroyed, leaving a legacy of misery that remains until today. Evidently, there could be no Bolshevik threat at the time, so we claimed we were defending ourselves against the Huns. Marine Commander Thorpe told new Marine arrivals that the war would last long enough to give every man a chance against the Hun in Europe as against the Hun in Santo Domingo. The hand of the Huns was particularly evident in Haiti, he explained. Whoever is running this revolution is a wise man, he certainly is getting a lot out of the niggers, it shows the handwork of the German. In actual fact, the real ruler of Haiti was Colonel L.W.T. Waller of the U.S. Marines. Fresh from atrocities in the conquest of the Philippines, he was acquitted in court-martial proceedings on grounds that he had merely been following higher orders to take no prisoners and to kill every male Filipino over age 10. Waller particularly despised mulattoes, they are real nigger and no mistake, real nigs beneath the surface. Negotiations, in his eyes, meant bowing and scraping to these goons. This murderous lout was particularly contemptuous of highly educated Haitians such as Philippe Dardegainave, selected to be president by the Marines and then elected in a free election under Marine rule. Wilson's Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan, on the other hand, found the nigs amusing. After a briefing on Haiti, he remarked, "Dear me, think of it. Niggers speaking French." His successor, Robert Lansing, also stressed the fear of the Huns in justifying the invasion, while commenting that the African race are devoid of any capacity for political organization and have no genius for government. 5. After the 19-year occupation by those who had a capacity for political organization that followed, Haiti was left a nightmare of misery and repression. In 1899, we were compelled to defend ourselves against the Filipinos, who assailed our sovereignty. As President McKinley announced angrily to Congress, there will be no useless parley, no pause, until the Filipino insurrection is suppressed and American authority acknowledged and established, the pretext of rescuing the Philippines from Spanish rule having been abandoned. The cause was taken up by President Theodore Roosevelt. Like Winston Churchill, see below, p. 175, he recognized few limits in war against uncivilized tribes, the most ultimately righteous of all wars, he wrote in his book The Winning of the West, is a war with savages which established the foundations for the future greatness of a mighty people as part of the process, of incalculable importance, of suppressing the red, black, and yellow aboriginal owners of much of the world in favor of the dominant world races. To Roosevelt, the Filipinos were Chinese half-breeds, Malay bandits, savages, barbarians, a wild and ignorant people, Apaches, Sioux, Chinese boxers. A few years later, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. The young Winston Churchill told a New York audience that concentration camps and execution of prisoners and hostages were necessary because the Filipinos did not know when they are whipped. The Filipinos were not fighting for independence, but to control the Philippines so they could loot them, Commanding General Otis told Congress, while the New York Times applauded his resort to force after the natives rejected our kindness and indulgence. The Times also commended Colonel Jacob Smith for using the brutal tactics of the Indian Wars, which were long overdue, and expressed outrage over a Harvard faculty petition urging Philippine independence, agreeing with the description of these sympathizers with the public enemy as socialists or populists. General Funston, who tortured and murdered prisoners while informing the press that our men were wonderfully kind and considerate to the wounded and the prisoners, told a Times correspondent that the natives are, as a rule, an illiterate, semi-savage people, who are waging war, not against tyranny, but against Anglo-Saxon order and decency. The military command, most of them old Indian fighters, carried out a campaign of wholesale slaughter and brutal atrocities which finally led to condemnations at home, though without shaking the conviction of American benevolence. The War of Conquest and its atrocities and courts-martial have not fared well in America's collective memory, Miller writes. The subject is rarely touched upon in history texts, and when it is, this sordid episode is reduced to a bare mention of an insurrection against American rule. Miller himself expresses contempt for critics who do not understand that the American interventions both in Vietnam and in the Philippines were motivated in part by good intentions to elevate or to aid the victims. Soviet scholars say the same about Afghanistan, with comparable justice. 6. The scale of U.S. achievements in pursuing its good intentions can only be guessed. General James Bell, who commanded operations in southern Luzon, estimated in May 1901 that 1/6 of the natives of Luzon had been killed or died from dengue fever, considered the result of war-induced famine, thus, over 600,000 dead in this island alone. A U.S. government report indicated that 1/3 of the population of 300,000 had been killed by the army or famine and disease in one province of Luzon, where Bell had been fighting. A Republican congressman who visited the Philippines wrote that you never hear of any disturbances in northern Luzon, because there isn't anybody there to rebel. Our soldiers took no prisoners, they kept no records, they simply swept the country, and wherever or however they could get hold of a Filipino they killed him. The women and children were spared and may now be noticed in disproportionate numbers in that part of the island. On the island of Samar, in contrast, everyone over 10 was ordered killed by Waller's commander General Smith, who was admonished in a court-martial proceeding and retired a year and a half early by President Roosevelt. In punishment. 7 as noted, Waller was acquitted for executing these orders. Half a century earlier, we were compelled to take 1/3 of Mexico in self-defense against Mexican aggression, initiated deep inside Mexico, in what General Ulysses S. Grant described as the most unjust war ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation, while the New York press explained that the Mexicans are Aboriginal Indians and they must share the destiny of their race. The editor of Scientific American lauded the expansion into Mexico as a triumph of American mechanical genius. We hold the keys of the Atlantic on the east and the Pacific on the far distant west. Our navies sweep the Gulf of Mexico and our armies occupy the land of the ancient Aztecs. Every American must feel a glow of enthusiasm in his heart as he thinks of his country's greatness, her might and her power. The genocidal assaults against the native population were in defense against England and Spain. As in Central America, T.D. Allman comments, the definition of the aggressors is that we have attacked them. 8. The evil empire changes, the basic reasons and the credibility of the excuses do not. If we are not defending ourselves from one or another evil empire, then we are acting in self-defense against internal aggression, as Adlai Stevenson explained at the United Nations in 1964 with reference to South Vietnam, echoing McKinley, at the time when the U.S. was desperately blocking attempts by our South Vietnamese enemies, who at the time included not only the Viet Cong but also the military-civilian leadership of the U.S. client regime, to achieve neutralization and political settlement. While the U.S. planned its escalation of the war to block these nefarious schemes. Stevenson compared our defense against internal aggression in South Vietnam to the murderous counterinsurgency campaign in Greece in 1947, an operation that Reagan's Latin America advisor Roger Fontaine argued should be a model for our Central America policy. The concept of internal aggression was clarified further by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who extended the scope of aggression, which we must resist, to overt armed attack from within the area of a client state and even political warfare, a special case of aggression. 9. Thus, political activity by the natives in a country we occupy is aggression against us, justifying military action in self-defense. Defense against internal aggression, another concept that Orwell would have admired, is a major theme of U.S. history, from its origins until today. 2. The rule of law and the rule of force. Similarly, the U.S. refusal to accept World Court adjudication of its conflict with Nicaragua in April 1984 was nothing new. The U.S. proxy war against Nicaragua is patently illegal unless justified by the provision of the United Nations Charter that permits collective self-defense against armed attack, and indeed this absurd justification is the one offered those partisans who even care to construct a semblance of legality. International law is designed with enough loopholes to allow the great powers to do virtually anything they like, otherwise they would not ratify it. But the plain meaning of the law in this case is that if some state considers that it is subject to an armed attack aggression so sudden and extreme that the necessity for action becomes instant, overwhelming, and leaving no choice of means, and no moment for deliberation, in a conventional formulation due to Daniel Webster and relied upon in the Nuremberg judgments, then that state or its allies should make a formal complaint to the UN Security Council, requesting it to take appropriate action, and may defend the victim until it does. Under other circumstances, the threat or use of force is illegal. The obligations under the Rio Treaty and the OAS Charter are much the same. Of the states of Central America, only Nicaragua could claim to be subject to armed attack, namely, by the US-backed Contras. The US is unwilling to bring to the Security Council or OAS the charge that it is engaged in self-defense against a Nicaraguan armed attack on El Salvador and to call upon the Council to act, a fact noted by conservative legal scholars such as Professor Alfred Rubin of the Fletcher School, who comments that El Salvador should be complaining about being attacked to the UN and OAS, yet, he said, neither El Salvador nor the United States has moved in the OAS or the UN to formally charge Nicaragua with aggression. The US has not even notified the Security Council of warlike measures such as the mining of Nicaraguan waters, which it claimed fell under self-defense when the facts were exposed, in explicit violation of the supreme law of the land, which requires that measures taken in the exercise of the right of self-defense shall be immediately reported to the Security Council, UN Charter, Article 51.10. Nor is the U.S. willing to permit the World Court to hear its claims in the case brought against it. Since in this forum too the U.S. charge of armed attack would simply elicit ridicule. The rule of law, however, does not apply to the U.S. and its clients, or the USSR, or other violent powers that observe only the rule of force. 11. The U.S. refusal to accept the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice in the matter of the Nicaraguan charges, unanimously rejected by the court apart from the U.S. representative, aroused much criticism. The American Society of International Law denounced it overwhelmingly in the first such action in its 78-year history. Their position is understandable. When the U.S. government accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the court in 1946, the Senate observed that the force of that commitment is that of a treaty and entailed the renunciation of any intention to withdraw our obligation in the face of a threatened legal action. A 6-month notice was required to terminate this declaration, a commitment plainly violated when the Reagan administration, 3 days before Nicaragua's complaint was filed, attempted to modify the 1946 declaration so as to exclude disputes with any Central American states or arising out of or relating to events in Central America. 12. The Reagan administration was also sharply criticized by Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan of New York for forsaking our centuries-old commitment to the idea of law in the conduct of nations and for its mysterious collective amnesia in losing the memory that there once was such a commitment, losing all memory of a vital and fundamental tradition. Our UN delegation headed by Jeane Kirkpatrick does not know the history of our country, he proclaimed, echoed by Anthony Lewis, who decried Reagan's failure to understand what the rule of law has meant to this country. 13. Once again, history teaches a different lesson. In fact, it is Ronald Reagan and Jeane Kirkpatrick who understand what the rule of law has meant to this country. The World Court incident serves as a clear illustration. It is a reenactment of events of the Taft and Wilson administrations 70 years earlier. In 1907, at U.S. initiative, a Central American Court of Justice was established to adjudicate conflicts among the American states. A few years later, the court was destroyed by U.S. refusal to recognize its decisions with regard to U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. The incident that finally destroyed the court, which had already condemned U.S. intervention in Nicaragua in 1912 to no avail, involved the Bryan-Chamorro Treaty of 1916, which granted the U.S. perpetual rights to construct a canal through Nicaragua, the purpose being to forestall any competitor to the Panama Canal, and to lease a naval base on the Gulf of Fonseca. The court upheld the plea of Costa Rica and El Salvador that this treaty infringed upon their rights, but the decision was ignored by the U.S. and Marine-occupied Nicaragua, effectively destroying the court. The treaty itself was fraudulent, as recognized by former Secretary of State Elihu Root, who noted that it is apparent that the present government is really maintained in office by the presence of the U.S. Marines in Nicaragua and has no legitimacy, surely no right to make a treaty so serious for Nicaragua, granting us perpetual rights in that country. 14. In short, the shameful World Court incident breaks no new ground in the history of U.S. lawlessness. The only novelty in the present case is that the U.S. does not have the power to destroy the World Court. U.S. lawlessness and coercive measures concerning Nicaragua have been condemned in other international forums. The GATT Council unanimously charged the U.S. with violating obligations under international trade agreements by cutting Nicaragua's sugar quota, and UNCTAD condemned coercive economic measures applied for political reasons, over the objections of delegates from the U.S. and its allies, referring to the U.S. measures against Nicaragua, among other examples. 15. Other aspects of the U.S. attack on Nicaragua also evoke memories that should be more familiar than they are. Thus, consider the charge that the government of Nicaragua has almost continuously kept Central America in tension or turmoil, exercising a baleful influence upon Honduras and destroying republican institutions while public opinion and the press have been throttled. These extremely insolent and false charges were issued by Secretary of State Philander Knox in 1909, Richard Millett observes, in the course of U.S. military intervention and moves to undermine the government of the capable and honest liberal politician Dr. José Madriles, who might have become Nicaragua's best president to date had the U.S. not pursued its fixed determination to see a totally new administration in power, refusing to recognize the Madriles government. 16. Knox went on, with comparable insolence, to condemn Nicaragua for violating the 1907 conventions that had established the Central American Court, and announced support for the revolution, sponsored by the U.S., which represents the ideals and the will of a majority of the Nicaraguan people more faithfully than does the current government of Nicaragua, appealing throughout to the enlightened practice of civilized nations and the deep concern of the U.S. for free and honest government, and incidentally, for the protection which must be assured American citizens and American interests in Nicaragua. Pursuant to these aims, the Marines landed to support the rebels officially, to protect U.S. lives and property. They succeeded in ushering in 25 years of chaos, John Booth observes, a period of destabilization and destruction, terminating in a brutal and murderous 6-year war that added additional burdens to the reeling nation's woes just as the Great Depression began, thus still further taxing political institutions and the economy, and leaving as their legacy a political monster, the National Guard, in the hands of Anastasio Somoza Garcia. The Guard was an instrument potentially capable of crushing political opposition with greater efficiency than ever before in that nation, as it did in the years that followed with enthusiastic support from Washington. 17. Millett's characterization of Philander Knox's charges is appropriate today, for example, with respect to the statement by the President that the U.S. war against Nicaragua will continue until the Sandinistas keep their promise and restore a democratic rule, and have elections. 18. Note incidentally the clear statement by President Reagan, reiterating earlier administration stands, that the purpose of the attack is to force a change in Nicaragua's internal order, not to defend El Salvador against armed attack. More recently, the pretense has been dropped and the president has made it plain that the purpose is to remove the existing government in the sense of its present structure and make it say Uncle 19. The military is no less frank. General Paul Gorman, on retiring from his position in command of U.S. forces in Central America, informed Congress that I don't think overthrow is feasible in the near future, though in another year or more the Contras, whom he praised as freedom fighters whose goal is to oust the Sandinistas, might be able to march into Managua 20. The administration has also made it plain that the use of U.S. military force will be considered if other measures fail. Secretary of State Schultz stated that if Congress did not provide assistance to the Contras, then the U.S. would eventually have to make an agonizing choice about the use of American combat troops, and Langhorne Motley, then Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, informed a House committee in closed session that failure to provide aid for the Contras would place the U.S. in an accommodationist or military response dilemma at some later date when the threat to U.S. interests becomes more obvious and when the only effective response would be on a larger scale or in less favorable circumstances. He referred specifically to direct U.S. military involvement. Point 21. Since we evidently cannot adopt the accommodationist horn of the dilemma, as even the Democratic opposition generally agrees, we must prepare to use military force unless our mercenary armies can overthrow the government or at least make the country bleed sufficiently so that it no longer poses a threat to the fifth freedom. Always the tacit principle. These warnings about an eventual invasion are simply another stage in what a classified Pentagon document in 1983 called a perception management program, designed to keep the Nicaraguans concerned that the United States might attack. The regular large-scale U.S. military maneuvers on the border are part of the same program, according to this document, though they also serve to establish U.S. bases by subterfuge to ensure the militarization of Honduras under a facade of democracy. Sonic booms over Managua have the same goal, the administration noted. The purpose is explained by a State Department official: every time there's an invasion scare, they make some concessions. 22. From the start, the Somatist leaders of the U.S. proxy army have made it clear that the goal of their organization has been to topple the government of Nicaragua. They scoff at past statements by the Reagan administration that the original reason for forming the Contra forces was to intercept weapons that Nicaragua allegedly was sending to the leftist rebels in El Salvador. Joel Brinkley of The Times reports that all the FDN officers interviewed said the group's goal never changed: it was to overthrow the Sandinista government. Edgar Chamorro, a top FDN leader, states that he was informed in 1982 by a CIA official, speaking in behalf of the president, that the goal was to overthrow the government. Talk about arms interdiction came later. Chamorro, who was in charge of publishing the notorious CIA manual offering advice on political assassination and other useful actions, states that he was approached by the government to serve as a cover for the Contras because he had not been a Somatist and they said they needed people who they could sell to Congress. In private, he states, CIA officials never concealed their real objective, to overthrow the government in Managua. They always said the President of the United States wants you to go to Managua. 23. Admiral Stansfield Turner, director of the CIA under the Carter administration, comments that overthrow of the Nicaraguan government is what we've been trying to do all along. All along, there's only been one objective: to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. It's been persiflage that they're trying to stop the flow of arms. However you look at it, we've been supporting people who are trying to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. The administration shifted the tune in 1982 because they didn't have the evidence to support the other charge, lacking evidence of any significant flow of arms. Turner adds, I'm not a peacenik who's opposed to interfering in the affairs of other countries. These are very legitimate activities, from my point of view, for our government to undertake. But such actions must be important to the national security, achievable, and capable of being kept secret. The Nicaraguan covert action fails in all three respects, he says. In particular, it hasn't achieved what it set out to do: topple the government of Nicaragua. 24. As Moore observes in his defense of the legality of the Reagan policy, Such objectives are contrary to the law of the United States that is binding on both the executive and legislative branches, not only the general provisions of international law but also such specific constraints as the Boland Amendment, in force until August 1985.25. There can be little doubt that these are and have been the objectives throughout, though it would suffice to cause sufficient misery and destruction so as to keep the infectious virus from spreading through the dread demonstration effect. It is, however, important to stress that contempt for law and the regular resort to violence to protect U.S. interests are a central theme of American history, contrary to the fantasies spun by those bemused by a mysterious collective amnesia. An accurate account was given by Major Smedley Butler, who commanded the Marine landing in Nicaragua in 1909 and again in 1912, and also fought in Mexico and Haiti, where he ran the fraudulent 1918 election that ratified the U.S. occupation under Marine guns and the Corvée system of slave labor, an instrument for oppressing and torturing the Haitian people, and apparently sometimes for no other purpose than to provide the Marine-imposed Haitian gendarmes with the excuse to beat, if not shoot, them down, as a missionary described it. In 1931, shortly before retiring, Old Gimlet I. Butler summarized his career before a Legionnaires' convention. "I spent 33 years, being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1909 to 1912. I helped make Mexico and especially Tampico safe for American oil interests in 1916. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenue in. I helped in the rape of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street." The historical record lends adequate support to Butler's rendition. Nothing essential has changed since point 26. 3. The U.S. and El Salvador in historical perspective. Current U.S. intervention in El Salvador also breaks little new ground, apart from scale. In 1932, thousands of peasants were massacred in the Matanzas. As Hernández Martínez took power, he was duly recognized by the U.S. while going through the forms of an election, in which he was the only candidate, CP 60. The population was traumatized and subdued by the Matanzas. The effectiveness of the Matanzas at suppressing dissent was indicated by the passage of over a generation before rural organizing began again. As late as 1978, a reporter quoted a conservative lawyer who stated, "Whenever the peasants make the least demand, people start talking about 1932 again." Power remained in the hands of a tiny oligarchy of about 100 major families who enriched themselves and foreign investors while much of the population starved or emigrated. Here, as elsewhere, the U.S. wanted stability, benefited from the ongoing system, and was therefore content to work with the military oligarchy complex that ruled most of Central America from the 1820s to the 1980s. 27. Historian Thomas Anderson comments that the whole political labyrinth of El Salvador can be explained only in reference to the traumatic experience of the uprising and the Matanzas, while Jean Kirkpatrick assures us that to many Salvadorans the violence of this repression seems less important than the fact of restored order and the 13 years of civil peace that ensued, an accurate rendition of the views of those Salvadorans who count. Point 28. No problems arose in one of the world's most miserable countries until 1960, when a junior officers' coup established a moderately leftist government that lasted for only a few weeks before other officers, responding to pressures from the oligarchy and the United States, staged a counter-coup, a foretaste of what was to come 20 years later. The U.S. Embassy urged support for the military regime, stating that the internal security forces are behind the present government, are strongly anti-communist, and constitute major force for stability and orderly political and economic development. Their rule was necessitated by subversive anti-government activities such as underground propaganda, the embassy explained, offering an insight into the concept of subversion as understood by the Kennedy liberals. Dr. Fabio Castillo, a former president of the National University, testified before Congress that the U.S. had openly participated in the counter-coup and had opposed the holding of free elections. 29 The conservative junta was quickly recognized by President Kennedy, whose preference for civil-military regimes was noted earlier, p. 79, after they had pledged to take tough actions against the students who had protested against the outlawing of political parties, the main proof offered of a communist plot, cut relations with Castro, and warmly welcomed foreign investment. The trends of earlier years continued. Production, including food production, increased, largely for export, along with starvation and general misery. These trends were enhanced by the Alliance for Progress programs of Kennedy and Johnson. By 1969, 300,000 Salvadorans, 1 in 8 citizens, had fled to Honduras to find food and work. Military aid rapidly increased along with U.S. training and coordination of the military and other security forces of the region. 30. The threat of such subversive acts as distributing propaganda, which justified support of a military dictatorship in 1961, still remains an unsolved problem. Christian Democrats have recently acknowledged with candor the immediate threat that political accommodation with the rebels could pose, Sam Dillon of the Miami Herald reports. The problem, as explained by one of President Duarte's aides, is that 6 months after we sign a peace treaty, and these leftists start wandering around the country organizing legally, all the agrarian reform cooperatives would turn communist. Another problem is that the left might organize among school-age youth and in the labor movement. Shirley Christian reports in the Times that the National Federation of Trade Unions is making tough wage demands, and that Christian Democrats say they are haunted by the memory of 1979, when the same groups were prominent in the near anarchy that swept El Salvador, leading to the October 1979 coup, soon taken over with Carter's assistance by the right-wing military. By mid-1980, the agitation dried up as many street activists joined the guerrillas and others disengaged out of fear for their lives, while the government imposed the wage freeze and state of siege amidst accusations of human rights violations, and only accusations. Now the fear is that these dangerous groups, who acknowledge their former affiliation with the political arm of the guerrillas, may attempt to reactivate the mass organizations that were thankfully destroyed by the violent repression of strikes and demonstrations, along with other Carter-Reagan atrocities left unmentioned, for example, the murder or disappearance of thousands of union activists and workers, which somehow tends to have a dampening effect on labor organization. 31. As always, the current problem is to devise something that will pass for democracy among commentators at home, not a difficult task, as we shall see, so that aid will flow unhampered to allow the security forces to do their work, while ensuring that democracy excludes democracy. Though the suppression of Salvadoran labor under the US-imposed governments has elicited little interest, the diligent reader can find an occasional report. Thus, some notice was taken when in February 1984, 9 labor leaders, including all top officials of one major federation, were arrested in a Catholic retreat center by armed police. The police raid was based on an alleged tip that rifles and bazookas were stored there, but the police conceded that they had found no weapons, although they did confiscate most of the union files. Union leaders charged that they were forced to sign written confessions after a week of interrogation, sometimes beatings. None was charged with a crime. The official accusation was that they were planning to present demands to management for higher wages and benefits and promoting strikes, which destabilize the economy. A U.S. official stated that the embassy had followed the arrests closely and was satisfied that the correct procedures were followed. The union attacked had never held a meeting under its own name, fearing arrest or death squad attacks. In 1980-81, some 8,200 union members were murdered, wounded, or disappeared, according to an estimate by one labor group. Salvadoran law requires yearly meetings of unions to elect leaders, while another law bans such meetings as illegal except with police permission, which is seldom granted. The arrests in this case were part of a general government crackdown on unions in preparation for the much-praised March 25 elections, or as the press preferred, The police action came despite government promises to loosen restrictions on political freedom in preparation for the elections. 32 Such preparations then went unnoticed in the general ecstasy over the democratic renewal in El Salvador a few weeks later. For contemporary state terrorism, the system established. Nicaragua was treated much as El Salvador under Kennedy's program of strengthening the power of military and security forces throughout Latin America. Under the Alliance for Progress, military aid to Somoza rose sevenfold while economic assistance doubled. The energy the United States injected into the country in the form of moral support, economic aid, and military muscle discouraged opponents of the regime, enriched the brothers Somoza, and increased their capacity to co-opt and to repress their compatriots and to weather a wave of internal unrest from 1959 to 1963. At the same time, the U.S. formed a Central American Defense Council, CONDECA, unifying the armed forces of all Central American nations apart from Costa Rica and thus permitting more efficient internal repression. Nicaragua reciprocated by serving as a base for the attack against Cuba in 1961, as it had for the CIA coup in Guatemala in 1954, sending troops to aid in the U.S. invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965, and intervening, with Guatemalan forces, to help defeat a reformist coup in El Salvador after the election was stolen by the military in 1972.33. The Alliance for Progress programs of strengthening internal security forces took a still more ominous turn in El Salvador, with the establishment of the military and paramilitary apparatus that was to be responsible for widespread slaughter in coming years. According to Alan Nairn's detailed study 34, the U.S. organized and trained the rural paramilitary force ORDEN, which has terrorized the countryside since, as well as the elite Presidential Intelligence Service ANSESL, which served as the intelligence arm of the death squads. The founder of ORDEN and ANSESL, General Medrano, was enlisted as a CIA agent. Described by José Napoleón Duarte as the father of the death squads, the chief assassin of them all, he was awarded a silver medal by President Johnson in recognition of exceptionally meritorious service. Medrano stated that ORDEN and ANSESL grew out of the State Department, the CIA, and the Green Berets during the time of Kennedy. Parallel domestic security agencies were established in Guatemala, Nicaragua, Panama, Honduras, and Costa Rica and would meet every 3 months under the supervision of the State Department and exchange information and methods of operation, Medrano added. This was part of a broad plan to organize a Central American intelligence effort under CIA coordination to control internal dissidents, paralleling CONDECA. Nairn reports further that according to U.S. and Salvadoran officials, the close relations between the security forces and the U.S. government have been sustained since, at times with some qualms, now overcome under the Reagan administration. The U.S. provided coordination and training, including training in terrorist and torture techniques, according to Salvadoran intelligence officers and former police agents, both in El Salvador and the U.S. The CIA also provided information about suspected dissidents and Salvadorans abroad, many of whom were assassinated by the death squads that are actually part of the military and security forces. Nairn concludes. U.S. complicity in the dark and brutal work of El Salvador's death squads is not an aberration. Rather, it represents a basic bipartisan, institutional commitment on the part of 6 American administrations, a commitment to guard the Salvadoran regime against the prospect that its people might organize in ways unfriendly to that regime or to the United States. Nairn's conclusion considerably understates the case, since it isolates El Salvador from the general context of U.S. foreign policy, which has had the same institutional commitments, with much the same effects, throughout a large part of the world, and for good reason, as we have seen. Death squads were, in fact, a natural if not inevitable outgrowth of the counterinsurgency ideology of the New Frontier, itself a concomitant of the Alliance for Progress programs of strengthening production for export at the expense of domestic consumption. It was necessary to prevent such subversive activities as distribution of propaganda and organizing. General William Yarborough of Kennedy's Special Forces urged that secret paramilitary groups capable of carrying out violent covert actions against the domestic opposition would be an effective mechanism to counter subversion, This structure should be used to, as necessary, execute paramilitary, sabotage and/or terrorist activities against known communist proponents, he explained. A U.S. Army handbook suggested that security forces impersonate guerrillas while carrying out terrorist actions against the population to indicate to the people the need for protection of the village and provide the government with a pretext for population control. A Salvadoran military journal, reflecting the counterinsurgency doctrine of their U.S. trainers, observes that wherever a guerrilla is found operating with success, there are still some among the people cooperating with them and providing information. What, then, must be done? You must annihilate the source of support and their sources of information. The U.S. applied a concept outlined for Vietnam, where the Joint Chiefs of Staff observed in a document on pacification that class conflict in villages could be effectively exploited, with the young elite who are ambitious to get ahead in business, profession, or politics mobilized for civilian counter-terrorist organization, meaning, paramilitary terrorist organization. In Central America, the young elites were trained to sow terror to protect their interests, which happened to coincide with U.S. interests. There was also a flow in the other direction, as U.S. advisors who helped set up the terror system in Guatemala moved on to apply their skills in Vietnam. The U.S. terror network is worldwide. Police units were formed in Guatemala to lend assistance, in cases of emergency, to the owners or administrators of estates, haciendas, agricultural lands, forests, and rural properties. And observe all activity that tends to inflame passions among the peasant masses or in the rural communities and, when necessary, repress through licit means any disorder that should occur. According to a 1965 government decree, the concept of licit means covers quite a bit of ground under the USBAC dictatorships. In general, the basic idea was to develop a paramilitary system working closely with the professional security forces to lock the stable door before the danger ever arises, in the words of Truman's Secretary of War Robert Patterson in 1947. The Kennedy administration succeeded in putting the system of state terror in place under the guise of counterinsurgency, with gruesome consequences. 35. The system was to be preventive, not reactive. In 1962, Kennedy's ambassador to Guatemala, John Bell, sent to Washington a Guatemalan internal defense plan which formulated the primary objective of the U.S. in Guatemala, the prevention of the accession to power of communists in Guatemala, not the needs of the suffering population. The danger of insurgency was remote, Bell held, but, the internal defense plan observed, the danger of other forms of subversion, forms which provide a base from which insurgency can develop, is real and present. Therefore the internal security apparatus must be improved, to nip any such dangers in the bud. Like the Duarte government today in El Salvador, Bell perceived the danger of allowing the left to organize politically, since such subversion might impede the Fifth Freedom and harm its local affiliates, CP 133. Social reforms may be considered, but they are dangerous too. The plan noted that better education might make people all the more aware of the hopelessness of their status, and more susceptible to communist agitation. It is better to send helicopter gunships, which will be of great utility in rescue operations and in other tasks in community assistance, as Ambassador Bell's successor thoughtfully explained in 1967 while the security forces with direct U.S. military participation were in the process of slaughtering thousands of peasants. 36. Kennedy's military and counterinsurgency advisor General Maxwell Taylor pointed out in 1965 that in Vietnam we were too late in recognizing the extent of the subversive threat. By April 1965, when the outright U.S. land invasion of South Vietnam took place, some 160,000 South Vietnamese had been killed, largely in US-sponsored terror operations, according to figures cited by the bitterly anti-communist French military historian Bernard Fall, many of them under the crushing weight of American armor, napalm, jet bombers and, finally, vomiting gases. Fall, with some 80,000 killed by 1961 in state terror operations that had finally evoked resistance. 37 But this was not enough. we had not come to the rescue of the people we were assassinating in time or with sufficient violence. The outstanding lesson of this experience, Taylor explained to the Police Academy cadets, is that we should never let another Vietnam-type situation arise again. We have learned the need for a strong police force and a strong police intelligence organization to assist in identifying early the symptoms of an incipient subversive situation, so that appropriate measures can be taken in time, by terror beyond that employed in South Vietnam, if necessary. Recall Kennan's strictures 15 years earlier about the necessity for police repression by the local government, p. 78. The need for preemption runs through the thinking of American planners across the spectrum, and is not restricted to state terror directed against the civilian population as in the favored Kennedy model. General Nathan Twining, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Eisenhower, explained that tactical nuclear weapons, if employed once or twice on the right targets, at the right time, would in my judgment, stop current aggression, and stop future subversion and limited wars before they start. 38 As examples of the worldwide subversion we must counter by nuclear weapons if necessary, he cited the Congo, where U.S. intervention had helped to remove, finally assassinate, the leading nationalist figure and to install a corrupt and brutal military dictator, Cuba and Vietnam. By aggression he clearly meant to refer to the kind of aggression then being carried out by Vietnamese against the American invaders. One may imagine the reaction if such statements were found in a publication by the top Soviet or Libyan military commander. 5. The system applied, torturing El Salvador. 5.1 Carter's War. Returning to El Salvador, in 1972 an election took place in which José Napoleón Duarte and Guillermo Ungo were the apparent victors, though the military candidate won through blatant fraud and intervention by two loyal U.S. clients, Nicaragua and Guatemala. Interest here was slight. Duarte came to Washington but found that no one cared much about the reign of terror and political repression in El Salvador. The press was unconcerned, and apart from Edward Kennedy and Tom Harkin, no one in Congress would even see him. 39 Another electoral fraud in 1977 also aroused little interest here. Terror, torture, starvation and semi-slave labor continued in the normal manner of U.S. Third World dependencies. This recent history illustrates the traditional U.S. contempt for democracy and the cynicism of the current flurry of interest in elections and democracy as a cover for state terror. Two developments did, however, begin to cause concern by the late 1970s. The fall of Somoza in 1979 aroused fears in Washington that the brutal dictator of El Salvador might be overthrown, leading to loss of U.S. control there as well. The second and still more threatening development was the growth of popular organizations in the 1970s, Bible study groups that became self-help groups under church sponsorship, peasant organizations, unions, and the like. There was a fearsome prospect that El Salvador might move towards meaningful democracy with opportunities for real popular participation in the political process. This was the near anarchy, memory of which still haunts the Christian Democrats, according to Shirley Christian, at least those she regards as meriting attention, CP 133. The Carter administration reacted to these threats in El Salvador by backing a coup led by reformist military officers in October 1979, while ensuring that the most reactionary military elements retained a position of dominance. Killings rapidly increased, and by early 1980 the junta had collapsed. Left Christian Democrats, socialists, and reformist officers were gone and power was firmly in the hands of the usual elements whom the U.S. has traditionally supported in the region. José Napoleón Duarte, however, joined the junta and, in December 1980, became its president, exercising little influence but providing the armed forces, which were slaughtering Salvadoran civilians by the tens of thousands in 1980 and 1981, with an effective public relations spokesman, the role he has continued to play since, to mounting applause in the U.S. as the slaughter seemed to be achieving some results. 40. By early 1980, the stage was set for outright war against the population. The Archbishop was assassinated in March. The war against the peasantry began in full force in May with major massacres, under the guise of land reform, the university was destroyed in June, the leadership of the political opposition was murdered in November, the independent media were terrorized and eliminated, and in general the popular organizations were crushed with large-scale killings and torture, accompanied by the silence of the U.S. press. The threat of democracy was aborted, so that soon it became possible to contemplate elections. Let us review these steps in Carter's war in El Salvador. In February 1980, Archbishop Romero pleaded with President Carter not to provide the junta with military aid, which, he observed, will surely increase injustice here and sharpen the repression that has been unleashed against the people's organizations fighting to defend their most fundamental human rights. Political power, he wrote, is in the hands of the armed forces who know only how to repress the people and defend the interests of the Salvadorian oligarchy. 41. It is beyond doubt that increasingly it is the people themselves that are becoming conscientized and organized, and thereby preparing itself to take the initiative and shoulder the responsibility for the future of El Salvador. The people's organizations are the only social force capable of resolving the crisis. It would be totally wrong and deplorable if the Salvadoran people were to be frustrated, repressed, or in any way impeded from deciding for itself the economic and political future of our country by intervention on the part of a foreign power. But increasing the repression, destroying the people's organizations, and preventing independence were the very essence of U.S. policy, so Carter ignored the Archbishop's plea and sent the aid to strengthen the Army's key role in reforms. 42. A statement that would have made Orwell cringe. The results were predictable. At this point, we enter into the system illustrated in Chapter 1. Romero's plea to Carter to refrain from destroying the popular organizations by violence was not unique. 3 years later, Jaime Cardinal Sin, leader of the 42 million Catholic community of the Philippines, urged Reagan to halt military aid to the Marcos dictatorship because Filipinos were being slaughtered and massacred with American weapons. This plea too was ignored by the government and barely noted in the media. 43. In March 1980, Archbishop Romero was assassinated. A judicial investigation was initiated, headed by Judge Atilio Ramirez. He accused General Medrano, the death squad organizer and U.S. favorite, and right-wing leader Roberto Dubuisson of hiring the assassins, and shortly after, fled the country after death threats and an attempt on his life. In exile, Judge Ramirez reports that the Criminal Investigation Section of the National Police did not arrive until 4 days after the assassination and did not provide the court any data or evidence of an investigation into the crime. The same was true of the Office of the Attorney General. Judge Ramirez concludes that it is undoubtedly the case that from the very beginning, they were involved in a kind of conspiracy to cover up the murder. The security forces were not entirely inactive, however. They did raid the legal aid office of the Archbishopric, removing all files bearing on the assassination, including testimony implicating the military. None of this evidence has surfaced, and neither the U.S. government nor the press seems much interested. The director of the Church Legal Aid Office also fled the country after death threats and warnings that his children and wife would be killed. The offices were repeatedly raided by security forces, and human rights leaders have been harassed and murdered, also with little notice in the press here, apart from reiteration of government lies that they were guerrillas. 44. Former Salvadoran intelligence chief Roberto Santavane charged that a senior officer of the Contras, Col. Ricardo Lau, was paid $120,000 for arranging the Archbishop's assassination, working directly for Roberto Dubuisson, and also played a key role in organizing and training the death squads in El Salvador and Guatemala before joining the Contras. Lau has also been linked to political killings inside Honduras by Honduran military officials. U.S. officials confirm that Lau, a former officer of Somoza's National Guard, served as intelligence chief for the main Contra force, the FDN. The Times reported in early 1985 that until recently he was head of FDN counterintelligence. 45. The Honduran military leaked a report implicating Contra elements in the death or disappearance of some 250 people since 1980, though Honduran human rights activists suspect the involvement of Honduran security forces. which have taken to the usual practices of our Central American clients as the U.S. presence and training expanded. Among those killed were union activists, school teachers, and others. In September 1985, a Honduran Army officer who was a leading figure in a group of military officers who oppose U.S. policy in Honduras was found murdered under suspicious circumstances near a Contra zone in Honduras. Nicaraguan exiles have been accused of the murder. He had charged that the United States was turning a blind eye to abuses in the military and in some cases perhaps even encouraging them. According to a Western diplomat, a Senate aide who knew the assassinated officer said that if he made public what he knew about the Honduran Army and U.S. policy in Honduras, it would be deeply embarrassing to the United States. 46. The presence of former Somatist National Guard members working with the Salvadoran security forces was also reported by Captain Ricardo Fialos, a former Salvadoran Army doctor now in exile, who testified before Congress that he had treated and examined medical records of such mercenaries. 47 Since no evidence has surfaced of Nicaraguans working with the guerrillas, it appears that the only direct Nicaraguan involvement in violence in El Salvador is under U.S. auspices. Santavane also provided detailed evidence concerning the role of leading figures in the Duarte government, as well as the rightist opposition, in the state terrorism and cover-up, including the killing of 4 American churchwomen and the assassination of the Archbishop. He also described contacts with members of the Contra Army, who supplied hitmen, and with Guatemalan state terrorists, including leaders of an ultra-right party that was formed with CIA assistance as part of the 1954 campaign to destroy Guatemalan democracy. These and other charges, including the charge that the chief of the Treasury Police, who had been implicated in some of the worst atrocities, was on the CIA payroll, and that elements of the U.S. government supported or acquiesced in death squad activity, were investigated by the Senate, which claimed to find no evidence that the U.S. was implicated in political violence. The report, however, does not pretend to be the final word on the subject, Washington correspondent Daniel Sutherland observed, since it did not even interview Salvadorans believed to have information about death squads and largely limited itself to U.S. government sources. 48. Carter's war against the peasantry began in full force in May, with large-scale massacres, primarily in areas scheduled for land reform. 49 The first major massacre was at the Rio Sumpul on May 14, when thousands of peasants fled to Honduras to escape an army operation. As they were crossing the river, they were attacked by helicopters, members of Orden and troops. According to eyewitness testimony reported by Amnesty International and the Honduran clergy, women were tortured, nursing babies were thrown into the air for target practice, children were drowned by soldiers or decapitated or slashed to death with machetes, pieces of their bodies were thrown to dogs. Honduran soldiers drove survivors back into the hands of the Salvadoran forces. At least 600 unburied corpses were prey for dogs and buzzards, while others were lost in the waters of the river, which was contaminated from the dead bodies. Bodies of 5 children were found in a fish trap by a Honduran fisherman. 50 The massacre is not mentioned in the State Department country reports on human rights practices produced by the Carter administration and was suppressed by the media for over a year, and then only barely noted, though the facts had been reported shortly after the events in the foreign press and church-based press in the U.S. This was just one example of news suppression so extreme that reporting of El Salvador was selected as top censored story of 1980 by an annual media research project, not because there were no reports, but because they were so biased and inadequate. 51 As noted earlier, it was later implicitly conceded that the media suppression was deliberate, CP 21. With the U.S. press silent and the public unaware, the massacre of the peasantry could continue. Peasants were the major victims of the 1980 state terror. In June, the university was shut down after an army attack that left many killed, including the rector, and facilities looted and destroyed. The dean of the Department of Science and Humanities reports, in exile. The army burned complete libraries. In the law school, where we once had about 100,000 volumes, we now have only 3,000. In the first days of the occupation, the officers of the army grabbed as much of the equipment, furniture, medical supplies as they could, and the rest they destroyed. Whatever equipment they didn't understand, they ruined. For example, when they found the computer machinery, they tossed bombs and destroyed all of the university's records. In the agronomic science department, they discovered infrared equipment. The officers told their troops that the students used these torture rooms against policemen and the army, so they destroyed them. Medical equipment and most of the medical library were also destroyed. The humanities building was burned to the ground. Some 30 faculty members were murdered or disappeared, according to the new rector. As the university, what is left of it, reopened 4 years later, the librarian observed that no public official, including President Duarte, the civilian figurehead for the junta at the time, ever condemned what happened or proposed some sort of retribution. 52 Another exercise of the Army's key role in reform, in the rhetoric of the Human Rights Administration. The commitment to destroy the national culture by violence was, of course, not an innovation of the campaign carried out under the Carter-Duarte auspices. Predecessors include the Nazis, the neo-fascist national security states that spread through much of Latin America since the Kennedy administration, and Pol Pot, among others. In November, the political opposition was murdered, terminating the possibility of independent political activity and thereby helping to clear the ground for what the U.S. press would describe as democratic elections. The killings were condemned here, and the facts were partially reported, but the strong evidence that government security forces carried out the operation was omitted or downplayed. 53. Meanwhile, the independent media were eliminated by bombings and terror, another prerequisite for free elections to legitimate the client regime. The editor and a journalist of one paper were found with their bodies hacked to pieces with machetes, and the second independent paper closed after 3 attempts to assassinate the editor, threats to his family, occupation of the offices by armed forces, and the arrest and torture of staff members. The church radio station was repeatedly bombed, and shortly after Reagan's election, troops occupied the archdiocese building, destroying the radio station and ransacking the newspaper offices. 54 As a result of these actions, there is no need for censorship in El Salvador. Western moralists may rest easy, concentrating their ire on censorship in Nicaragua, under attack by the U.S., where nothing remotely comparable has occurred. On October 26, 1980, Archbishop Romero's successor, Bishop Rivera y Damas, condemned the armed forces' war of extermination and genocide against a defenseless civilian population. A few weeks later, Duarte hailed the armed forces for valiant service alongside the people against subversion as he was sworn in as civilian president of the junta. 55. Carter's war was successful. The popular organizations, dissident political forces, and the independent media were eliminated, along with some 10,000 people, many killed after hideous torture. The threat of democracy in El Salvador had been stilled. A further effect of state terror was to drive many people to join the guerrillas, estimated at 2,000 in 1979, 5,000 in mid-1981, and 10,000 by 1984.56. But this too is a victory for the U.S., since it shifts the struggle away from the political arena, where the U.S. and its clients are weak, to the arena of force and violence, where they reign supreme. Furthermore, as state terror undermines the opportunities for peaceful organization and meaningful political action, its victims either submit or turn to violence themselves, and as state terror mounts, they are likely to lose their popular support because they cannot defend the population and because they may be driven to adopt more brutal methods, either in self-defense or as the advocates of force gain positions of dominance in an escalating struggle that is restricted by the outside power to the military dimension. These consequences can then be exploited by the propaganda system to provide retrospective justification for the initial resort to violence that is responsible for them, in the familiar manner already discussed. The dynamics are obvious, and undoubtedly are well understood by U.S. planners and propagandists, who have ample experience in these matters. The U.S. war against South Vietnam taught clear lessons in this regard. After the 1954 Geneva Accords, the Viet Minh, later called Viet Cong in U.S. propaganda, attempted to pursue the political settlement it outlined, but were blocked by U.S. terror, which led to the killing of tens of thousands of people in the following years. The government terrorized far more than did the revolutionary movement, Jeffrey Race observes in the major book on this period, and the Communist Party refused even to authorize violence in self-defense for several years, though US organized terrorism was decimating the Southern organization. The leading U.S. government specialist, Douglas Pike, notes that the Southern organization, the National Liberation Front, maintained that its contest with the GV and the U.S.-installed regime and the United States should be fought out at the political level, and that the use of massed military might was in itself illegitimate until forced by the U.S. to use counter-force to survive. Captured documents also emphasize the essential role of social programs and political organization, and the need to struggle against an enemy who is weak politically and morally but strong militarily and materially. It took years of massacre, forced population removal, ecocide and general destruction before the aggressor succeeded in shifting the struggle to the arena of sheer violence. By then, the Southern organization had been virtually destroyed, along with the society that it had successfully mobilized. Peaceful political settlement and neutralization in South Vietnam, regarded as quite realistic by South Vietnamese on both sides of the conflict and bitterly opposed by the U.S. with increasing violence, was no longer a possible option, a substantial victory for the U.S., as discussed earlier. Point 57. The Israeli-Arab conflict provides another example. Hysteria over Palestinian terrorism knows no bounds in the U.S. media, which, over many years, have largely suppressed the record of the persistent US-Israeli rejectionism that has been the primary barrier to a political settlement, the barbaric treatment of the indigenous population of the occupied territories in what the press calls a benign occupation, and the years of murderous Israeli strikes against Lebanon, many without even a pretext of retaliation. 58. To take another case, in Guatemala in the 1980s, the guerrillas lost popular support as a result of their inability to protect the population from the huge slaughter carried out with the aid of the U.S. and its clients. And now we see the same pattern repeating in El Salvador. Leonel Gomez, the chief advisor to the Salvadoran Institute for Agrarian Transformation, who fled in January 1981 after the assassination of the institute's head and death squad warnings, testified before Congress that one is very cautious about rising up against the government when one has seen bodies of people sawed in half, bodies placed alive in battery acid, or bodies with every bone broken, as he had during 1980. A woman fleeing from the Guazapa mountain, where soldiers destroyed everything after years of ferocious bombardment, says, when it began, in 1980, the guerrillas promised us a better life. That's what we were fighting for. It hasn't turned out that way. 59. The struggle for a better life described by Charles Clements, see Chapter 1, Section 1, was totally defeated, as the population was murdered or removed to squalid refugee camps, a major victory for the Carter-Reagan policies. Despite official pretenses, few knowledgeable people could have had much doubt about the character of what T.D. Allman properly called Matanzatu. In one of the few exceptions to media obedience. 60. In public, the Carter administration was claiming that most of the violence was perpetrated by the guerrillas, some by right-wing extremists, and only incidentally by some elements of El Salvador's security forces, while the government was unable to end such abuses. Meanwhile, it was telling reporters in confidence that 90% of the killings were attributable to the government security forces, CP 21. Ambassador White, in a confidential 1980 cable on El Salvador, 1 year after the October 1979 coup, stated that, plainly put, the military have the power, no government can exist without their approval, and members of the Security Corps and the Army continue to hunt down and kill suspected leftist subversives, a very broad category indeed. Ray Bonner writes that confidential cables and documents partially released under the Freedom of Information Act reveal that El Salvador's political landscape was almost indistinguishable from that before the 1979 coup. The armed forces ruled, employing the same repressive methods they had in 1932, in 1948, in 1972, in 1979. In October 1980, the director of IFLD stated in a confidential memorandum that government here operates with no real popular support, and in the past several months, Duarte and company have sided with the conservative military, perhaps because this group holds the key to power now, which has hurt their image among the population. The conservative officials who look to a military solution are very much in control. Bonner adds that no one in Washington was telling Congress or the American people this. 61. The meaning of all of this, to put it plainly, is that the government was wholly illegitimate, a foreign implant supported by military forces that are hardly more than mercenaries of the foreign power that is responsible for the violent attack against the population of El Salvador under the facade it had created. 5.2 Duarte's role. José Napoleón Duarte joined the junta in March 1980 as reformist elements were eliminated at the outset of Matanzas II and became its president in December in an effort to provide the perpetrators of the war of extermination and genocide with some legitimacy after the murder of 4 American church women. He too certainly understood what was happening. He later conceded that the masses were with the guerrillas when he joined the junta and the US organized war against the population began. Now, mimicking his State Department mentors, Duarte describes the guerrillas as an invading army, another manifestation of the International Red Peril. Official party documents signed by Duarte show that a few weeks before he joined the junta, the leadership of the Christian Democratic Party met with the Army Command to protest 19 cases in which Christian Democrats had been murdered, kidnapped, or jailed by government troops, demanding the removal of officers responsible. The army leaders were enraged, and Duarte agreed on the spot to retract the letter. 2 weeks later, the Christian Democrat Attorney General Mario Zamora was murdered by a death squad, and 2 weeks after that, Duarte agreed to join a junta which other Christian Democrats had abandoned days before in protest over the violence, and which included officers Duarte himself had accused in party meetings of being death squad leaders. 62 Duarte also sided with the right-wing military leaders against Col. Adolfo Maginot, the reformist officer who had led the October 1979 coup and was described by the press as the symbol of American policy in this country. Maginot, who was disliked by the Carter administration, was finally removed from the junta in December 1980 as Duarte became president, after having been marginalized for some time, and shortly after was arrested. Maginot later described Duarte as the military's ally, who covers up human rights violations. 63. Duarte was also well aware of the measures undertaken under his auspices to overcome the popular support for the guerrillas, for example, the reconstitution and incorporation into the civil defense forces of the 80,000-member terrorist organization ODEN, which, as he had explained in 1977, employed the method that was used during the Nazi system to control the people directly. 64 U.S. officials surely understood the scale and character of the massacre they were organizing, which has now been extensively documented by human rights groups, much to the distress of the U.S. government, which has regularly attempted to undermine such groups, and of Duarte, who has denied the existence of documented massacres and now refuses to accept reports by the Church Human Rights Office because, he says, these people are permanently working under the direction of those trying to help the subversives. He also claimed that we use the Air Force only to support ground troops under fire. Yet indiscriminate air strikes against civilians are documented in grim detail by human rights organizations. 65. Moreover, it is not only the Church Human Rights Office that is working for the subversives, according to this darling of the American press. He also claimed that in 1979 and 1980, a Marxist news structure dominated U.S. press coverage of El Salvador. This, it will be recalled, is the period when the atrocities committed by his government were virtually suppressed. Furthermore, Duarte explained, David McMichael, the former CIA analyst who publicly denied unsupported government claims about a weapons flow from Nicaragua to the El Salvador rebels, is clearly a Marxist. There are infiltrators everywhere, as are many of the mothers of the disappeared. He also claimed that killings declined after he became junta president in December 1980, in fact, they increased, as all sources agree. 66. The unions are also infiltrated and used at the altar of war and destabilization, Duarte announced after he sent his troops to a hospital where workers were on strike, one of 25 hospitals and clinics raided by the police in an effort to dislodge strikers. The chief government spokesman said the action was warranted on the basis of rulings by the civilian and military courts that the strike was illegal and subversive. Duarte stated that virtually all of the strikes are by the unions managed by the communists who are not interested in reasonable settlements. 67 In fact, consumer buying power has decreased over 50% during the past 5 years while huge sums flow abroad and the oligarchy retains or enhances its privileges, and diplomats, political observers and union leaders say that the strike resurgence reflects widespread worker dissatisfaction with the government's economic policies, which have accelerated the steady decline of the standard of living. But as Duarte has learned, it is easier and more effective with his northern boss, to blame it on the communists, while sending SWAT teams to carry out a commando raid against unarmed nurses and doctors occupying a hospital but continuing to handle emergency cases, firing the entire strike leadership of the water utility union, and otherwise providing sufficient hints to people who well recall the terror against labor unleashed a few years before by the government for which Duarte provided a fig leaf. 68. Not surprisingly, Duarte's regime has been harshly anti-labor. The head of the 70,000-member industrial and civil service union states that some unions continue to operate underground and union membership is static because of the murders of union activists over the past 5 years, and that there will be no justice in El Salvador so long as the army remains unreformed. The muchachos in the mountains want peace, he says, but they cannot leave their hideouts, surrender their arms and join the political process because the death squads would exterminate them. Francisco Acosta, US Canadian representative of the National Federation of Salvadoran Workers, reports that peasants are denied the legal right to organize and that the government raises numerous barriers to the, technically legal, organization of urban workers, making it very difficult to legalize a union. One difficulty is that union organizers are immediately accused of being communists, which means that they are fair game for the security forces. Since the labor movement started to become more active in the urban areas in 1985, there have been many kidnappings and murders of trade unionists, but there has been no international press coverage, he adds. Media outrage, and extensive coverage, is restricted to suppression of civil liberties in Nicaragua, under attack by the United States. The peasant labor coalition Popular Democratic Unity, which backed Duarte in 2 elections, accuses Duarte of foot-dragging on trials of officers accused of violent repression, on meeting with the guerrilla movement's leaders, and on improving economic conditions, Shirley Christian reports. The organization is also in an uproar over efforts by IFLD to confine it to bread and butter issues, thus eliminating the danger that a popular organization might permit serious participation in democratic politics on the part of the poor. Some union leaders are accused of taking payoffs from IFLD, the government-linked AFL-CIO organization that has a miserable record of anti-labor activities throughout the world. Acosta places much of the blame for Duarte's anti-labor policies on IFLD. 69. IFLD naturally paints a different picture. The chief of its information services lauds the new political freedoms enjoyed by trade unionists who now live in a democracy where they can voice, no matter how loudly, their discontents with both national and trade union leadership 70 as they are being dragged off by Duarte's security forces. Duarte's 1985 apologetics for the massacres conducted by the government over which he presides conform to his regular practice. After the slaughter at Rio Sumpul, Duarte stated that about 300 were killed, all of them communist guerrillas including, presumably, the infants sliced to pieces with machetes. When the army killed 20 civilians in January 1983, some after torture, Duarte claimed they had been killed in a battle. That they had been murdered in scattered locations was confirmed by the press and a diplomat who investigated. In the case of the massacres at Los Llanitos and the Guilcinga River, CP 37, Duarte denied the facts or blamed the guerrillas. He promised an investigation of the Los Llanitos massacre, but neither the survivors who had been interviewed by church investigators, nor the journalists who looked into the massacre, nor America's Watch were ever approached. Duarte did not release the report of the alleged investigation, but claimed that it produced no evidence of military abuses. He conducted no investigation of the Guilcinga River massacre, but denounced the terrorists for using the masses as shields and, to provoke, exposing these people to be killed. This is horrible. This is inhuman. But this is not my problem. It's the problem of the subversives' terrorist actions, and they have to be responsible, not the perpetrators of the massacre against defenseless civilians. The surviving victims see it differently. Duarte's men went after our children, and now he'll go on television to say he didn't do it, a survivor of the Los Llanitos massacre commented bitterly. 71. No less startling was Duarte's denial that there were any bodies at El Playon and his claim that stories about this charnel house were fabricated. This was after the press had discovered what even Elliot Abrams conceded was a hellish place, an infamous body dump, though Abrams accompanied the admission with transparent falsehoods about army innocence. What reporters found in El Playon was a macabre scene from a surrealistic canvas, a huge mass of skulls with a single bullet hole in the back, skeletons mixed in with rotting garbage, for El Playon was a dump for garbage as well as for humans, vultures, and dogs devouring the bodies of the latest victims of the death squads. The U.S. Embassy investigated, concluding that the scene was even more gruesome than what reporters had described. Duarte promised an investigation after his initial denials, but several months later, when reporters discovered new pockets of skeletons at El Playon, the embassy acknowledged that there had been no investigation. There could be none, Bonner observes, for it would have led directly to the headquarters of several major military units 3 miles away, including the elite US trained at Les Satel Battalion. The road through the body dump was heavily patrolled by Army troops and security forces, America's Watch observed. 72. The Salvadoran military is naturally pleased with Duarte's performance. Duarte is the man who has been able to open the coffers of the U.S. Congress, and the military realizes that, a Salvadoran political analyst observes, they won't get rid of the goose that is laying the golden eggs. He's the democratic facade, so everybody doesn't have to worry, because there's a democratic president there. Similarly, the economic right, the extremely conservative Salvadoran private sector, are realizing that Duarte can deliver the goods. Strangely, for a populist politician, President Duarte brags, in full-page newspaper ads, not about what he has done for his poor supporters, but about what he has done for his arch-enemies, the coffee growers. Peasants continue to be evicted by the National Guard from lands they thought they had received under the land reform, a story that is a common one in El Salvador. The London Economist notes renewed threats by death squads that people at the university leave the country or be assassinated, a reminder that the right-wing terror machine is still in running order. The death squads are still committing murders, though on a smaller scale. While Duarte's government has not yet convicted anyone for the tens of thousands of murders committed since 1979 by military-manned death squads. Duarte has blamed the Legislative Assembly, which he now controls, but he has noticeably shifted to the right, reassuring the army and the businessmen that his aims are really the same as theirs. The director of the National Association of Private Enterprise says, the man has been politically educated. The army too has come to appreciate the president's skill, both as a tactician who can use peace talks to outmaneuver the guerrillas not to lead to the peace for which the population yearns, and as a salesman in Washington. 73. The official line in the U.S., repeated as fact in news reports as well as editorial comment, is that Duarte is a reformer thwarted by the military, that is, by the forces that he lauds for their valiant service in carrying out massacres and torture among the mass of the population, who were with the guerrillas when the exercise began under his auspices. In his words, pages 147,151. Defects in the Salvadoran judicial system appear to outweigh Mr. Duarte's good intentions, James Lemoyne reports, so that his commission cannot proceed with investigation and prosecution of those responsible for the Los Hoyos massacre in February 1983, when soldiers murdered 74 Indians in their usual style. The basic facts of the massacre are uncontested. 74 Similar defects account for the fact that perpetrators of other murders cannot be prosecuted, even when they are well known, or that investigations cannot proceed. To date, the planners and organizers of mass murder and state terrorism, including the murder of Americans, have not been prosecuted and retain their positions in the government. Ritual invocation of the theme of Duarte's bravery, moderation and progressive commitments is a staple of news reporting. President José Napoleón Duarte has spoken bravely, Newsday reports, and has attempted without much success to move effectively against the homicidal terror, for which he has voiced approval. As noted, Duarte has had little success in restoring the rule of law and has thus far been unable to achieve any sustained institutional reform, or in fact, to do anything but please his friends in the business classes and military, who applaud his education. In a rare and hence important report on rural El Salvador, Clifford Krauss discusses the village of El Carrizal, which remains today about as it was 100 years ago, with no potable water, virtually no electricity, near universal illiteracy, little land, and general suffering. Twice in this century, he writes, in 1932 and in 1980, some people in El Carrizal have organized for a better life. And twice, the army has responded to those stirrings in the hinterland with repression, killing dozens of civilians. Organizing in the provinces scarred by the 1932 Matanza is virtually hopeless, since the population is terrorized. Their renewed attempts in 1980 evoked new terror, reinforcing the trauma, with 27 shot when peasants attempted to organize peacefully. From 1980 to 1983, the army returned to the village once a month, keeping their eye on things and killing 5 more people. But now, Krauss reports, with a moderate government gaining the upper hand in El Salvador's civil war and with Duarte beginning to succeed on a national level in checking such military abuses, some 300 residents met here with elected officials to discuss, once again, forming a co-op and getting such improvements as potable water, a school, and a health clinic. The result? An army truck barreled into the village and the soldiers began asking questions and taking names. That served its purpose. The people here are permanently terrorized, a village representative of an Indian peasant union said. 75. As always, Krauss' characterization of the goals and achievements of the Duarte regime is unsullied by evidence, untroubled by the impressive record to the contrary, to which he adds yet another item, in self-refutation. If progressivism and moderation are conferred by presiding over one of the great episodes of mass slaughter and torture in the modern period, one hesitates to imagine what extremism might be. The standard practice of the press is, nevertheless, understandable. Duarte must be a moderate progressive or we would not be justified in organizing the slaughter over which he presides, therefore he is a moderate progressive as a matter of doctrinal necessity, not fact, so that the actual facts may rightly be dispatched to Orwell's useful memory hole, with the sorrowful observation that the problems of this turbulent region defy simple explanation or quick-fix solutions. Krauss, and of course, with no indication that the US has played any role in all of this. Apart from the tacit assumption that we are trying, vainly, to improve the lot of the villagers traumatized by the armed forces we train, supply and direct to carry out their necessary tasks. The standard version according to editorials and news columns, the locus of the most effective editorializing, where the tacit assumptions of propaganda are regularly entrenched, consists of 2 contradictory propositions. 1. Duarte is a sincere reformer but his good intentions are foiled by the fact that he has no power. 2. Our policy in El Salvador is a success because centrist Democrats now rule in El Salvador. 76 One can have one's choice, depending on whether the task at hand is to explain away current atrocities and cover-ups, or to urge that we must proceed with the use of violence to further democracy and reform. The evasion of U.S. responsibility is the norm for news reporting and analysis, not only in this case. It would be comical, were the consequences not so horrifying. The highly regarded investigative reporter Tad Sulk, discussing the turbulence of the region in 1980, criticized the idea that Castro is the source of all the trouble, as most people in the United States believe, even though it is true that Castro brought us the Bay of Pigs, in the same sense in which Solidarity brought us the military regime in Poland and Dubček brought us the tanks in Prague. This more sophisticated observer corrects the common error: the roots of the Caribbean problems are not entirely Cuban. The Soviet offensive in the region is to blame alongside of Cuban adventurism, as shown by the fact that the USSR rejects the notion that the Caribbean is an American Mare Nostrum, Mussolini's phrase in reference to the Mediterranean. The past contributions of England, Spain, France, and the Netherlands are also mentioned. The current unanswered question is the extent to which Cuba and the Soviet Union proposes to exploit the turbulent situation. The US is merely an onlooker, blamed only for its indifference to the brewing problems. Others, like Krauss, comment sadly on the lack of simple explanations or easy solutions, or blame indigenous cultural or political factors, not false, but with a notable omission. The desperate need to avoid the obvious is revealed, for example, in a review of a book that attributes the problems of Central America to a religious failure. This is an appealing view, which the author skillfully and bravely elaborates. The reviewer notes why it takes bravery to advance a view which is appealing precisely because it diverts attention from the depredations of the master of the region. The reviewer does not say. 77. As for the atrocities, at any given point they are a thing of the past, so we can put them aside, though there is a fear that if far-rightists did not gain a share of power within the democratic framework, they might return to the campaign of terror and assassination that they intermittently waged between 1980 and late 1984. The worst atrocities were committed by the army and the government's security forces, and if they were intermittent, one can scarcely imagine what significant atrocities might be. As for the air war, we may now concede that the Air Force once appeared to make little effort to avoid hitting civilians. To translate from Newspeak, it aimed specifically at civilian targets. But while this was true of 1983 and early 1984, now matters are much improved, though the air war has stepped up, and guerrillas, now scattered in small groups, are relatively secure from air attack. Furthermore, evidence about the air war is suspect. Much testimony condemning bombing comes from peasants who identify themselves as rebel supporters, from witnesses who are usually highly partisan, and therefore cannot be trusted. Curiously, little eyewitness testimony about the air war comes from business circles in San Salvador or Miami. A woman in a refugee camp states that we could not stand the bombing. We had 4 years of suffering. But the reporter in San Salvador could not confirm the accounts, most surprisingly. 78. To learn about ongoing atrocities of the air war as reported by refugees in the church-run camps, we must turn to the alternative press, where we read testimony about how the enemy was bombing us almost every day like crazy men, with many casualties and much destruction. 79. Meanwhile, unencumbered with such trivialities, we may look forward to happier days as Duarte can be expected to progress with reforms that the conservative majority previously had blocked. 80. Duarte's role from the beginning has been to facilitate the slaughters and repression by exploiting his image as a democratic reformer, ensuring that Congress provides the support to allow them to proceed effectively. This image, carefully crafted by the US government and the media, is based on real achievements and courage in earlier years, when there was no interest here because the military dictatorship was safely in power. Since he lent his prestige to the military regime in March 1980, the true image is a far uglier one. Duarte's term has been a lesson in public relations skills, but little else. The murderers proceed unpunished and there are few signs of any imaginative approaches to ending the misery of the country. Duarte refuses negotiation and ceasefire offers despite the pleas of his own supporters, such as the centrist Popular Democratic Union, which demanded that he accept these offers by the political organization of the guerrillas, and despite the evident desires of much of the population, though not the military, which holds power locally, or the superpower boss running the show to which Duarte lends a cloak of legitimacy. 81. 5.3 Towards democracy in El Salvador. The US organized massacres escalated as Reagan took over. A year later, the church reported that some 30,000 civilians had been killed and 600,000 made refugees, 13% of the population, while Jeane Kirkpatrick praised the moral quality of the government that was carrying out the slaughter, and the new republic declared itself pleasantly surprised by the development of Reagan policy in Central America, which is basically right. A few months earlier, when the massacres had reached their peak of intensity and horror, the editors had given Reagan and co. good marks for their performance, so far, in El Salvador, where they had overcome Carter's obsessive concern for human rights, illustrated by the slightly lower number of victims tortured and massacred during the successful campaign launched under his administration to wipe out the popular organizations. 82 The numbers of killed and refugees have doubled since, very likely. When the country was sufficiently terrorized and any hope of independent politics was eliminated, the US ran staged elections, which are about as meaningful as elections in Poland. The farce was repeated in 1984, when elections were held in an atmosphere of terror and despair, of macabre rumor and grisly reality, in the words of the spokesman for the British Parliamentary Human Rights Group, which observed them. 83 While the US government and media exulted in this heartening display of democracy in action, as Pravda does under comparable circumstances, the chief foreign correspondent of the London Guardian, not constrained to observe the niceties, comments that as reporters who chose to speak to voters could quickly ascertain, it was not the hunger for democracy which made people push and shove frantically to get to the front of the voting line and caused the mood to turn close to panic as the time for shutting the polling places drew near, but rather fear of army, police, or death squad reprisals if they did not manage to vote. At the conservative end of the mainstream British political spectrum, Timothy Garton Ash confirmed that most people voted out of fear of reprisals or because of the heavy fine for non-voting, while some voted in the hope that this mysterious ritual would somehow bring them the one thing which they desire before all others, peace. He too ridicules the blind enthusiasm of Americans on the scene. 84. The meaningless elections appear to be another troubling inconsistency, from Ash's point of view, along with the U.S. policy towards Nicaragua, CP 56. The reason is that respect for the wishes of the majority in the country, is surely the moral principle behind the Salvadoran elections, on the assumption, not subject to question, that the Holy State is guided by moral principles, which, by some odd quirk, it systematically violates, leading to inconsistencies. 85. 5.4 The propaganda system moves into high gear. The immediate goal of the Salvadoran Army and Security Forces and of the United States in 1980 was to prevent a takeover by the leftist-led guerrillas and their allied political organizations, the latter being much more important than the former at the time. 86 The popular organizations, the only social force capable of resolving the crisis, in the words of the assassinated Archbishop, were effectively eliminated by means that merit comparison to Pol Pot but are regarded here as either a great success or an unfortunate error. But the usual consequence ensued: people joined the guerrillas, who became a significant force, sure proof that the Russians are coming. The Reagan administration attempted to demonstrate this necessary truth in its February 1981 white paper. This was ridiculed abroad, initially accepted at home. But a strong popular opposition caused the government to back down from its moves towards expanded U.S. intervention, fearing that it would prejudice other programs such as the planned military build-up, and segments of the media then undertook an analysis of the white paper, quickly showing that it was based on severe misrepresentation and that the actual documents revealed virtually nothing, perhaps a trickle of arms beginning in September 1980, that is, well after Carter's Matanzas II was underway. The documents revealed the unwillingness of the USSR and particularly Nicaragua to permit arms shipments, and chronic shortage of arms on the part of the guerrillas. 87. The State Department conceded that the U.S. has not intercepted a sizable number of weapons since February 1981. In fact, the government has provided no credible evidence of significant weapons shipments or of Nicaraguan government involvement, despite extensive surveillance. Intelligence analysts dismiss government claims as ludicrous, and the Pentagon refuses to release documents to support official claims. 88 In July 1984, a State Department background paper was circulated to try to help the government case, though without enthusiasm, because, as the press reported, it was virtually lacking in credible evidence. 89 A senior State Department official involved in the Nicaragua program dismisses the idea that the Contras were organized to intercept arms shipments as ludicrous. 90 And the rationale has generally been dropped. The State Department background paper, which had to serve as the main source of facts for those who attempted to provide at least some basis for the U.S. war against Nicaragua. 91 is largely a compilation of press reports and official statements. Its credibility is illustrated by the charge, based on a report in Rev. Moon's Washington Times, that Nicaragua has recruited Costa Rican leftists, training them for subversion in Costa Rica. The government of Costa Rica states that it has no evidence to support the charge, and a senior State Department official who has read the intelligence information behind the charge said it was extremely weak. "They've taken everything that came out of the vacuum cleaner," he said. "It's not the sort of thing we normally go with." 92. Apart from press reports of little significance, the background paper relies heavily on an ex-Sandinista security official, Miguel Bolaños Hunter, who alleges that arms were transported to Salvadoran guerrillas through Mexico and Guatemala, so presumably they too should be attacked by the U.S. in accordance with the logic of the case presented by the government and its partisans. As for the Contras, their weapons include AK-47 rifles made in Poland and Bulgaria and Soviet-made SA-7 surface-to-air missiles, which they have acquired by the dozens in recent months according to a senior White House official. 93 It must be, then, that the Contras attacking Nicaragua are agents of the international terror network sponsored by the Soviet Union, if we accept the logic employed by the experts on terrorism whose dire pronouncements dominate media discussion of this plague that threatens civilization in the modern era. The truth of the matter is that the United States is one of the leading world centers of international terrorism, perhaps the leading center, but this fact and the evidence that demonstrates it are under a strict ban and can never be permitted expression to a mass audience. 94. Claims about captured weapons from the Soviet bloc should always be inspected with a skeptical eye. Consider, for example, the arms cache discovered in Venezuela in 1963 and presented by the U.S. government, with the press loyally trailing along, as proof of Cuban subversion. Arthur Schlesinger described this great cache of weapons as unquestionably Cuban in origin and provenance, secreted for terrorists at a point along the Caribbean coast, sure proof of the central threat posed by Castro to the Americas. But former CIA agent Joseph Smith, in a book written in defense of the CIA after Philip Agee's exposures had appeared, writes that the cache may have been a CIA plant inspired by Kennedy's anti-Castro crusade, including the terrorist war against Cuba, which Schlesinger does not mention, and which has largely been kept under wraps until today in the mainstream. The public relations director of the United Fruit Company, while outlining the success of the company's campaign to control the press at the time of the 1954 CIA coup in Guatemala, observes that the phony weapons ploy was used in Guatemala in '54 as in Vietnam through the 1960s. He also describes a plan he presented to the government of Honduras to place some Russian weapons in the hands of dead Salvadorian soldiers during the 1969-70 Honduras-El Salvador conflict, and then to announce the discovery of these weapons to the press, with pictures, at the next news conference. Chinese weapons would be even better, he adds. 95. Returning to the U.S. government case against Nicaragua, apart from the worthless July 1984 document, the weakness of the government case is illustrated by the attempt of the Kissinger Commission to demonstrate Cuban-Nicaraguan instigation of violence and terrorism. The 3 pages devoted to this topic in the Commission report contain no evidence of any credibility or significance, and in general, the historical sections of the report are simply an embarrassment. 96 In September 1985, in a transparent attempt to shift attention away from the World Court proceedings boycotted by the United States, the State Department issued yet another document to buttress its claims, the report contains little information not already public about alleged Nicaraguan aid to guerrillas in other countries, the press observed. Even Shirley Christian, a fervent partisan of the government cause, could find little in it of any moment. 97. Though presenting no evidence other than undocumented assertion in support of the government's case, this latest effort is not entirely without interest. It states that since 1981, seaborne infiltration crossing the Gulf of Fonseca has been the primary method of infiltration. The Gulf is heavily patrolled by U.S. military forces using the highest technology at their command, and they appear unable to intercept shipments, revealing again that we are just a pitiful, helpless giant at the mercy of yellow dwarves, as Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson whined. The historical sections are also interesting. Thus, the year 1980 in El Salvador, just reviewed, appears here in the following guise: after the coup led by reformist officers, who were quickly eliminated, a fact ignored, the new junta began a series of major social and political reforms designed to address ills which seemed to justify the violence of the anti-government guerrillas. Disturbances by groups encouraged by the Sandinista success peaked in the spring of 1980, but by summer, as the newly united guerrilla forces began to prepare for their January offensive, the reforms began to take hold, and several strike calls received only limited support. That is the whole story. The Politburo can hardly compete in this league. The account of Nicaragua describes only how resistance forces began to take on importance for the broader effort to counter Sandinista internationalism, and from 1983, armed opposition within Nicaragua, generated by the policies of the Sandinistas, continued to grow. Even granting the expectations for state propaganda, it seems to me a little odd that the press can let this performance pass, merely noting that it does not prove its case. Note that this account is one that can be checked against the historical record, a fact that a rational person will use in assessing the claims made without substantiation that constitute the government's case. Use of the term resistance forces, with its favorable connotations, the resistance against the Nazis, etc., to refer to the U.S. proxy army attacking Nicaragua from its foreign bases is a neat piece of trickery by the state disinformation machine, quickly picked up by the loyal press, which sometimes even goes so far as to intimate that Nicaraguan officials refer to the terrorist forces in this way. Thus we read that President Daniel Ortega of Nicaragua said yesterday his government suspended civil liberties last week to guarantee his army's defeat of US-backed resistance forces, and that he said, however, that defeat of the resistance forces could create an even more dangerous situation by prompting U.S. invasion. 98. Government claims rest primarily on alleged material evidence that is classified, not a very credible tale. It may be noted that with far more meager resources, Nicaragua has no problem providing ample material evidence of U.S. supply to the Contras fighting within Nicaragua, evidence which for some reason they are not compelled to keep classified, and of course the support, direction, and training in the foreign bases from which the attacks on Nicaragua are launched is not in question. On Nicaragua's alleged military threat, government propaganda is entirely without credibility, indeed, barely rises to the level of absurdity unless, of course, we adopt the assumption that it is illegitimate for a country to defend itself against attack by the US and its proxies. The fact that the topic is even discussed in a serious voice is a great tribute to the efficacy of the propaganda system. As for the claims about Nicaraguan military might, before which we must quake in terror, discussion of the military balance in Central America is nonsensical to begin with, since the US would react massively in the case of any Nicaraguan aggression, or to be more accurate, the US would welcome any act that could be interpreted as aggression with unrestrained joy, since at last the long-yearned-for invasion could then be undertaken. But even if we enter this arena of state propaganda, the fevered rhetoric about Nicaraguan regional predominance is easily shown to be a carefully contrived fraud. Furthermore, the evidence now available indicates that Nicaragua began to acquire such military resources as it has after the Contra attacks began. According to senior officials at the Pentagon, Nicaragua acquired its first Soviet-made tanks in mid-1981. Until then, another Defense Department official said, they had been receiving small arms and light artillery, mostly. FDN spokesman Bosco Matamoros stated that armed rebels began attacks in 1980, which is when Sandinista officials began complaining of attacks. They also date their training and assistance from the Argentine military to 1980. Rand Corporation specialist Brian Jenkins, discussing indirect forms of warfare, observes that Argentina acted as a proxy for the United States in Central America, referring to Argentina under the neo-Nazi generals during the period when congressional human rights restrictions were hampering direct U.S. engagement in state terrorism. The formation of a large citizen militia in Nicaragua was announced in February 1980. 1.99 Salvadoran aid to the Contras may have begun in 1979, CP 179. The U.S. claims to have authorized CIA aid for the Contras in late 1981, allowing apologists for U.S. atrocities to maintain that the Sandinista military build-up began prior to U.S. operations. Proof of Sandinista aggressive intent. 100 This is transparent deceit, as the actual record shows, quite apart from the question of how Nicaragua is to succeed in its aggression under the U.S. shadow. Violent intervention in the region remains primarily the monopoly of the U.S., as in the past. 5.5 The war moves into high gear. Returning to El Salvador, with the popular organizations effectively demolished, the war shifted to direct attacks against the civilian population in guerrilla-controlled areas, including ground sweeps and massacres by US-trained elite units and an expanded air war. In March 1984, it was revealed publicly that U.S. planes were rapidly increasing reconnaissance to provide intelligence for what the government and the press call military operations. At about the same time, the rare reports on the air war observed that bombing attacks have become much more accurate in recent weeks, quoting refugees who say, "They used to bomb and it wouldn't land near to the houses, but now they have something to detect exactly where we are, so no one is safe in their homes, no one is safe anywhere." The reference is not to military operations but rather to what refugees call indiscriminate bombing raids that have turned villages into ghost towns where every structure has been hit. People cannot cook or hang laundry or they will become targets for air strikes, and the remnants who have not fled spend much of their time hiding in holes in the ground to escape the unremitting air attacks that have killed many civilians. Refugees also report the use of incendiary bombs against the civilian population, either napalm or white phosphorus. According to a European doctor who inspected the wounds of victims, soldiers from the Atlas-Atl battalion say that incendiary weapons are used before their operations and that they have seen villages burned to the ground and large tracts of land charred by incendiary bombs. Refugees report many killed and villages and land destroyed by the incendiary bombing, along with the recently acquired antipersonnel fragmentation bombs. Use of napalm was subsequently confirmed by Dr. John Constable of Massachusetts General Hospital, a specialist on burn victims with Vietnam War experience. Congressman James Oberstar reports that he was informed by Air Force Commander Col. Rafael Bustillo that napalm bought from Israel had been used until 1981.101. Military sources in the capital confirm that improved intelligence derived from U.S. reconnaissance is responsible for the fact that bombing attacks have become much more accurate. Relief officials and church sources report that the result, not surprisingly, has been to increase civilian deaths from the bombardment. 102 The correlation between US-supplied improved intelligence and the increased kill rate, including direct attacks on defenseless peasants, received little notice in the press. When noted, the reader was offered two interpretations. The news columns, keeping to their fabled objectivity, reported that U.S. help has not enabled the Air Force to avoid hitting civilians, according to human rights activists. The second and rather different interpretation was the one provided by the activists themselves. The director of the Church Human Rights Office reports a sharp increase in civilian fatalities, not guerrillas, but children, women, old people, as U.S. reconnaissance improved bombing accuracy, and suggested that the Air Force was deliberately aiming at civilians who are suspected of helping the rebels. The refugee reports leave little doubt that this is so, as it has always been so. It takes quite an act of faith to take seriously the pretense that the U.S. government is trying to reduce civilian casualties, but has unaccountably not enabled the Salvadoran Air Force to achieve this worthy end. 103. The improved kill rate extends to those trapped in military operations by soldiers flown in by helicopter after receiving surveillance information, as in the case of the August 30, 1984 massacre by the Atlay-Satl Battalion at Las Vueltas, in which several dozen civilians who were unable to escape military encirclement died. 104. Hedges observes that the Salvadoran Air Force had been accused of using incendiary bombs a year earlier, and that the reports were investigated by the president of the Salvadoran Commission on Human Rights, Marianela Garcia Villas, who collected tape-recorded testimony from victims, photographs, and soil samples. She was killed leaving the zone, by soldiers of the Atlay-Satl Battalion according to people who accompanied her. Her death was reported. The press reproduced government allegations that she was a guerrilla, while the British human rights publication Index on Censorship, in contrast, described her as one of Latin America's best-known human rights workers, highly respected internationally for her testimony before UN and British Parliament human rights groups. A documentary film concerning her was broadcast in Europe, refused by US public TV. It describes her early work as one of the founders of the Christian Democratic Party, her human rights work including the grisly chore of identifying bodies of victims of state terror, and her murder, which apparently did not violate the traditional rule of chivalry, CP 33, to judge by the press. 105. The Salvadoran Air Force also employed some novel tactics, such as bombing sites where people had gathered to receive Red Cross assistance, a practice terminated by U.S. authorities after protest. Here a clear demonstration of their complicity in the ongoing atrocities. 106. The destruction and devastation have been documented by human rights groups, but generally ignored by the media. See Chapter 1, for a brief sample. 5.6 Reaction at home, successful terror and its rewards. Let us now consider the controversy over Central America in the United States. During the 1980-81 attack against the population of El Salvador, the U.S. client government had not even a semblance of legitimacy, and the elections staged for the benefit of the American audience after the elimination of any possible basis for democratic participation evidently changed the situation in no relevant way. Accordingly, the U.S. has been engaged in the illegitimate use of force and serious crimes in El Salvador. This question, however, has barely been discussed here, just as there was virtually no discussion of U.S. intervention in South Vietnam during the comparable period, 1954 to 1965. Furthermore, there is virtually no debate now within the mainstream media and journals over the legitimacy of this continuing attack, which is destroying much of the country and its people. Rather, debate is strictly limited to the bounds established by the state propaganda system. Within the spectrum of respectable opinion that which can reach any popular audience, it is permitted to discuss the legitimacy of U.S. actions in Nicaragua. Indeed, that is encouraged, since it deflects attention from the main issue. But the U.S. war in El Salvador is excluded from discussion by the state propaganda system and is therefore off the agenda. In fact, editorial opinion and commentary in journals quite generally lauds the wonderful progress in El Salvador, the one region in Central America in which United States policies clearly have been successful, as the U.S. backed the forces of moderation, upgrading the Salvadoran army and turning it into a well-honed and aggressive fighting force, fully capable of the actions documented, occasionally, in the news columns and far more fully elsewhere, so long as El Salvador continues to move forward, as it has done under Duarte. U.S. support should remain steadfast. 107. There is good news from El Salvador, where the ideal of a third force has been instilled with new life, as the army has much improved its conduct with American aid and the country is marching towards democracy and social reform under Duarte, who is the product of an urban middle class committed to civil liberties and the economic blandishments of an open society, and is helped by an enlightened echelon of the Salvadoran army. 108. He is independent-minded and does not accept Reagan's policies, and has begun to deliver to his battered, divided people a taste of better government, a ray of hope, though with aficionados of violence lurking on both the left and the right. he may not be able to manage the reform programs to which he is committed. 109. The lesson is that if terror and violence appear to be successful, and the threat to the fifth freedom abates, then all is well and we can return to our historical project of improving the lives of the people of Central America, those who count. As for Nicaragua, as long as the U.S. attack is not successful, there are holes in the administration's case, we learn from the New York Times, but these are only practical, while the moral argument is more compelling. The administration needs a strategy that is not only moral and legal but also persuasively wise, that is, successful in its aims, which are necessarily good. If the U.S. loses the Contra option, the editors of the Washington Post explain, it may not be able to ensure the progress of the democratic enterprise in Nicaragua to which the U.S. has always been committed by definition, independently of any facts. Turning to the new republic, we discover that the pragmatic liberal, as always, has nothing but scorn for those who are opposed in principle, for reasons of international morality, to the exercise of military pressure against the Nicaraguan government, though naturally we maintain this principled stand with regard to official enemies, and profess great indignation if they adopt the stance recommended here, and we must therefore continue to use military force to push the Sandinistas, to force them to do what they promised to do when they took power in July 1979, establish a pluralist political system, a mixed economy, and a non-aligned foreign policy. Exactly our goals, as a century of involvement in Nicaraguan affairs clearly demonstrates to the faithful. 110. The record of atrocities in Nicaragua and El Salvador is considered of little moment among sophisticated commentators. British journalist Timothy Garton Ash writes in the New York Review of Books that during a month's stay in El Salvador and Nicaragua I nonetheless found to my surprise one or two good reasons for Western Europe's moral questioning. These reasons are rather abstract, having to do with the principle of non-interference in the sovereignty and self-determination of weaker nations, and the inconsistency he perceives in elections conducted out of respect for the wishes of the majority in which largely illiterate peasants are forced to vote, and in U.S. policy towards Nicaragua inconsistencies that arise only on condition of abandonment of rationality and naive faith in the official doctrine, as already discussed. Surely this skeptical and very knowledgeable conservative correspondent was aware before his visit of the tens of thousands of tortured and mutilated victims, the terror of the air war, the physical destruction of the political opposition and the media, and so on, but these did not provide any reason for moral questioning then, nor do they afterwards. Evidently the moral level in these cultivated British circles has changed little since the days when Winston Churchill, then Secretary of State at the War Office, expressed his attitude towards the use of poison gas in 1919, shortly after the furor over its use by the Germans, a major war crime. I do not understand this squeamishness about the use of gas. I am strongly in favor of using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes, namely, against tribesmen in Mesopotamia and Afghanistan, and against Bolsheviks in Russia during the 1919 intervention, when the first use of chemical weapons in air warfare was considered by the British GHQ to be the primary factor in early military successes. 111. In short, what has been done to El Salvador and Nicaragua is taken to be the prerogative of the U.S., or as a knowledgeable cynic might say, its historical vocation. The debate in mainstream circles, as noted, is contained strictly within the framework established by the state propaganda system. Is Nicaragua offering assistance to guerrillas in El Salvador, that is, in the real world, to people defending themselves from American terror? The U.S. government claims that it is, and is thus engaged in armed attack against El Salvador, which entitles the U.S. to respond in collective self-defense. Critics note that the evidence is unconvincing, and therefore question whether Nicaragua is guilty of such an armed attack. But the major issue, clearly, is the American attack against much of the population of El Salvador, and this issue is excluded from the framework of debate set by the state and accepted by the critics. Even the U.S. peace movement is in part guilty of this moral crime. The Pledge of Resistance, under which many people have been arrested for civil disobedience, refers to aggressive acts against Nicaragua, not to the far more horrifying crimes in El Salvador. Similarly, In the 1960s, the debate focused primarily on the bombing of the North, murderous and destructive but not on the scale of the war against South Vietnam. In both cases, the right of the US to attack and destroy is tacitly conceded, as long as there are no threatening international complications, a fact that reveals a good deal about the power of the state propaganda system to set the terms of discussion, and about the principles that guide critics within the mainstream, and sometimes even beyond. What is more, it would be quite legitimate to provide military aid to people attempting to defend themselves against the depredations of a violent superpower, whether in El Salvador, South Vietnam, Afghanistan, or elsewhere. If properly intimidated, a government may not do so, but that is another matter. T.D. Allman describes how an old man, after telling a harrowing tale of government atrocities and violence in a Salvadoran town, asked about a place called Cuba somewhere beyond the seas where, he had heard, there were people who might provide the suffering population with aid. He asked how we might contact these Cubans, to inform them of our need, so that they might help us. 112 Few Americans seem able to comprehend the meaning of this plea, though it would arouse great anguish if uttered by a victim of some official enemy. In this case as in others, the formidable power and successes of our system of brainwashing under freedom are rarely appreciated. 6. Torturing Nicaragua. 6.1 Before the crisis. Let us turn now to the U.S. proxy war against Nicaragua, briefly recalling some relevant history. The first major U.S. armed attack against Nicaragua was in 1854, when the U.S. Navy burned down the town of San Juan del Norte to avenge an alleged insult to American officials and the millionaire Cornelius Vanderbilt. The press reviewed the town's history when it was briefly conquered by Contras in April 1984, omitting this incident. 113 A year later, the U.S. recognized the puppet government established by the American adventurer William Walker. Though conflict among U.S. business interests, he was strongly opposed by Vanderbilt, led to withdrawal of support. The Marines landed in 1909 in support of a British-inspired revolution, ushering in 25 years of chaos. Booth, and from 1912 to 1933, the country was under U.S. military occupation, apart from 1 year, leading to the murder of the nationalist leader Sandino and the establishment of the Somoza dictatorship after a brutal counterinsurgency campaign. Little concern was voiced here as he robbed and tortured, employing the US-trained National Guard to control the captive population, which was reduced to misery. By 1978-9, even the natural American allies, the business classes, had turned against Somoza because of his power madness and corruption and joined the FSLN rebellion. A letter from President Carter congratulating Somoza for human rights gestures was a factor precipitating the dramatic takeover of the National Palace by Eden Pastora in August 1978. Carter supported Somoza virtually to the end of his bloody rule, with Israel taking over the main burden at the end, surely with tacit U.S. approval despite official denials when direct U.S. intervention was blocked by congressional human rights legislation. When all hope of maintaining Somoza was lost, the U.S. attempted to ensure that the National Guard would remain intact and the FSLN excluded from the government, a solution that the guerrillas accurately characterized as Somocismo without Somoza. Some 40 to 50,000 people were killed and the society was reduced to ruins, devastated, and bankrupt. 114. With the failure of its attempt to maintain the basic structure of the terrorist regime, the U.S. government, along with articulate opinion, became passionately concerned over repression and democracy in Nicaragua. In a less indoctrinated society than ours, this sudden conversion would be dismissed with the contempt it so richly merits. Carter proposed an aid package, largely credits to purchase U.S. goods, for the country that had been left in ruins after a century of torture by the U.S. and its clients. Much of the aid was to go to the private business sector. Conditions were added barring the use of aid in facilities with Cuban personnel, who were involved in literacy and other social programs. Considerable support for the aid program came from banks, which feared default on the huge debt now that the country had been bankrupted. The new government agreed to pay the debt accumulated by Somoza, who had robbed the country blind and fled with its remaining assets. 115 This last-ditch effort to pay off U.S. banks, to preserve the traditional Central American order, and TP prevent the new government from shifting its meager resources to the needs of the disadvantaged is now described as a proof of U.S. magnanimity and its desire for friendly relations with the new regime. 6.2 The Proxy War. Under Reagan, the U.S. turned to a direct attack against Nicaragua. The Sandinista government, departing from historical precedents, for example, France in 1944, under U.S. civil military control, where tens of thousands were killed in a few months, had not carried out large-scale execution of collaborators or National Guard torturers and murderers. These elements began to reorganize on the Honduran border under the direction of Somatist officers, with assistance from Argentine neo-Nazis by 1980, and U.S. supervision from 1981. Nicaraguan exiles and Salvadoran army officers trace Salvadoran aid to the exiled Somatists to 1979, shortly after the fall of Somoza. Salvadoran pilots bomb Nicaragua under CIA control from their sanctuaries in Honduras and El Salvador, and according to U.S. officials in Central America, fly as many as a dozen sorties a week from El Salvador deep into Nicaragua to supply Contra forces. 116 With CIA assistance, arms were smuggled from the U.S. Center for International Terrorism in Miami, where the FDN leadership operates. CIA helicopters with American pilots provided air cover for commando raids. Ecuadorian frogmen were sent from CIA speedboats to blow up bridges. CIA transport planes dropped supplies to guerrillas deep inside Nicaragua, and a CIA mothership launched seaborne commando raids to mine harbors. The Miami Herald reports that a secret U.S. Army helicopter unit, a task force of the 101st Airborne Division operating out of Kentucky, is carrying out missions inside Nicaragua, with 17 fatalities in 1983, 35 casualties were reported by the entire U.S. Army that year. 117 The early goal was not to topple the Sandinistas by force but to push them into increased domestic repression and to spend scarce currency on military rather than social programs. That, in turn, would increase domestic opposition and quicken their downfall. Despite official denials, most of the men running the war, including CIA Director William Casey, agreed that the goal was to topple the regime, according to senior government officials. 118. As noted earlier, the goal from the start, apart from public relations exercises, was to overthrow the government of Nicaragua, as is now virtually conceded, or at least to sow enough terror and destruction to avert the danger that the virus of successful development might infect the region. The Director of Medical Affairs for the New York State Department of Health, visiting in 1985, reviews the deleterious impact of U.S. military and economic actions on healthcare, education, and food production, devoted to the poor for the first time in history, observing that we are slowly strangling a poor people who are struggling for a better life and who should find it difficult to comprehend that they are alleged to be a threat to the giant of the North. 119 Until American citizens come to understand exactly why these poor people are such a threat, and resolve to do something about state terrorism guided by respect for the fifth freedom, the story will continue, here and elsewhere. The methods undoubtedly work. In a report on Central America, Oxfam America describes the terrible conditions of nutrition and health for most of the population in Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua, observing that among the 4 countries in the region where Oxfam America works, namely, these 4, only in Nicaragua has a substantial effort been made to address inequities in land ownership and to extend health, educational, and agricultural services to poor peasant families. But the Contra War has slowed the pace of social reform and compounded hunger in the northern countryside. 120 The report describes the effective agrarian reform in Nicaragua, contrasting it with the paper reform in El Salvador, which has not been carried out and was not intended to benefit the rural poor who had no access to land in the first place. The U.S. war against Nicaragua has, however, largely overcome these unique successes in Nicaragua, exactly as it was intended to do. The report describes how farmers have been forced to abandon their land because of Contra attacks, which have severely impaired food production, as intended. Peggy Healy, a Marinol sister and member of Oxfam America's board of directors who has lived in Nicaragua for 10 years, comments. If you talk to campesinos in the war zones, whether they are for the Sandinistas or against the Sandinistas, and you try to pinpoint when their real problems started, inevitably you will find that those problems started when the Contras came in. Before that, the peasants had teachers for their schools, they had low prices, and although they weren't wealthy, they had land, credit, fertilizer, they owned machetes. They had what they needed to live. Naturally, the US will do nothing to bring about desperately needed reforms in the areas under its control, apart from gestures for propaganda purposes when trouble is brewing. Indeed, these would be contrary to the national interest for reasons already discussed. But the US can at least ensure that they will not take place elsewhere. When Nicaragua suspended civil liberties in October 1985, the Times editors proclaimed in mock indignation that there is no reason to swallow President Ortega's claim that the crackdown is the fault of the brutal aggression by North America and its internal allies. A more likely explanation is an eruption of discontent over a crumbling economy and military conscription. 121 The editors presumably hope that their readers will be too stupid to draw the connection between the US aggression and the crumbling economy and military conscription. More significant is their barely concealed delight in this further success of the terrorist war they have long supported, which of course has, from the start, had as its essential aims to create an eruption of discontent as the society reels under imperial attack and to strengthen elements in the leadership that will demand harsher measures to mobilize resistance to it, providing the opportunity for Times editors and other hypocrites to pontificate about this predictable and intended consequence of the violence they advocate. When direct CIA supervision of the U.S. proxy army was terminated by Congress, the Reagan administration secretly transferred control to the National Security Council. This was essential, since the CIA had managed almost every aspect of their activities, and when left to their own devices, the rebels couldn't manage themselves very well, a senior official said. When the agency CIA was pulled out of this program, these guys didn't know how to buy a Band-Aid, according to the government official in charge, later identified as Marine Light Col. Oliver North. The extent of CIA control has been detailed by former Contra leader Edgar Chamorro, who describes the FDN as a front organization for the CIA. After the mining of harbors, for example, he was given a press release to read taking credit for the mining in the name of the FDN, who of course had no role in the mining carried out by CIA Latin American agents. He describes how every detail of the FDN operations, including propaganda, was stage-managed by the CIA. Chamorro also described the nature of U.S. assistance, for example, advising the Contras of the precise locations of all Nicaraguan military units. Citing this testimony to the World Court, Anthony Lewis notes that new legislation introduced by Democrat Dave McMurdy permits provision of intelligence information or advice to the Contras, another congressional contribution to the war against Nicaragua. 122. A letter by Chamorro to Congress was distributed by House Speaker O'Neill before the vote to provide renewed military aid in June 1985. In it, Chamorro described the FDN as an anti-democratic CIA front and opposed granting it humanitarian aid. The former spokesman for the FDN stated that it is in the hands of the ex-National Guard who control the Contra army, stifle internal dissent, and intimidate or murder those who dare to oppose them, and that it has been subject to excessive manipulation by the CIA. The letter had no effect. 123. We also learn a good deal about the status of the freedom fighters by considering the fate of Eden Pastora, who was ditched by the northern boss because he refused to subordinate himself sufficiently to U.S. goals. Pastora was the only leading figure among the Contras who could claim any popular support, apart from the business classes. His forces quickly collapsed and virtually disappeared when CIA control and assistance were terminated. Since refusing to follow U.S. demands, the press reports, Pastora has been cut off from all CIA funds and from most funding by wealthy conservative individuals. The military situation of the troops he controls has deteriorated correspondingly. The general skeptical response to Pastora from former comrades, and from the Central American public, was perhaps best illustrated by a remark of his older brother, Felix, who belongs to a different Contra faction in Costa Rica. "If you people want to find my brother, go look for him in the bathroom of his house. He wants to cover up his failures with lies." With financing from the U.S. government and the private corporations to whom the CIA had directed him at an end, Pastora was compelled to search for funds from Cuban exiles in Miami, the fascist murderer Dogwison in El Salvador, and others like them. 124. One might usefully compare the fate of Pastora's forces with that of the Salvadoran guerrillas, facing vastly greater military force and never enjoying a fraction of the foreign support provided to Pastora, but nevertheless surviving within El Salvador, where they originated and remain. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the most popular figure among the Contra leadership was unable to mobilize significant popular support within Nicaragua. Pastora is praised across the political spectrum in the U.S. as the authentic freedom fighter and Democrat whom we must support. If his credentials are as solid as alleged, then his fate stands as a further indictment of U.S. policy, which is revealed as unable to tolerate a democratic alternative to the Somatist-led FDN. Whatever the truth of these claims, they have no bearing on the issue of U.S. military aid for the attacks launched from Pastora's Costa Rican bases. It is not proposed that we support honest Democrats in military attacks against far more terrible governments. Though the issue is not strictly relevant here, it might be noted that the widespread acclaim for Pastora is difficult to assess because it has not been accompanied by an exposition of what he stands for. One exception is the extensive statement by Pastora published with great pride by the right-wing Journal of Contemporary Studies, which describes it as, to our knowledge, the first time this great Central American patriot's outlook has been directly communicated, in detail, to our part of the hemisphere. Here, Pastora expresses his willingness to join with the FDN, but not as a subordinate, and expresses his support for what he calls the democratic opposition within Nicaragua, namely, the pro-Contra journal La Prensa and COSEP, the Higher Council for Private Enterprise, representing business interests. He criticizes the Sandinistas for failing to understand the seriousness of warnings from Undersecretary of State for Latin American Affairs Thomas Enders. "The empire was speaking," he observes, but the Sandinista leadership did not appreciate the fact. He opposes the Cubanization of the Sandinista revolution, dragging Nicaragua into an East-West confrontation, and describes his group as Democrats, as genuine followers of Sandino. That is the extent of his presentation of his position. His most interesting claim is that he and his group were alone responsible for the mining of the harbors, a CIA operation according to every serious source, including U.S. officials involved in these matters, the CIA, etc. 125. The claim does little to enhance Pastora's credibility. The editors, however, accept it as a certain truth, blaming misreporting in the U.S. for the belief that the CIA was responsible. Perhaps the same disinformation specialists in Managua, noted for their efficient control over the U.S. press, who are responsible for the belief in Pastora's supposed withdrawal from the struggle. 126. All this gives us some insight into the irrationality and paranoia of so-called conservative thought, but leaves us little better informed about Pastora. The CIA estimated that the FDN received about $20 million in private and foreign contributions in the preceding year, some of it from tax-exempt private U.S. groups such as the U.S. Council for World Freedom headed by retired General John Singlaub. This organization received approval by the administration for its tax-exempt status, though the IRS had described its request as having no precedent, after pledging that they would not ever contemplate providing materiel or funds to any revolutionary, counter-revolutionary or liberation movement. Singlaub describes Congressman Edward Boland, author of the Boland Amendment, which barred U.S. aid for the strictly illegal purpose of overthrowing the Nicaraguan government, as one of the hardcore, left-wing congressmen who have always supported the communist organizations around the world. He claims to have raised tens of millions of dollars for arms and ammunition for the Contras. His organization was founded with an interest-free loan from the World Anti-Communist League, which the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith had once called a gathering place for extremists and anti-Semites. According to U.S. sources, Israel supplied the Contras with several $1 million of aid, apparently through a South American intermediary, aid which may be repaid through the huge U.S. subsidy to Israel, which is guaranteed a free ride through Congress. 127. As elsewhere in the world, the U.S. has many ways to finance and organize terror and subversion. Participation in the war by U.S. mercenaries has also been reported. John Garrissey interviewed captured Contra soldiers in Nicaragua, who informed him that their chiefs were Cuban exiles. One had Puerto Rican identification papers. He estimates that there are some 5,000 foreigners, mostly Cuban exiles from Miami, among the Contra forces, and cites reports that documents found among the dead left after an attack from Costa Rica by Pastora's forces identified some as Guatemalan, Panamanian, Cuban exiles and Puerto Rican. 128. The Israeli press reports that Israeli mercenaries are receiving salaries of $10,000 a month for service with the Contras, and that Contra spokesman Edgar Chamorro, before he defected, on many occasions in the past expressed his high regard for the contribution of Israelis to helping the Contras. 129. U.S. mercenaries also serve with the Salvadoran state terrorists. A former U.S. Marine employed as a mercenary in El Salvador dismisses the news reports, which falsely describe a war against guerrillas, whereas the reality is the beautiful technique of murdering the civilians who side with them. By terrorizing civilians, the army is crushing the rebellion without the need to directly confront the guerrillas, kill the sympathizers and you win the war. Massacres of civilians are not scattered human rights abuses, he reports, but rather the game plan. The murders are not a peripheral matter to be cleaned up while the war continues, but rather, the essential strategy, and a successful one, he plausibly argues. 130 The regular America's Watch reports yield the same conclusion, and the careful reader can discern it through the haze of press reporting. It should be stressed, however, that reference to U.S. and other foreign mercenaries is misleading, since even the indigenous terrorists in Central America are essentially U.S. mercenaries, much like the native forces used to hold down the domestic population by the British, French, Russians, South African whites, and others in the past, or the forces organized by the U.S. in South Vietnam and Laos. The elite units that carry out successful massacres in El Salvador, mass murderers such as Rios Montt, who studied at Fort Bragg in North Carolina and served as Director of Studies for the Inter-American Defense College in Washington. 131, and numerous other state terrorists in Latin America and elsewhere receive their training from the United States, which also provides the means for them to carry out the lessons they have learned. The Contra armies can hardly be called guerrillas, considering their origin as mercenaries organized by the U.S. and its proxies in Honduras and their lavish support and equipment, comparable to the best armed regular military forces in Central America. 132 They are surely the only guerrillas in history who complain that their air force is inadequate, or that they lost their only helicopter. The latter was Eden Pastora's problem when his helicopter crashed 30 miles inside Costa Rica, followed by claims that he had disappeared within Nicaragua. This was the event that elicited the comment from his brother, cited above, p. 183. Regular commentary by their masters, some already cited, makes it clear that the Contras are incapable of functioning without continual direction. Their own leadership, as noted, recognizes that they are the creation of the U.S. government, and its agents. Their actual leadership, apart from U.S. intelligence, is overwhelmingly drawn from Somoza's National Guard, including the Supreme FDN military commander and the heads of logistics, intelligence, training, operations, special forces, and most of the largest combat units, and many company commanders. Several influential civilian officials were large landowners who backed the Somozas. Given their tradition and the source of their current support, it is not surprising that these forces have been engaged in ruthless terror and massacre. Early on, American Catholic missionaries reported that they were torturing and mutilating captured peasants or Sandinista sympathizers, creating the same terror as in the past when they were trained by the U.S. Army. 133 The subsequent record, unearthed in part by human rights groups but largely ignored by the U.S. journalists in Nicaragua, demonstrates the accuracy of these observations made on the scene. The U.S. violation of international law and its responsibility for war crimes seem obvious enough. The U.S. government and commentators here like to speak of the symmetry between El Salvador and Nicaragua. In both countries, it is alleged, indigenous guerrillas with foreign support are rebelling against the government. The comparison would have some merit if the guerrillas in El Salvador lacked any domestic base, having been organized in Nicaragua by the KGB for the purpose of sowing terror in El Salvador and overthrowing its government, were launching murderous attacks against civilians in El Salvador from Nicaraguan and Cuban sanctuaries, killing, torturing and mutilating their victims, were led by thugs who had ruled El Salvador by violence for 50 years with Soviet support and had finally been driven out by an uprising of virtually the entire population, and were armed, trained and controlled by Soviet military forces in a major Nicaraguan military base while the USSR maintains large naval units offshore, carries out overflights of El Salvador to supply the guerrillas and for military operations, uses Cubans and Bulgarians to fly arms to guerrillas and to carry out major sabotage and terror operations which are attributed to the Soviet proxy army operating from its foreign bases, etc. All of this is, of course, utter nonsense. The fact that the symmetry can be discussed without eliciting ridicule is another tribute to the efficacy of brainwashing under freedom. In fact, there is a symmetry, but not one discussed in the press. In both cases, terrorist forces are carrying out large-scale torture and massacre, and in both cases these terrorist forces, the Army of El Salvador, the Contras, are organized and controlled by the Lord and Master of the region. U.S. reporters who visited Contra camps report that they appear to be an exclusively military force with almost no political direction other than the goal of overthrowing the Sandinistas. In this respect, they reflect the commitments of their masters, apart from rhetoric provided by domestic apologists for state terror. Their political leadership explains that we don't need to have our own political organization, because they can rely on the work of the domestic political opposition 134 largely business and landowner-based and hence by definition democratic and moderate in U.S. political terminology. This domestic Nicaraguan opposition was permitted to function with few constraints, as the U.S. press has observed, despite the fact that it was the political arm of the U.S. proxy army attacking Nicaragua from Honduras. We might ask how a political organization would fare in the United States if it had a similar relation to an army directed and supplied by the USSR, or to be more accurate, some unimaginably awesome power, attacking the US from Mexico and Canada. The US has sought, with some success, to block aid from other sources to Nicaragua. As noted earlier, military aid from US allies was blocked, compelling the government to rely on the USSR, as required for the purposes of justifying the aggression. The U.S. vetoed technical assistance to agriculture in 1982 and for roads in 1983, and voted against loans for municipal development, fishing cooperatives, and industry. Angered by a 1983 IDB agreement with Nicaragua for a $30.4 million financing of its fishing industry, Secretary of State George Shultz initiated a private campaign to torpedo another such loan of more than $100 million to the private agricultural sector, the very activity that the United States has said it hoped to preserve against an alleged Marxist takeover, Mary King reports. Documents leaked from the British Foreign Office indicate that these efforts have been closely coordinated with U.S. sabotage operations. Senior British government officials secretly condemn U.S. actions to destabilize Nicaragua as bully boy tactics combined with economic sabotage. The British representative to the Inter-American Development Bank, Kenneth O'Sullivan, reports that the U.S., while financing the sabotage of the economic infrastructure of Nicaragua, is trying to make Nicaragua default on its debts by blocking new loans. Nicaragua is making efforts to clear arrears with the IBRD World Bank and the IMF, against a background of externally financed sabotage, he informed London. In one case, the U.S. chair of the IADB executive board insisted that a loan for rehabilitation of fisheries, accepted after considerable US-created delay, include a clause requiring Nicaragua to provide adequate fuel for fishing boats. This mystified the board, But they soon came to understand this curious demand. The following week saboteurs blew up the fuel depot in the port of Corinto, their single most effective blow to the Nicaraguan economy, O'Sullivan reported to the Foreign Office. 135. U.S. subversion, sabotage and aggression are carefully plotted operations, as one would expect in the case of a terrorist state with unmatched power and only limited domestic constraints. The commitment to overthrow the Nicaraguan government, though ritually denied, is barely concealed by administration spokesmen, who also speak openly about the invasion option if all else fails. Lengthy front-page articles in the New York Times expound the Reagan administration demand that Nicaragua change its form of government to a pluralistic democracy or face the consequences. But the facts about the historical and contemporary U.S. attitude towards pluralistic democracy in Central America are virtually never discussed in this context. A Nicaraguan proposal to demilitarize the borders with the aid of the Contadora Group receives a 40-word notice. A Nicaraguan proposal 3 months later for a joint patrol with Honduras to eliminate border incidents apparently was unmentioned, and the Times reports its neutral and objective poll which asks Americans whether they agree with Ronald Reagan, who says the U.S. should help the people in Nicaragua who are trying to overthrow the pro-Soviet government there. Even with this wording, they were unable to generate majority support for the operation. 136. 6.3 The elections and the opposition. U.S. war aims are further clarified by the hysterical reaction to the Nicaraguan election in November 1984. In a well-crafted propaganda coup, the U.S. government succeeded in deflecting attention from the election by regular diatribes, seriously reported as news in the nation's press, and by concocting a story about Russian MiGs in Nicaragua, quickly abandoned after it had served its function of eliminating the minimal danger of honest coverage of the election and eliciting appropriate outrage by dovish senators, e.g., Massachusetts Democrat Paul Tsongas, who warned that the U.S. would have to bomb Nicaragua to eliminate the MiGs because they're also capable against the United States. The fear that Nicaragua will attack the U.S. provides an intriguing glimpse of the mentality of U.S. elites. 137. A careful study of the election by the U.S. Latin American Studies Association, LASA, was virtually ignored by the press, as were the elections themselves. 138 They reject the claim that Arturo Cruz, the official Democrat according to the U.S. government and the press, was excluded from the elections. Rather, his business-based group made a policy decision to exclude themselves despite protections to ensure fair access, and the LASA observers doubt that he and his group had a broad following in Nicaragua. The press reports that his biggest rally drew no more than 1,000 fans, and that his agenda is more attuned to the policy debate in Washington than to the hardships of life in Nicaragua, nor did Cruz calls for talks with the Contras strike a popular chord in Managua. To Cruz's embarrassment, his own sister, Lillian Cruz, penned an open letter to 2 pro-government newspapers to remind her brother that her son, Sandinista Army officer David Baez, was slain battling the Contras in April. 139. The LASA investigation concludes that the FSLN did little more to take advantage of its incumbency than incumbent parties everywhere, including the United States, routinely do. The election by Latin American standards was a model of probity and fairness. 140. Earlier elections were either utterly fraudulent or meant little more than automatic ratification of candidates chosen by the incumbent party and the U.S. government, for most Nicaraguans. The report observes that we know of no election in Latin America, or elsewhere, in which groups advocating the violent overthrow of an incumbent government have themselves been incorporated into the electoral process, particularly when these groups have been openly supported by a foreign power. Surely nothing of the sort would be tolerated for an instant in the United States. The elections were indeed manipulated, the report notes, but by the Reagan administration, which did everything in its power to block and discredit them, including efforts to induce Cruz and others to abstain. 141. It was subsequently learned that Cruz was on the CIA payroll. He had secretly received money from the Central Intelligence Agency. According to U.S. government officials, a CIA spokesman refused to comment, but intelligence sources said the money was funneled to Mr. Cruz through organizations supported by the agency as part of an effort to encourage political opposition to the leftist Sandinista government, leading House Intelligence Committee Chairman Lee Hamilton to complain to Secretary of State Schultz that Cruz was lobbying Congress while receiving CIA funds, intelligence sources said. Confronted with the charges, Cruz said he had received assistance in the past for a short period from an institution dedicated to support the struggle for liberty, which he declined to name. 142 A senior official of the new United Nicaraguan Opposition organized by the U.S. said that Cruz, along with his fellow Democrat Alfonso Robelo, had been given money in the past by the Central Intelligence Agency to carry out what the official called political work. 143. As for Cruz's Democratic credentials, Christopher Hitchens comments that he would not take part in an election that he felt to be insufficiently democratic, but he will take part in a war of sabotage and attrition that has no democratic pretenses at all. 144 Serving in Duarte style to legitimate the damnable atrocities of his associates, as he fully recognizes. Whatever the facts may be about the commitment to democracy on the part of Cruz, Robelo, and other leaders of the Nicaraguan business community, it seems clear enough that they are labeled Democrats by U.S. commentators not on the basis of any information about such commitment, but because their concept of democracy rejects the logic of the majority, which meant that Nicaragua's poor majority would have access to, and be the primary beneficiaries of, public programs, LASA report. This stance suffices to confer democratic credentials. The General Counsel of the New York City Commission on Human Rights described the election as free, fair, and hotly contested, citing the access of all 7 parties to free TV and radio time and campaign expenses, and reporting also a discussion with the political affairs officer at the U.S. Embassy, who described the election as flawed because we must use a different measuring stick for countries like Nicaragua that pose a threat to United States security and interests in the area. The spokesman for the British Parliamentary Human Rights Group, whose comment on the elections in El Salvador was quoted earlier, p. 163, British Liberal Party leader David Steele, and the special envoy of the Socialist International, a former Norwegian defense minister, all compared the election favorably to the one in El Salvador. 145. The Managua correspondent of the London Guardian, Tony Jenkins, observed that the political opposition in Nicaragua has never really committed itself to trying to win power by democratic means. One of the leaders of the Democratic Coordinating Committee, CDN, the group described here as the Democratic Opposition, which refused to participate in the elections, explains this posture. 146. It is true that we have never really tried to build up a big membership or tried to show our strength by organizing regular demonstrations. Perhaps it is a mistake, but we prefer to get European and Latin American governments to put pressure on the Sandinistas. As noted earlier, p. 189, the political leadership of the Contra armies feel no need for political organization because they can rely on the internal domestic opposition, the CDN, which in turn feels no need for political mobilization because it can rely on outsiders, in the real world, the U.S. We learn something more from this about the true nature of the democratic opposition, within Nicaragua or in Honduras or Miami, and about its U.S. advocates. Some of the reasons advanced for the election boycott have a degree of plausibility. We return to the question in Chapter 5. But there is another and probably more fundamental reason for the refusal of the true Democrats to attempt to organize politically or compete for political power in Nicaragua. Tony Jenkins observes that the opposition has never accepted the basic Sandinista precept of the revolution, that society must be reorganized to the benefit of the workers and peasants. This being so, the chances of political success are slight, unless the U.S. war succeeds in its fundamental ends, rendering conditions of life intolerable, forcing the Sandinistas to harsher measures, and reinforcing the true allies of the U.S. among the Sandinistas, namely, the elements committed to a Leninist model of totalitarian mass mobilization and control. In such circumstances, the democratic opposition allied to the superpower aggressor might well have some appeal among the population at large. It makes good sense, then, for the Contra armies and their political leadership to avoid any political goals or education, relying on the domestic opposition within Nicaragua, which in turn relies on the United States, where they can be confident of maintaining their status as true Democrats because of their opposition to meaningful social reform. 6.4 The Free Press at Work. Throughout, the Free Press has ably carried out its services for the cause, as we have seen. Much insight into the contributions of the Free Press to establishing the party line is provided in a study by Edward Herman of New York Times reporting of the 1984 Nicaraguan and Salvadoran elections. 147 In reporting the Salvadoran election, the Times relied overwhelmingly on U.S. and Salvadoran officials. The rebels were occasionally cited, but primarily with regard to their disruption plans. They were also permitted to describe the election as a farce, but never to expand on the reasons. In dramatic contrast, the opposition in Nicaragua was cited extensively and given ample opportunity to explain their objections to the planned elections. U.S. officials and the Nicaraguan opposition provided over 80% of the direct citations, and constituted 60% of the sources cited, meaning that there was some indirect reference to the Sandinistas. In contrast, U.S. and Salvadoran officials provided virtually all of the direct citations in the case of the Salvadoran elections, with the exception noted above, which reinforced the government case, and 80% of total sources, peasants constituted 0.8%. Choice of topics reflected the same New York Times agenda. The number of articles referring to freedom of the press, organizational freedom, and limits on opposition candidates was 0 in the case of the Salvadoran elections, whereas in the case of the Nicaraguan elections, 75% of the articles discussed freedom of the press, 50% discussed organizational freedom, and 62.5% discussed limits on candidates. The power of the armed forces to coerce was discussed in 37.5% of the articles on the Nicaraguan election, in 3.6% of the articles on the Salvadoran election. To fully appreciate this illustration of media servility to state power, one must bear in mind that abuses of freedom of press, organizational freedom, and candidate opportunities were vastly more severe in El Salvador, and that the direct role of the armed forces in coercion was also far greater. There were also falsehoods in press reporting, but their impact is minor in comparison to the effectiveness of these more indirect methods of thought control, characteristic of the corporate media. Notice that the news reports maintained the objectivity of which they are so proud. Reporters did not state their opinions. Notice further that since we live in a free country, this devastating exposure of what the press is really up to is not suppressed and is available to the mass audience of Covert Action Information Bulletin. So there is plainly no problem about effective democracy here. The devices employed to impose the state propaganda system as the basic framework for discussion are well illustrated in the contributions of Shirley Christian of the New York Times, whose opinion pieces appear as reporting on the news pages. Thus she informs us that the Sandinistas approached the Central American countries, specifically El Salvador, with an offer that would address some of the concerns of each of them, asking, in turn, that the other country abandon its demand for democratization in Nicaragua. Plainly, the Sandinistas never said, "Please abandon your demand for democratization in Nicaragua," or anything remotely similar. Rather, this is the paraphrase of what they said as prescribed by the state disinformation system. Presupposed as objective fact in this paraphrase is that El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras are concerned that Nicaragua move towards democracy, and that such a concern, if it existed, would be other than comical, given the character of these states and the traditional attitude toward democracy of the superpower that backs them. 148. Another device Christian employs is historical engineering, to use the term devised by historian Frederick Paxson, one of the founders of a national board for historical service established by U.S. historians to serve the state during World War I, explaining the issues of the war that we might better win it, a concept that has performed useful service since. 149 Christian observes that in recent months diplomatic efforts have encountered many roadblocks, in particular, the Central American Peace initiative of the so-called Contadora countries came to a standstill in June when Nicaragua demanded that the participants take up the issue of Washington's support for the anti-Sandinista forces. In the real world, the Contadora initiative foundered when the U.S. angrily rejected the draft proposal it had previously supported after it was accepted by Nicaragua, and induced its clients in the region to do likewise, with a hysterical outburst to which we return. Another useful device is extensive paraphrase of administration spokesman, as in a reference to Elliott Abrams, whose deep concern for human rights and democracy was reviewed earlier, who said the only way to satisfy the security concerns of the United States was with a democratic government in Nicaragua. No doubt Abrams produced such words, but when the columnist reports them in her own paraphrase, this helps blur the difference between fact and opinion, and with incessant repetition, overwhelmingly one-sided, the doctrine approved by state propagandists soon becomes fact, whatever the facts. The Times would not, for example, permit a reporter to write, without quotes, that a high Soviet official said that the USSR could not deal with Israel unless it established a democratic government, or that El Salvador is trying to induce Nicaragua to abandon its concern for democratization in El Salvador. Exploitation of such devices in what is called news is ultimately more effective in imposing the party line than outright state propaganda. To take another striking case of the technique of indoctrination by selective citation, consider Christians